Football Modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, The Second Close Contact with Fuzai Action. This is the second time Lee Tongbiam has returned to Spain after leaving Real Madrid, because La Liga has reached the end of the season. The competition between Real Madrid and Barcelona has become fierce, and the entire Spanish media is paying attention to the competition between the two giants. So when Lee and Lo Sitang arrived at the Madrid Municipal Airport, there were no reporters stationed there. The staff of Sparkling Red Star had already been waiting at the airport pickup gate. The two of them walked out of the airport and drove straight to Sparkling Red Star's office in Spain. It's still the villa-shaped office building. It's still the company name that Johnson, to Lo Sitang's old enemy, calls a ghost sign. And it's still the same glass door that Johnson smashed out of a cracked butterfly. Everything felt so familiar, and when I walked to the door, I could even hear the clear laughter of Spanish little Lalita Elena. Today, Sparkling Red Star's business has expanded, and it is no longer the miserable scene it had at the beginning. When Lee Tongfan and Lo Sitang entered the company hall, they found that there were many people inside, including a young player who looked very much like Pedro Leon, the best rookie in La Liga this season. While Lee Tongfan was observing the crowd in the hall, some people also glanced at the two guests who came in through the door. However, just this glance made their eyes almost fall out of their sockets. It's actually Crazy Lee. Why did this man come back to Spain? But after thinking about it, it's not surprising that Crazy Lee is the signing representative of Sparkling Red Star. For these people, the first thought that flashes in their minds is whether they can use what is the intersection between this opportunity and Crazy Lee. You know, Crazy Lee is now almost worth a fortune in football. Almost all the players favored by Crazy Lee have achieved fame without success. Sometimes, as long as Crazy Lee says something like, well, so and so player is good, the player's value can rise several times almost overnight. But Leo Lee didn't know that his appearance would arouse so much imagination in others. The two of them didn't stay in the hall for too long and went directly to the second floor with Elena, a Spanish Lalita, office on the second floor. Brother, the time and place for the meeting have been arranged. Lee Tongfan put a cup of tea on the coffee table and handed an itinerary to Lee Tongfan. It went very smoothly. The other party agreed readily. Lee took a sip of tea, glanced at the approximate time, and nodded. Okay, let's do it like this. Lee Tongfan then turned around and took out a lot of relevant information from the filing cabinet. Brother, why don't you check all the company's accounts? Roll. Lee Tongfan glared. The company is registered in your boy's name. You can decide on your own. From now on, I have nothing to do with Shining Red Star. Well, it's a very close relationship. Brother, I'm still your contracted coach. You don't trick me, that's not necessarily true. Lee Tongfan calmly took back all the documents and said casually, brother, you are very valuable now. To Lo Sitang sat aside and was also amused by these two brothers. The dog-headed military advisor laughed for a while and suddenly remembered a person. By the way, where is that little fat guy Shangwan Zesh who kept talking, who my mother said about? He should also be a member of the Spanish Sparkling Red Star. Nah. To Lo Sitang asked this question, and Lee Tongfan was also a little curious. This little fat guy is a real treasure. Unexpectedly, Lee Tongfan pushed his eyes slowly and said helplessly, Zesha proclaimed himself the chief agent of Shining Red Star Greater China and went to China to discover young players with more potential. That guy is a fanatic, a patriot who aspires to become the godfather agent of young Chinese football players. The godfather of Chinese players. Lee Tongfan and Lo Sitang Lengbu couldn't hold it back, and they both spit out the hot tea they had just taken into their mouths. Fatty's ambition is really big. In the next half day, Lee Tongfan couldn't help but verbally introduce the current development status of Sparkling Red Star. The company now has more than 200 contracted players in leagues at all levels, and according to the list provided by Lee Tongfan, many of the first batch of young players who signed contracts have now grown up and are favored by many experts. In addition, Sparkling Red Star has also had good cooperation with many independent brokers and other brokerage companies. He has established a huge network of relationships in European football, so many of the people Lee saw in the hall just now are independent agents. These people have an entrustment relationship with Sparkling Red Star. Brother, you did a good job. Lee Tongfan couldn't help but praise Point. However, he couldn't help but remind him, however, I hope you don't put making money first. When I registered this company for you, in addition to helping you find a job that can realize the value of your life, I have some desire to help those talented players achieve better and greater development. I hope you can use the most reasonable strategic method to develop the company and don't become like those vampire agents. Lee Tongfan nodded cautiously, even though Lee Tongfan always looks vague on the surface. In fact, his admiration for his self-made brother who has created miracles has penetrated deep into his bones. He didn't say he was grateful just because of his bad temperament that was not good at words. Therefore, Lee Tongfan will keep every word of his brother Lee Tongfan in mind. Well, by the way, and if you're not too busy here, go back to China to spend more time with your parents. I'm really too busy to get away. Lee Tongfan sighed. Point. That's right. Although I'm now someone that many superstars in the football world need to look up to. Speaking of money, I also have a lot of power. I'm no longer the laid off young angry young man I used to be who can't even pay the rent. But for parents, in addition to hoping that their children will be successful, they also hope that their children can spend more time with them, raising children for old age. What parent doesn't want their children to have fun at their knees? In this regard, Lee Tongfan has always felt ashamed of his parents. That afternoon. Modern holiday gourmet shop. This unique gourmet restaurant is well known in the city of Madrid. There is an endless stream of people who go there every day to have a delicious meal. However, today, strangely, there was a closed sign at the door. In fact, the food shop is not closed. American country pop music is still playing in the shop, and there are several beautiful Spanish maids. The reason why the sign was put up is because someone took over the entire place today. In a semi-enclosed compartment of the gourmet restaurant near the street, two guys with a close relationship, who had been here almost a year ago, were sitting together again. Crazy Lee and Florentino. Mr. Rice Tong, I'm surprised to be sitting here with you again. Are you willing to change your mind and return to Real Madrid? Florentino raised the goblet in his hand and touched it lightly with aioli. If you are really willing to come back, I'm afraid everyone at the Bernabeu will go crazy with joy. And as the president of the club, I'm also very happy. I'm willing to prepare a well-paid coaching contract for you. Return to Real Madrid. Aioli didn't have such an idea. The reason why he asked him to arrange the trip in advance and invite Fu Xiangsheng out was mainly because of the transfer of several players from Real Madrid. Chairman Perez, thank you very much for your appreciation, but you know, I'm not idle now. Aioli took a sip of red wine and said with a smile, the reason I asked you out today is actually because I want to have a date with you. A deal? Florentino raised his eyebrows. Oh, tell me. I'm very interested in Ronaldo and Marcelo. Lee Tongfan opened the skylight and said it clearly. No problem. Can Newcastle afford the transfer fee? Fu Xiangsheng said simply. If it were a year ago, Florentino would have rejected Lee Tongfan's request without even thinking about it. But now, the alien Ronaldo has long since lost the courage he had last season and has fallen at an astonishing speed. He has suffered dozens of major and minor injuries for most of the season and has only scored 10 goals in 38 appearances for Real Madrid. And the conflict with coach Capello has become increasingly public, causing unrest in the Bernabeu dressing room. Coupled with the team doctor's report on his physical condition, Real Madrid has long wanted to clean him up. Marcelo, on the other hand, was injured 8 months ago due to an accident in the Champions League match in the 2006-07 season, and has been in no shape since his return. New players and teams have full authority to replace the Brazilian. The left back who shined in the 2007 season has gradually become a marginal player at the Bernabeu, so Florentino is very interested in talking to Lee Tongfan. 10 million euros. Lee Tongfan raised his finger with a smile. Florentino nodded generously. Ronaldo? Okay. So, what about Marcelo? How much transfer fee have you prepared for Marcelo? Unexpectedly, the sultry man shamelessly picked up the goblet and touched it with Florentino, took a sip of red wine, and then said something slowly and calmly that made Fu Xiangxian almost spit out a mouthful of red wine. I mean, 2 people packaged for 10 million euros. Lee, are you kidding me? Florentino stopped joking and said with a serious face, both of them have played under your command. You should know very well what level of players they are. Package for 10 million euros? Haha, I guess even your most loyal admirers who go to lay flowers in front of Crazy Lee's bronze statue every day won't agree to Newcastle's offer, right? Lee Tongfan's face also became serious. Mr. Perez, the fans will not agree, but I think you should agree. After all, we have had a very pleasant cooperation, and Ronaldo and Marcelo are both just recovering from a serious injury. They are no longer able to play at the Bernabeu, and Mr. Capello doesn't seem to like them either. After listening to Lee Tongfan's words, Florentino smiled again. Yes, I do want to thank you for being able to take charge of the Galacticos again, but I think when Real Madrid fans mention you now, they all give you a thumbs up and praise, but not even if I call you a traitor. I've helped you a lot, right? 2 foxes, one old and one young, smile cunningly. Thanks to Sishomaru and Zijian, I love bathing, and my skin is good, and the evil chemical. Langami Meng, little pig is cute. I'm the chairman. DS a few big rewards. Thank you all for your subscription and recommendation support. I was busy with trivial matters and updated late. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 277 Return to the Bernabeu. An hour later, Lee Tongfan and Florentino left Modern Holiday one after another. It is estimated that no one in the entire European football world would have thought that in such a small gourmet shop on the streets of Madrid, 2 news that could cause an earthquake in Spanish football actually happened. The first one is already a thing of the past. It was exactly the mutual utilization and cooperation relationship that Crazy Lee and Florentino reached a year ago regarding the former's entry into the Bernabeu and the latter's departure from the Galacticos. Fu Xiangxian took advantage of Madman Lee's departure to drive away Calderon, while Madman Lee used Fu Xiangxian's arrival to put aside his reputation as a traitor. The first time they cooperated, the 2 of them worked together to get what they needed. In the second cooperation that just ended, Crazy Lee finally achieved his goal and packaged the alien Ronaldo and the Brazilian star Marcelo with 10 million euros. Although Florentino hesitated, he finally agreed to Lee Tongfan's offer. On the one hand, the condition of these 2 players has indeed declined sharply. They no longer have a place at the Bernabeu. It is better to sell them to Lee Tongfan as a favor. On the other hand, as Crazy Lee said, others may reject my request, but Florentino, you should agree to this offer, because what I did for you a year ago is far more than what you did for me. Much more. Lee Tongfan is right. This is why a year ago in the summer, Lee Tongfan chose to cooperate with Florentino, who had never met before that time, to drive away Calderon. Even though Calderon seemed to have some feelings for Leoli, the grace of knowing someone. In the final analysis, it was just to sell a favor so as to lay the groundwork for taking away Ronaldo and Marcelo from the Bernabeu today. Moreover, Lee Tongfan is not afraid of Florentino cheating, because a person with the status of Fu Xiangxian will not do those villainous behaviors of crossing the river and burning the bridge. In fact, after finalizing Ronaldo and Marcelo, Leoli also wanted to take Beckham away from the Bernabeu, but Beckham's operation was much more difficult than the previous 2 hammers. First of all, in the second half of this season, Beckham has successfully resolved the conflict between himself and head coach Capello by virtue of his superb professionalism, becoming the first choice of the famous Italian coach in the defensive midfielder position. Secondly, with Beckham's current status in the England national team and his unabated appeal in the business field, Florentino, who is determined to build a galaxy business empire, will never owe Leoli any big favor. Will let go of the captain of the 3 Lions army who is in full swing. Regarding Ziobo's matter, Lee Tongfan still has to figure it out slowly. As for the formal purchase of Ronaldo and Marcelo, Newcastle will have to make a direct offer to Real Madrid. However, during this period, all the procedures for Leoli and Sir Hall's joint acquisition of the Magpies have not been fully completed, so Newcastle is still under control and can only wait until the control state is lifted. It is estimated that it will take about half a month. There will be no other problems because Lee Tongfan has consulted the personal wishes of the two hammers before making an offer, and the two are obviously very interested in being able to serve under the Madman Lee again. Leo Lee was in high spirits after successfully completing his trip to Spain. After leaving modern holiday gourmet restaurant, this sultry man with infinite vanity secretly went to the bronze statue erected for him by Madrid fans. Evening. The sunset is like blood. This brass statue erected on the ruins of Leo Lee's original villa residence was bathed in the last rays of light from the horizon. The facial expression seemed a bit blurry, but the raised middle finger looked majestic. Under the base of the bronze statue, there are also flowers presented by fans, bunches neatly placed there. Small cards tied with purple ribbons above the flowers fluttered gently in the breeze. Lee Tongfan couldn't help but squat down and lift up one of the pictures. He saw that it was written in beautiful Spanish, with a complete victory in a season. Your passing has taken away an era. The sultry man was moved and aggrieved at the same time. It's a nice thing to say, but it's a pity that the more I look at it, the more it looks like an elegiac couplet dedicated to the revolutionary martyrs. It's frustrating. My brother is still alive and kicking. In fact, the reason why there are so many flowers in front of the bronze statue is mainly because Real Madrid has encountered difficulties this season. There are still 2 rounds left in the 2007-08 La Liga season, but Real Madrid, under the leadership of Capello, only ranks second in the league standings with 87 points, 1 point behind rival Barcelona. How embarrassed is this for the defending champion? You must know that at this time last season, the Galacticos had won the league championship 6 rounds ahead of schedule, and a championship celebration ceremony of 100,000 people had been held in the Plaza de Cibeles in the center of Madrid. The legendary captain of the team, Real's mythical coach Madman Lee, tied the club scarf on the statue of the goddess Cibeles with his own hands in front of the world's attention. But now, a year later, the contrast is so huge. Even though Florentino hired world-class coach Capello for the Galacticos, the defending champions still disappointingly stopped in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Although there is still hope in the league, they can only hope that the Catalan giants will make mistakes in the last 2 rounds and keep their undefeated record so that they can catch up and achieve a big reversal to win the league championship. Turning around and looking far away, the Bernabeu Stadium is brightly lit in the twilight. At this moment, Lee Tongfan suddenly had an irresistible urge to go to the Bernabeu to watch the game. He reached out from the pocket of his Armani windbreaker and took out the ticket that Florentino gave him when they met not long ago. Old Lee thought about it and decided to drive to the Bernabeu. The sultry man decided to go to the Bernabeu to watch the game. After all, he became famous there, struggled there, and received cheers there. In half an hour, Real Madrid will host the La Liga powerhouse Villarreal at home, and at the same time, Barcelona will challenge Atletico Madrid away. These are the 2 focus games of the 37th round of La Liga, because the results of the games may directly determine the ownership of the league championship this season. Everything around the Bernabeu Stadium is still so familiar. Since the parking lot around the stadium has been full for a long time, Leo Lee had to find a parking space nearby, disguised himself, hurriedly bought snacks at the snack shop in the stadium, and found a seat according to the ticket. At this time, the referee just blew the whistle to start the game. The ticket Florentino gave to Lee Tongfan was not a VIP ticket, but it was very close to the stadium, and the viewing effect was very good. Because Leo Lee wore sunglasses, a round folded hat on his head, and the collar of his Armani windbreaker was raised high, the fanatical fans around him did not recognize that the sneaky guy sitting next to him was the former Bernabeu 10,000 people worship god on the football field. After the game started, Real Madrid, in desperate situation, took advantage of the home court and launched a fierce attack on Villarreal's goal amid the crazy shouts of more than 70,000 fans at the Bernabeu. Capello put Ronaldo and Marcelo on the bench, and the trident of Raul, Higuain and Van Nistelrooy was at the forefront of the front line, while Beckham got the chance to start and formed a double defensive midfielder with Mohamed Diarra. On the backline, Vicente Kompany, who was once the confidant of Leo Lee, got the chance to play, and his partner was Pepe, the Portuguese 30 million man. In this set of cosmetic surgery in Italy, at least half of them are old people in the era of Crazy Lee. This is the first time that Lee Tongfan sat in the stands of the Bernabeu as an ordinary fan to watch the game. Being in the hot fans, this atmosphere is enough to turn any introverted man with a dull personality into a heroic and unrestrained iron-blooded warrior. Everyone was waving their arms, busy praising the opponent's players and cheering for their own team. However, it was not Real Madrid who scored first, but the opponent Villarreal. In just the 15th minute, the Yellow Submarine's Italian agile striker Giuseppe Rossi took advantage of Real Madrid's massive pressure to counter offside and successfully shook off Casillas and shot into the empty goal. 0:1! This is a fatal blow to Real Madrid, which can only win but not lose. On the sidelines, the roar of Italian Capello made every player tremble with fear. What's more regrettable is that in the booing of the Bernabeu fans like a tsunami, 15 minutes later, the restless and distraught Real Madrid actually lost another goal. It was still Giuseppe Rossi who scored for Villarreal. The 20-year-old former Manchester United striker fully demonstrated his superhuman talent in positioning and shooting at the Bernabeu night. Leoli vaguely remembered that in the evaluation of Rossi in FM 2008, the Italian dwarfs, shooting, technique, and dribbling all reached more than 17, and he was a little guy with an infinitely bright future. However, what interested Leoli more in these two goals was another player in the Yellow Submarine, Argentine midfielder Riquelme. Because Rossi's two goals came from the scalpel-like accurate and deadly through ball of this Pampas art master. Seeing this scene, Lee Tongfan suddenly had an idea in his mind like lightning. Why not bring Riquelme to Newcastle? You know, in the Magpies lineup, except for the Turkish Emir who can bring creativity to the midfield. Alan Smith and James Milner are more inclined to the all-around midfielders of Lampard and Gerrard. Don't they just lack an organizer and free kick master like Riquelme? Once this thought came up, it was like a drug addict's drug addiction that could not be stopped. Until the end of the first half, Lee Tongfan's mind was all on observing Riquelme's performance. It didn't matter if he looked at him. Lee Tongfan was like a turtle looking at a mung bean. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Sometimes when he saw Riquelme's wonderful performance on the court, he couldn't help but jump up and cheer. Lee Tongfan didn't realize that his obvious preference for the visiting team had made the Real Madrid fans around him look at him with naked and undisguised murderous intent. Second half. The situation has changed. At the beginning of the game, Yellow Submarine coach Pellegrini didn't know if he was kicked in the head by a donkey, but he inexplicably replaced Riquelme with 23-year-old Spanish defensive midfielder Bruno. It seemed that Chilean engineer I chose to be conservative because I wanted to rely on defense to maintain a 2-goal lead. But in this case, the desperate Real Madrid seized the opportunity. Ruud van Nistelrooy scored twice in the 55th and 78th minutes of the second half to equalize the score for the Galacticos, while teenager Higuain's goal in the 80th minute sent the entire Bernabeu into a carnival. Like all the fans around him, Lee Tongfan jumped with excitement when the Argentinian smoker sent the football into the goal behind the Yellow Submarine goalkeeper Diego Lopez, because essentially, as the former head coach, the old coach Lee still hopes that Real Madrid can win. But it didn't matter that jump. The collar of the high-erected Armani windbreaker softened, and the sunglasses on his face were hung up by the arm suddenly stretched out by an excited guy in the front row, and then, not more than 5 or 6 seconds, hundreds of die-hard Galaxy fans within a radius of 4 to 5 meters around Leoli instantly recognized that the guy who had always seemed sneaky and cheering for the away team was actually Crazy Lee. Is it really Crazy Lee? Soon, there was a commotion in the stands, spreading to the entire Bernabeu like an unstoppable plague, and the broadcast camera quickly found the source of the problem when the somewhat surprised face of the Manchu Man appeared on the big screen of the stadium. When he came on, the Bernabeu burst into huge cheers, after being silent for a second or two. Ouch, look who this is. It's Mr. Full. The onside commentator exclaimed excitedly. Crazy Lee, who brought Real Madrid a mythical season, once came to the Bernabeu. Listen to the cheers of the fans in the stands and you will know how popular this Chinese man is in Madrid. The cheers at the Bernabeu were like a flash flood that had been suppressed for centuries. The enthusiasm even far exceeded the scene when Higuain scored just now. Immediately afterwards, the on-site commentator announced another piece of news that made all Real Madrid fans so happy that they almost fainted. Incredible. Atletico Madrid scored. Sergio Aguero's free kick broke through Valdez's fingers. Barcelona fell behind in the away game. We are leading the standings and the championship is on the way. We wave. Mr. Rice Bucket is really the lucky star of Real Madrid. It seems that, whether he is standing in front of the command box or sitting in the stands, he can bring victory to Real Madrid. Damn Calderon, what on earth has this guy done? Yes. Sideline. Capello, who was standing sternly in front of the coach's bench, almost got angry at the commentator's words. I was able to achieve a great reversal because of my command and tactics. What's the matter with Crazy Lee, a soy sauce guy? But seeing all the fans cheering in that direction and bending down to act like courtiers meeting the emperor, and then seeing even Ruud van Nistelrooy and Gonzalo Higuain running to the front of the stand in excitement, the long lost military salute gesture, the Italians have to lament the high prestige of Crazy Lee at the Bernabeu. I'm afraid that, even if he finally leads the team to win the league championship this season, he will not be able to catch up. The damn guy who stole his limelight is indeed a legend that the Bernabeu cannot replicate. Considering that the fans at the scene were too crazy, Leoli began to lead before the game was over. It wasn't until 10 minutes later, when the referee blew the whistle to end the game, that Lee Tong-bum breathlessly complied with the fans' request for autographs and photos, and left the Bernabeu with the help of stadium security. Waiting for him outside the stadium were the media, who were even crazier than the fans. Lee Tongfan ran all the way to where he parked his car. He was furious to find that the 2 Audi Q7s he borrowed from his brother Lee Tongson had been dragged by the traffic police due to illegal parking. Left, leaving a ticket in place. Unable to escape, Lee Tongfan was miserably overwhelmed by a group of shark-like reporters who smelled blood. The next day, when the whole of Spain was still discussing Madman Lee's return to the Bernabeu and Real Madrid finally ascending to the top of the league standings with a 2-point advantage, Lee Tongfan had already arrived in Milan, Italy. Leoli's target this time is Argentine forward Hernan Jorge Crespo, who is currently frustrated at Inter Milan. An Argentine man who is known as the greatest center in Pampas after Batistuta. As a pseudo-fan, the game that had the most profound impact on Crespo was the 2 wonderful goals the Argentine center scored for the Rossoneriac Milan in the first half on the night of Istanbul. With these, he made a stunning pass through the goal of Liverpool goalkeeper Dudek. This white figure with long hair and a sword sealing his throat is so handsome. However, what happened to the Argentine genius striker later was disappointing. Despite his outstanding performance, he failed to stay in the Rossoneri as he wished. After returning to his club Chelsea, he was unable to obtain the main position under the madman Mourinho. Years later, he came to Italy again, and was loaned to AC Milan's rival Inter Milan. This season, Crespo scored 4 goals in the league and 3 goals in the cup for Inter Milan, but unfortunately he did not get enough playing time under the suppression of the 3 forwards Ibrahimovic, Adriano and Cruz. However, no one doubts Crespo's strength as a world-class shooter. As a typical center forward, Crespo is good at both head and footwork, and is also good at high difficulty and imaginative shots such as back hooks and heel shots. In addition, the Argentine center forward's ball-playing ability is also very good. Newcastle's high center forwards such as Amiabi and Viduka will definitely be cleared in the next season. Although Lee Tongfan already has Owen and Ronaldo, plus the growing little Gigi, a tall and strong center forward like Crespo will undoubtedly enrich Newcastle's tactical routines. And the Magpies will have to fight on multiple fronts next season, so they must have enough bench players. The reason why Lee Tongfan came to see Crespo in person was that he hoped to impress the Argentine genius shooter with his fame and sincerity. After all, Newcastle's attractiveness is still a little worse than other second-tier giants. It is said that teams such as Sevilla, Roma and Fiorentina have expressed interest in Crespo. And the following facts prove that Lee Tongfan's personal action did impress Crespo. Originally, Argentina would never consider Newcastle, but after the sullen man described his ambitions and Newcastle's plans for next season with his eloquent tongue and saliva flying, Crespo was obviously a little moved and expressed his willingness to consider it. But how could Leoli be satisfied with this answer? So, the sullen man once again patted his chest and guaranteed that he would definitely be able to restore the Argentine centre forward to the state of scoring goals like picking up grass during his peak period, and that his personal treatment would definitely not be bad. In the end, Crespo was fooled by Lee Tongfan, the big liar, and dizzily accepted Lee Tongfan's invitation. Lee Tongfan left Milan with a smile on his face. The next thing is to make an offer to Crespo's actual owner, Chelsea. It's a little troublesome, because Chelsea may refuse to sell to Newcastle due to the competitive relationship between the two teams. This depends on Sir Hall's connections. There shouldn't be any problem. After parting with Crespo and his agent, Lee Tongfan didn't even have time to eat dinner in Milan and flew to Germany without stopping. Because in Germany, there are the last 2 goals of Leoli's kidnapping players this time. The second update in the evening, still at 10 o'clock. My girlfriend's grandmother passed away. Very busy. Really busy. Chapter 278 GIGIN-039, S Premier League debut. Leoli's first target in Germany was Dutch midfielder Van der Vaart, who plays for Hamburg. Van der Vaart made his debut in the Dutch club Ajax. At a very young age, he relied on his junior high school skills to become the main player of this Dutch giant. He has exquisite skills, creativity, accurate passing, strong long-range shooting ability, and excellent ball control skills. Free kicks are also a specialty point, and because of his sibling relationship with the popular host, coupled with his handsome appearance and handsome performance on the court, he is known as the Dutch Beckham. After the 2004-2005 season, the famous Dutch football player left Ajax to join the Bundesliga giants Hamburg club. In the past 3 seasons, Van der Vaart relied on his outstanding offensive talent to conquer the picky Hamburg fans at the Nordbank Arena, and became a veritable Burger King point. The reason why Lee Tongfan wanted to play Van der Vaart was for the same purpose as Requelme, which was to enhance Newcastle's creativity in the midfield and front court. However, the Dutch midfielder and Requelme are younger than before, with excellent speed and explosive power. In terms of personal playing style, they are more suitable for the rhythm of the Premier League point. In order to save time, this meeting had been arranged by Sparkling Red Star before Leoli came to Germany. On the afternoon of the day he arrived in Hamburg, Lee Tongfan met the Dutch Beckham and his agent Mr. Metals in a private high-end club indoors in Hamburg. It's a pity that the meeting between the two parties was not speculative, although Van der Vaart himself does hope to leave the Bundesliga after the end of this season to achieve greater development, and is also looking forward to playing under Crazy Lee. He obviously has no good impression of the Premier League, which has fierce confrontation and rough fouls. Therefore, whether it is the Hamburg captain himself or his agent Metals, when it comes to transfer choices, they are more inclined to leagues such as Serie A and La Liga that are known for their technology and rhythm. Moreover, the most critical issue is not just this. The fatal thing is that for a player like Van der Vaart, although Lee Tongfan's promises and guarantees can make his heart beat to a certain extent, it is not enough to make him finally make up his mind to join. No matter from the perspective of fame or prestige, not as good as Newcastle in Hamburg. Van der Vaart is different from Crespo, who is already a bit waning. At this time, the Dutch's reputation in European football is gradually rising, and his competitive status has been maintained at its peak. Therefore, the major giants in European football, whether it is Barcelona or Real Madrid, whether it is AC Milan or Inter Milan, are all chasing the Dutchman. I'm sorry, Mr. Rice, although my players have enough respect for you personally and very much hope to play for you, but you must know that Rafael has accumulated 3 years of experience in a team like Hamburg that can participate in the Champions League experience, so I can't accept going to a team that can only play in the UEFA Cup, and IMHO. Newcastle's current position in the Premier League standings does not seem to guarantee that they will participate in the UEFA Cup next season, right? Of course, if Rafael does not find a suitable club after the season, he may consider your team. After all, a head coach like you who has created countless miracles, every player hopes to listen to your guidance. The above is the answer of Van der Vaart's agent Metals. The words were very polite, and he did not refuse to block all escape routes, and he showed enough respect for Lee Tongfan between the lines. But it is obvious that, although Van der Vaart admires Leoli, he looks down on Newcastle. Therefore, from Van der Vaart, Lee Tongfan, who has always been unfavorable in the field of seduce and abduct players, finally received the first rejection in history. However, when they parted ways with Van der Vaart and Metals, the two sides still left each other's contact information very friendly, leaving a way out for the 1 in 10,000 chance of cooperation in the future. The next day, Lee Tongfan met with the second target of this trip to Germany, Lucas Podolski, Prince of Polti, had a difficult time at Bayern Munich, the best rookie of the 2006 World Cup. In Germany currently plays for the famous Hollywood football team Bayern Munich. However, Prince Polti's life has been unsatisfactory in the past 2 seasons. Neither former head coach Magath nor successor Klinsmann can make this future striker in German football break out when he is in the national team. Energy of point. Recall that in the 2006 World Cup in Germany, Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, Cesc Fabregas and Valencia, who competed with Podolski for the Best Rookie award, have already established themselves in their respective giants. But Prince Polti has never been able to find his own sky at Bayern Munich, which makes people lament that time has been wasted and fortune has played a trick on people. However, through the FM 2008 system, Lee Tongfan clearly knew the potential of this German striker who was increasingly being buried. As long as he could bring Prince Polti to Newcastle, Lee Tongfan was sure that a new star in German football would be born. The striker superstar. However, due to the previous failed contact with Van der Vaart, Lee Tongfan did his homework before officially meeting Podolski. Unlike Van der Vaart, Prince Polti is not opposed to leaving the team because he has been unable to get a starting position at Bayern for 2 consecutive seasons, and there are no decent giants in international football interested in him. According to media reports, the only one interested is only his old club Cologne. Accepted Prince Polti. Facing the Bundesliga lifters like Cologne, Newcastle still has a great advantage in terms of reputation. Sure enough, the final result of this meeting did not disappoint Lee Tongfan. After a little hesitation, Podolski could not stand Lee Tongfan's deception and became another player who was deceived after Crespo. On the second day after the two sides reached an agreement privately, Newcastle received good news. The club's acquisition has been fully completed, and the bank has lifted the trusteeship of Newcastle's transfer market, which means that Lee Tongfan has the right to formally carry out various transfer operations of the club. Sir Hall's high efficiency surprised Lee Tongfan. However, this news is obviously a timely rain for Leoli, who is worried about the long night and many dreams. So, after a brief telephone conversation with Hall, the Turquoise bosses quickly reached an agreement. Newcastle club quickly made a secret offer to Real Madrid, Chelsea, and Bayern Munich. Ronaldo and Marcelo €10 million, Crespo £4 million, Podolski for €10 million. This is the offer given by Lee Tongfan, based on the FM 2008 Electronic Scout report. After making requirements in the general direction, the specific operation will be completed by Newcastle's transfer department. As for the news of the acquisition of the club, in order to stabilize the morale and ensure the team's performance in the remaining 2 rounds of the Premier League, Lee Tongfan and John Hall decided to wait until the end of the Premier League in half a month before announcing it to the outside world. Overall, Leoli's recruitment trip was quite smooth. The next afternoon, Lee Tongfan returned to Newcastle, May 3. At 1700 hours in the evening, the sun was still hanging on the west side of Newcastle Harbour Street, James Park. The fans were enthusiastic and cheered loudly. Newcastle played at home against Aston Villa, ranked 9th in the Premier League standings. In this game, Lee Tongfan continued to follow the 4-3-3 formation before the match against Manchester United, while Martin O'Neill set up a 4-2-3-1 formation that was almost like an iron barrel defense. At the forefront was Aston Villa's fast forwarder Bang Laho. It seems that Martin O'Neill wants to use defensive counter-attacks to fight with Crazy Lee. Unfortunately, in the 8th minute of the game, Newcastle's strategic deployment was ruthlessly disrupted by the Danish tall man Nicolas Bentra receiving Juan Mata's corner kick. Aston Villa, who was 1-0 behind, fell into a dilemma. Defense was useless, but the attack was announced because of the lack of strikers. The performance of a group of loose sand made Newcastle launch a bloody massacre at home. In the 20th minute, Owen broke through alone. In the 25th minute, James Milner's long-range shot. In the 30th minute, Alan Smith grabbed a point in front of the goal. In the 44th minute, Owen scored twice with a follow-up shot. In the 53rd minute, Owen scored a hat-trick with a header. In the 66th minute, until the 75th minute of the game, when Newcastle was already leading 7-0, Lee Tongfan did not retain his strength to prepare for the last round of the league against Liverpool. He replaced Michael Owen, who scored a hat-trick, and Nicholas Bendtner, who opened the scoring for the team, with Gigi and Bereket, who had just been promoted from the U18 youth team to the first team. There was a deafening cheer at St James Park. However, Lee's substitution did not bring better performance to the team. Although Gigi and Bereket worked hard, they still looked a little immature in the Premier League. Especially the mixed-race little glutton Gigi. Due to his poor physical condition, the little guy was completely at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Aston Villa's strong central defenders Gary Cahill and Paulson. Watching the weak and stubborn little guy being knocked to the ground by the opponent again and again, there were bursts of exclamations from time to time in the stands of St James Park Stadium. Even assistant coach Alan Shearer couldn't stand it. "Lee, are you a little anxious about this little guy? You know, he is only 17 years old now. I just give him a chance to let the little guy know what the Premier League game is." Lee Tongfan patted Shearer's shoulder and explained with a smile, "These two little guys are our Newcastle's hope for the future, but I don't think flowers grown in a greenhouse can lead Newcastle to glory. Don't worry, let them experience the taste of the game themselves." In the last 15 minutes of this game, Newcastle did not score again due to weak striker point. Instead, the defeated opponent Aston Villa took advantage of the young player Gigi's mistake in taking the ball in the 87th minute to launch a high-quality quick counter-attack, and finally their fast forwarder Banglaho scored a goal to save face. And for Gigi personally, these 15 minutes were simply a nightmare. Every Aston Villa player in black and red uniforms was deliberately bumping into him, and they were amused by watching him fall hard on the grass. The nostrils that were spewing white and strong air and the mouths that were split open like mockery made Gigi realize for the first time that there was such a terrible side to the world of football. Finally, when Gigi was violently knocked down on the grass again, the little guy felt that every bone in his body was about to break. The malicious laughter of the Villa players came to his ears. Gigi grabbed the grass with both hands and tried to raise his head. He found that the person standing on the sidelines was watching his performance seriously, so a surge of blood rushed to his heart, and the mixed-blooded little glutton screamed fiercely, got up and threw himself into the battle again. Thanks to I love smoking and drinking, Fiu Hanxio, Anran Woolery, Ziz Hijing, Huzar General Wu Ban, Wazhu, Maximum Star, 12 Wings Supreme Angel, Jiagang Shen, Wan Bang Stationery, Meng Sheogsun, Jayao Zao Kanki, Chayana Hu Along, and several big rewards and support. Thank you to every brother for your support. Chapter 279, First Buy In and Sell Out. After defeating Aston Villa 7-1 at home, Newcastle's league ranking climbed up one place again, to the 6th place in the Premier League standings, because West Ham United actually lost. Although the Hammers and the Magpies have the same points, the continuous big wins in the past month have allowed Newcastle to get enough goals, so West Ham United, which is at a disadvantage in goal difference, can only rank 7th. The last round of the game against the Red Army Liverpool will be in 7 days. The team is temporarily in a state of rest in the next few days. In addition to paying attention to the introduction of Crespo and other favorite players, Lee Tongfan spent a lot of time on the very important matter of training Gigi. Gigi is different from the Spanish genius Juan Mata and cannot be forced to grow because the mixed blood kid is very mediocre in terms of both potential ability and current ability, and he is only 17 years old, so for the sake of safety, the ripening plan for Gigi cannot be implemented in one step like Mata, but must be done step by step. So that night after the match with Aston Villa, Lee Tongfan started cheating for the first time. In addition to formulating a detailed training plan for the kid, based on the information retrieved from the database of the FM 2008 system, he also consumed only 20 points of character points in the first FM modification for Gigi, slightly increasing Gigi's potential ability from 100 to 150, and at the same time reducing Gigi's injury tendency to a certain extent. 150 points of potential, although such a potential ability value is not low for a professional football player. It is obviously a pipe dream to rely on this value to become an international superstar. Laoli's plan is very simple. As long as Gigi can fully digest the 150 potential points through scientific and hard training, Lee Tongfan will not hesitate to cheat this mixed blood glutton for the second time. On the contrary, if the mixed blood glutton can't even digest the 150 potential points, Laoli will not be stupid enough to waste more character points on a player who doesn't know how to make progress. Maybe even Lee Tongfan himself didn't realize that this was the first time in his history that he was so critical of a player when using the FM system to cheat. Maybe it was because the expectations that the sultry man had for Gigi were much higher than any other person before. The greater the expectations, the higher the requirements. In the next few days of training, Gigi was indeed much quieter, but he became more hardworking than before. He even often pulled the Dutch teenager Balakit to stay for extra training after the team training, because the 15-minute Premier League debut made Gigi deeply understand the cruelty of professional football. Those players who looked kind and friendly off the field immediately turned into a flood and beast once they stepped onto the green field, trying their best to ravage their opponents mentally and physically. The mistake of 10 minutes at St. James Park 2 days ago made Gigi feel like he was in purgatory in a trance, a nightmare feeling. The first time he experienced a professional football game, Gigi was left with not beauty, but pain. However, his love for football made this 17-year-old boy, who was like a frightened bird, more determined to become a night player after the game. If he wanted to become a strong man on the green field and hit those enemies who constantly provoked him head on, he had to double his blood and sweat in training. Gigi's changes satisfied Lee Tongfan, who had been observing secretly for a long time. Under the sunset at the Rigburton training base, there were always two figures, one tall and one short, who continued to practice after the other players drove away, accumulating energy for their bright future. Under the golden sunset, hey, NASA, I swear in the name of Mr. Foolish's greatest striker of this century, Gigi, am going to make an inhumane breakthrough on you. Get ready to cry. The thin figure shouted arrogantly. Under the sunset, the 1.94 meter tall man straightened his chest and challenged with disdain. Come on, Gigi, let you, an ignorant guy, see the power of Mr. Foolish's favorite, the most offensive and defensive attacking super great midfielder, the Dutch Emperor superstar Nasser Balakit. Every time he saw the two little guys talking and laughing while practicing, old scene, who had guarded the gate of Rigburton for Newcastle for 38 years, would always smile happily. Newcastle's unlimited glory in the Premier League in the past 1 or 2 months made Old Scene feel that he was decades younger. 3 days later, good news came from Newcastle's transfer department. Ronaldo and Marcelo's transfer matters had been completed. In fact, when Newcastle staff offered €10 million to Real Madrid to package Ronaldo and Marcelo according to Lee Tongfan's request, they basically didn't have much hope. After all, although these two stars are not the main players in Real Madrid, their strength and fame are there, and many top teams in European football are chasing them, among which AC Milan is the most fierce in chasing Ronaldo. Galliani's $15 million offer for Ronaldo was rejected by Florentino. Now Crazy Lee actually wants to package two people for $10 million. Isn't this asking for trouble? But, less than an hour after Newcastle's purchase offer was faxed, Real Madrid gave what is probably the fastest reply ever. Hi, Danny, look at the reply fax page from Real Madrid. Trashed, an employee of Newcastle's transfer department who was standing in front of the fax machine, couldn't wait to pick up Real Madrid's reply and read it out loud. We agree with your offer and are willing to accept the request for 24 monthly installments. As for the personal treatment and wishes of the two players, it is not within the scope of our services. Please discuss with their agents in detail. As he thought about it, Trashed couldn't help but open his mouth. The middle-aged man named Danny, who was the temporary head of the Magpies transfer department, was stunned after listening to what Trashed read. Ouch. God. How is this? Maybe? Damn it, did you make a mistake in writing the purchase price as 20 million euros? Trashed hurriedly took out the original fax page and checked it carefully. God testifies. Danny, yes. Our previous quotation was indeed 10 million euros. The 6 people in the office looked at each other and couldn't help but think of one person at the same time. Crazy Lee. This miraculous transfer that is destined to shock the world of football can only be handled by former Real Madrid coach Madman Lee. How lucky are Newcastle people to have such a coach. A moment later, huge cheers erupted in the office of the transfer department. Everyone's face flushed with excitement and their whole body was full of energy. Because what just happened made them understand that they and the Madman would create miracles this summer. In addition to Ronaldo and Marcelo, Newcastle's first offers for Crespo and Podolski both encountered difficulties. Bayern Munich's response was a little better, and they proactively offered a negotiated price of 15 million euros, while Chelsea, the blue team, refused directly for the same reason as Lee Tongfan guessed, unwilling to sell players to competing clubs. The crazy performance of Lee Tongfan and Newcastle at the end of this season has made many clubs panic. As a head coach who has played against Crazy Lee twice, Crazy Mourinho deeply understands how scary this Chinese is. Therefore, only Portuguese madmen would not do such stupid things as feeding a tiger with one's body to benefit the enemy. It seems that even if Crespo is kept in the reserve team and earns a high salary, Uncle Madman will not sell it to future rival Newcastle. However, Leoli had already anticipated this situation, so he was well prepared. Since you, Mourinho, don't have any money, don't blame Leoli for bypassing you and going directly to Mr. Abramovich, who can really make the decision. As for Usher's huge sum, Lee Tongfan was confident enough to make this shy smiling uncle nod. You must know that the cunning Russian uncle has been transferring his assets due to domestic political reasons in Russia and trying to break into the upper class circles in the UK. However, several years of hard work now does not seem to have achieved the results he sought. In contrast, Newcastle now has Sir John Hall, the top aristocrat in the British upper class circle. As long as John Hall is used as a sandbait to bargain with Abramovich, it will definitely be done. Okay, Lee, I agree to your request, but I hope you are really doing what you said for Newcastle. Otherwise, old Sir Uncle Hall, who felt that he had been being used as a weapon by Madman Lee, was once again persuaded by a shameless and sultry man using the excuse of Newcastle's justice, and beat old Lee with threats and intimidation, reluctantly agreed to use his connections to conquer Abramovich. In this way, there should be no problem signing Crespo. As for the remaining German striker Podolski, Newcastle began to argue endlessly with Bayern Munich. Under the instructions of Lee Tongfan, Newcastle's transfer department began to refuse to increase the offer again, after raising the highest offer to 12 million euros, because although Bayern Munich has repeatedly concealed it, Leoli has long known clearly through the FM 2008 system that the only club that made an offer for Podolski at the same time as Newcastle was the Bundesliga team Cologne, and Cologne was only willing to pay a maximum of 1,000 for their departure. A transfer fee of 10,000 euros, paid in installments, with cheating devices like FM 2008. Even if you want to be taken advantage of, you can't. In addition, the Newcastle transfer department, under the instruction of Lee Tongfan, also made a tentative offer for Argentinian Riquelme. However, although Yellow Submarine Villarreal did not refuse it, the Lions made a big offer. Asked for a sky-high price of 35 million euros. 0.35 million euros. Lee Tongfan decided to give up Riquelme temporarily. What goes in must come out. Like Lee Tongfan, there are many head coaches who think that the early bird catches the worm. After the Swedish Eriksson packed up and left, Manchester City's new coach Mark Hughes was very interested in Joey Barton, who successfully restricted Ronaldo on the night at Old Trafford, and made an inquiry to Newcastle. The answer given by Leoli put Manchester City into a dilemma. £20 million. However, if you calculate carefully, Joey Barton joined the team for £11 million a year ago. Since the arrival of Madley this season, he has performed well. The price of £20 million is not outrageous, but the bad boy's habit of getting red cards from time to time is a bit daunting. After hesitating, Marcus turned his attention to another defensive midfielder who emerged under the promotion of Madley, Aston Villa's midfielder Gareth Barry. Old Lee smiled at this. There are only a few good midfielders in football nowadays. Joey Barton is definitely a rare commodity and there is no worry about not having a next home. In addition to Barton, many players in Newcastle have been seduced by other clubs because of their excellent performance in the second half of the season. Lee Tongfan is like an old landlord collecting rent, waiting for the big clubs to come to him and be slaughtered. I'm really sorry for the update in the past 2 days. Because my girlfriend's grandmother passed away, Zyodeo had to take time to do his part as a grandson-in-law. There are many rules for funerals in rural areas, and they are very cumbersome. I hope everyone understands. Today's minimum is 9,000. If there is enough time, Zyodeo will work hard to burst out. In addition, I will slowly develop a good habit of saving manuscripts for emergency use, so that brothers don't have to wait anxiously. Finally, I bow to thank the big guy Luan Wang for his huge reward of 50,000 starting coins, and the big book friend 20,100,322. For his huge reward of 50,000 starting coins, I bow to thank Khan Fiu, One Bank Stationery. I love smoking and drinking. I'm losing Neo, Museo, I'm Zero, The Evil Chemistry, Lei Dongdo, Heheezy, Washan Wuxi, Jiu Gongshan for their continuous rewards. Sincerely say thank you. Thank you to every brother for your support in various forms. Chapter 280 Mr. Benitez, do you regret it? In addition to Barton, James Milner was seduced by Aston Villa. Point Villa coach Martin O'Neill has always favoured this new English favourite with excellent physical conditions and tough style of play. As early as 2005, he had already offered a price. If it weren't for Newcastle's owner Sheffield who forcibly rejected the deal at the last moment, Aston Villa might have taken Milner away with £4 million. Although Aston Villa's league ranking is not as good as the Magpies this season, the team's finances have been very good after the acquisition by the American owner. Moreover, when James Milner was loaned to Aston Villa, because he could not play as a starter in Newcastle, it was Martin O'Neill's attention and trust that made Milner stand out. The Northern Irish coach has a great favour for Milner, the temptation of high salary and the call of the mentor. Milner finally found Leoli after the training, and told the whole story of the incident very sincerely. Thank you for your honesty, James. I want to know what you think, Lee. Tongfan's expression was much calmer than Milner imagined. Are you willing to stay at St. James Park to receive the cheers of Newcastle fans, or are you more eager for the applause of Aston Villa fans at Villa Park? I promised each of you on the first day I came to the team that I would not force any of you to stay after the season ends. I am willing to stay in Newcastle, but Mr. O'Neill agreed to provide a weekly salary of £70,000 and guaranteed my absolute starting position. If I can get all this in Newcastle, this is impossible. Lee Tongfan quickly interrupted Milner and shook his head. James, you see, you are indeed an excellent player. Very good. I also hope that you can stay here and continue to fight for Newcastle. But I'm sorry, the team is in trouble now, so I can only provide you with a weekly salary of £40,000 at most next season, and I can't guarantee you an absolute starting position. In that case, I need to think about it, sir. Hearing Leoli's answer, Milner's face was gloomy, and then he gritted his teeth and left Lee Tongfan's office without hesitation. Sitting in the chair behind the desk, Lee Tongfan looked at Milner's back as he left, thinking considering that this young player has less than 50 loyalty points in the FM 2008 system, it seems that his departure from Newcastle is inevitable. However, Lee had previously recruited Milner to the England national team, and after a small modification with FM millimeters, his outstanding performance on the field has already increased his value to a level that can bring huge profits to Newcastle. Even if he sells it for cash, he will not suffer a loss. Sure enough, just one day later, Aston Villa offered Newcastle £9 million to buy James Milner. But the content of this offer was obviously lower than Lee Tongfan's expectations, so he naturally could not agree. After a brief negotiation between the two parties, the talent-hungry Aston Villa got this England main midfielder for the next 10 years at a cost of £13 million and 13 pence million. This money will be the first income since Tongfan coached Newcastle, unlike the previous secretiveness in the purchase of Crespo and Ronaldo, after reaching an agreement with Aston Villa. The official website of Newcastle Club quickly announced the transfer operation, and the transfer agreement will be officially effective after the opening of the European football transfer market on July 1, 2008. Newcastle fans have different views on James Milner's transfer, although many people feel infinitely sorry for losing such a supernova with unlimited potential. They can also understand the helpless move of the club management to cash out by selling key players when the team encounters financial difficulties. Moreover, the crazy religious superstition of Newcastle people is certain: as long as the God on the sidelines of the football field, crazy Mr. Lee can stay at St. James Park, no matter which player is lost. Sooner or later the Magpies will be able to reproduce the glory of the Japanese style. In the next few days, Newcastle's transfer department has been busy in accordance with Lee Tongfan's requirements. James Milner is not the first person to leave Newcastle. Left back Charles Nzojbia and centre back David Lozaha, two of Newcastle's main full-backs, found their next home before the Liverpool-Anfield battle on May 11th. Charles Nzojbia joined the French Ligue 1 team Bordeaux for £6 million. David Lozaha transferred to the La Liga powerhouse Sevilla for €5 million. Unlike Milner, these two chose to leave after being clearly informed by Lee Tongfan that they would not appear in Newcastle's main lineup next season. Of course, like James Milner, the transfer agreement will take effect after the end of the season, and the two will have to play the last game of the season for Newcastle for the time being. In addition to selling players, Lee Tongfan took the time to complete another long-booked player introduction during this period, activating the buyout clause in Juan Mata's loan contract, and snatched this former proud disciple from Ferguson at a low price of £2 million. After all this, the 38th round of the Premier League will begin. Morning of May 11th. Press conference hall at Anfield Stadium, Liverpool. Newcastle coach Madman Lee and Red Army helmsman Benitez attended the pre-match press conference together. Now that the Premier League has been settled, and the results of the last round of the league do not affect the rankings at the bottom of the standings, the only gimmick in this game that can attract the attention of fans and media is that Michael Owen, who has returned to his peak form, returns to his peak form. Once he came to Anfield, where he played for 8 consecutive years, and the feud between Benitez and the Euros at current Liverpool. Of course, reporters attending the press conference will not let go of these eye-catching questions. The tall and lanky reporter from The Sun pointedly asked the question that attracted the most attention from fans. "Mr. Benitez, why did you let go of Michael Owen, the team's flag bearer at the time?" In the summer of 2004, the Spaniard Benitez, who was sitting high behind the interview table, was expressionless. It was a decision that both parties were satisfied with and made unanimously. "I had no reason to stop it from happening. That's why. But some people think that you threatened the team and drove away the former flag out of personal preferences. You don't like Irving, and you need to establish your prestige by driving away big name players like Michael, and use this to get enough transfers. You can rebuild the team according to your own ideas, right?" The tall and lanky reporter from The Sun was aggressive and was not satisfied with Benitez's answer. Benitez smiled instead of being angry. "As a head coach, I have the right to manage the team in any way that I think is beneficial to the team. If Michael Owen's departure can make Liverpool's strength even greater, why should I say no? Thank you for your answer." The last question, Mr. Benitez, the reporter from The Sun, is obviously not a fuel-efficient lamp. When the team has been unable to find a stable scoring point after losing Michael Owen, have you ever regretted your decision? By this time, Benitez was obviously a little impatient with the question. Liverpool still has Torsen Gerrard, Carragher and Reina. Michael Owen is just an ordinary player, and his performance after leaving Liverpool has proven everything. I'm very glad that I made a wise decision. Your question time is over, sir, and I can tell you clearly now, I will not regret the decision to sell Michael Owen at any time. After successfully irritating Benitez, reporters focused their attention on Madmanly. Mr. Fantong, first of all, thank you for everything you have done for the England team. Can I ask your opinion on Mr. Benitez's point just now? And please comment on Michael Owen in your own mind. The questioner was still the tall and lanky reporter from the Sun. This guy seems to be a crazy Irving fan, and every question he asks is inseparable from his idol. And when he asked Lee Tongfan, his tone was obviously much more respectful and enthusiastic than when he treated Benitez. Everyone has his own Michael Owen in his heart. Lee Tongfan used a famous quote from the literary world and replaced Hamlet's name with Owen, which caused laughter in the press conference hall. Just now Benitez got angry and made the tension that came out was gone. However, if I were the head coach of Liverpool, then I would definitely regret it very much. Because for every loyal Liverpool fan, the Owen who once galloped like the wind at Anfield is unique. Lee Tongfan started. After a joke, the conversation immediately changed, and he unabashedly pointed the finger at Benitez. Irving is the top striker of this era and a being that every opponent will fear. I believe Michael will win tonight. This was proven in the game. The other side point before Lee Tongfan finished speaking, Benitez stood up and waved his sleeves and walked away. For the Spanish bishop, it is undoubtedly a very boring thing to sit here in front of a group of reporters like flies and a junior who is gesticulating and boasting. As for who will regret it, let the game speak for itself. Benitez is confident that he can shut everyone up with a hearty victory. Michael Owen, that guy is good for nothing except running fast and getting injured quickly. Even if time could be turned back and everything happened again, Benitez would still drive him away for the second time without hesitation. Thanks, Zuchilingak. I love smoking and drinking woo bamboo 0 degree of elegance Jiu Gangshan. I love taking a bath and my skin is good. Danglin 2010. A few of you gave me some rewards this afternoon. Thank you brothers for your monthly passes, subscriptions, and recommendation support. There will be another update tonight at 11 o'clock. Brothers who are used to going to bed early can keep it till tomorrow. Chapter 281 Special Care. May 13th at 15 p.m. The sun is still releasing its scorching heat in the sky, but around Anfield Stadium there are countless fans who are not afraid of the sun, wearing thick red Liverpool scarves, shouting "Long live Liverpool" like soldiers about to embark on the battlefield. Slogans, waiting in line to check in point in 1 hour. Liverpool's home game against Crazy Lee and his Newcastle is about to begin. This is the first time that the god on the sidelines has visited Anfield. Although they have seen and heard about Madman Lee's reputation many times on TV and print media, the Red Army fans are eager to test this man who saved English football. Are the Chinese really as magical and invincible as the legends say? Because at Anfield, Red Army fans also have their own pride. Rafael Benitez, a legendary Spanish coach who achieved the most incredible magical comeback in the history of the Champions League on that night in Istanbul. This will be a magical collision of magical games. In addition, the return of Michael Owen, once the most favored child in Anfield, has also made Liverpool fans full of contradictions. On the one hand, everyone is happy that Owen can return to the top of the game under the command of Crazy Lee. On the other hand, they don't want Owen to give Liverpool an embarrassing defeat by scoring in tonight's game. After a while, there was a sudden commotion among the fans in the distance. It turned out that the bus with the Newcastle club logo was carrying the Magpie players slowly towards the external player tunnel of Anfield Stadium. The opponent has arrived. Suddenly, countless white middle fingers and overwhelming curses converged on the bus. This is not because Red Army fans hate Owen and Crazy Lee, it's just a habit of treating their enemies. Because the battle has already started in advance at this moment. When you come to Anfield, you are Liverpool's enemy. This is Anfield. It's Anfield. The Red Army's Liverpool. 40 minutes later, in the melodious and high-pitched chorus of more than 40,000 fans who sang "You'll Never Walk Alone" floating over the Anfield Stadium, the referee Andre Mariner, who was wearing a sky blue referee uniform, took the first place. A man walked out of the player tunnel followed by 22 Green Warriors from both sides wearing their respective team jerseys who were going to fight in a few minutes. At this moment, huge cheers erupted from the stadium stands. Once a comrade of Michael Owen, now the red soul of Liverpool, Jared turned around skillfully, smiled and waved his arms to the stands, just like Owen did here 5 years ago, easily taking away the once upon a time gift from the crazy fans. The applause and cheers that belong exclusively to Michael Owen at Anfield. The camera zooms in point, since they are also the captains of their respective teams. Michael Owen and Jared were the first to walk out of the tunnel side by side, both following closely behind the referee. The broadcast camera cleverly gave a close-up of Irving's face, allowing every fan to see it clearly through the stadium's electronic screen. All the older generation of Red Army fans were surprised to find at this moment that Irving, who was once as innocent and young as the boy next door, had unknowingly turned into a mature man. The messy beard on his chin and the hint of maturity in the corner of his eyes and eyebrows tell every fan who has ever liked Irving, the Golden Boy is no longer young, after 3 years of ups and downs. When the former storm-chasing boy returned to Anfield, although the knife of time had erased Owen's original sharp brilliance, the Golden Boy who had learned to bury murderous intentions, but it became even more terrifying for Michael Owen. A season of struggle, and struggle is destined to use his feet in these 90 minutes today to make Benitez, the Spanish man who once drove him ruthlessly away from Anfield, regret it, completely regret it. Soon, as usual, Liverpool players lined up to shake hands with Newcastle players. When Owen, Jared and Carragher held hands together, the flashes of countless cameras on the sidelines lit up at the same time. Because in the past 2 years, Owen has missed all Newcastle players due to injuries against Liverpool, so today's handshake is more like the first conversation between the former leader of the Red Army and the current soul of Anfield. Even the fans in the stands were silent at this moment. Push the whistle finally sounded, and Newcastle captain Michael Owen touched the ball for the first time in the game after winning the ball in the challenge. The merciless boos directed at the away players from the Anfield stands were not heard. After the first ring, it seemed that even the cops were not used to booing Michael Owen. Lee Tongfan did not choose the invincible 4-3-3 formation in this game, but unexpectedly returned to his best 4-1-2-1-2 with both wings flying together on the forward line. Michael Owen partners with high centre forward Amir B. Alan Smith serves as the attacking midfielder. Juan Mata and Duff occupy the wings, and Joey Barton appears in the defensive midfielder position. On the back line from left to right are Habibi, Stephen Taylor, Afe and Jose Enrique. Goalkeeper given point. As for the opponent Liverpool, Benitez resorted to his old routine of 4-4-2. The goalkeeper is Spaniard Reina, and Argentine teenagers Insa, Daniel Agaveta and Hyper and vice-captain Carragher form the Red Army's defense. Passing expert Xavi Alonso and midfielder Mascherano sit in the midfield, while Norwegian hungry eyes and team spirit Jared sit on both sides of the midfield. Anfield's new golden boy Fernando Torres and Dutch forward Kuit are responsible for the important task of destroying the Red Army on the front line. After the game started, Newcastle habitually launched Cheng Yeojin's 3-point attack, striving to give their opponents a head start on their momentum. Irving knocked the football back to Alan Smith behind him. After receiving the football, Smith did not pass it back. After a brief observation, he passed the ball to the left winger Juan Mata. Defending Mata on the wing is Jared, the soul of the Liverpool team. Although Jared's best position is as an attacking midfielder, his defensive ability cannot be underestimated, because anyone who knows football knows that the Liverpool captain is definitely the most balanced offensive and defensive player in Europe. Players, if you show off your breakthrough skills in front of Jared, just because he is an offensive player, then wait until you lose the ball. Therefore, in order to avoid delaying the opportunity, Juan Mata did not choose to break through as Jared expected, but directly passed the ball diagonally into Liverpool's penalty area. In the restricted area, Newcastle high centre forward Amir B reluctantly sent the football to Michael Owen outside the penalty area during the competition with the Finnish veteran. Owen did not hesitate, because the opponent was Liverpool, and immediately bent his bow and prepared to shoot. According to statistics, in the 7 games in the second half of this season, Irving has scored no less than 3 long-range shots from this position, and his shooting success rate is extremely high. Therefore, the exclamations of the cops in the stands could not help but sound at this moment. However, this seemingly fatal shot did not happen in the end, because just 0.01 seconds before the instep of Irving came into contact with the football, a red figure rushed out of the diagonal stab without hesitation, stabbed the football out first, and then slammed into Irving under the influence of inertia. Together, Mascherano, this top offensive destroyer in football, who is as famous as Garner and Buffalo as seen in FM 2008, easily destroyed Newcastle's raid with a brutal tackle and collision. And from the perspective of football rules, this was a steal that made reasonable use of the body, so the referee did not call a foul. The game continues. The football produced by Mascherano fell to Carragher's feet. The Liverpool vice-captain immediately made a long pass to find Jared in the front court, an excellent counter-attack opportunity for Liverpool. Jared immediately jumped high and used the back of his head to accurately pass the ball to his teammate Kuit. Kuit took the ball and quickly ran to the right wing of Newcastle's penalty area and made a fake pass near the baseline. It was so deceptive that after Newcastle fullback Jose Enrique made a blocking move, the inside of the arch of his foot suddenly knocked back strangely. The one who caught the football was Gerald. An aim that could be fatal for any team. 3 seconds later, the unguarded Jared appeared in Kuit's passing path. The Liverpool team faced the fast-rolling football with a huge arc and sent the football high into the Magpies' small penalty area. This is a fatal pass. The flying height of the football was just beyond the bounce range of goalkeeper given, but it dropped significantly after passing the goalkeeper. A clever pass allowed Fernando Torres, who appeared like a ghost behind the Newcastle goal, to easily exert his force on the spot and send the football into the empty goal with just the strength of his waist and abdomen. 1:0 exclamation point. Goal. The passionate voice of the onside commentator sounded like the roar of a Jew who had narrowly escaped death and finally escaped from the German death camp, resounding throughout Anfield. Less than a minute into the game, Newcastle, who are accustomed to sneak attacks on their opponent immediately, failed to steal a chicken and lost a handful of rice. They were fatally hit by a sharp counter-attack from their opponent. Anfield never lacks climax when facing a goal, but this time it was especially violent. After the commentator finished speaking in a high-profile manner, the passionate melody of You'll Never Walk Alone began to roll over the stadium again like a raging hurricane in the Atlantic Ocean. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun sheds its last golden brilliance on the top of the stands. On the green lawn below the red stand, goal hero Fernando Torres and Red Army soul Jared simply hugged each other and then excitedly waved their fists to greet the equally excited fans. In his first season in the Premier League, the former Atletico Madrid youth captain has broken the long-standing foreign aid first season scoring record set by Ruud van Nistelrooy, the long-standing king of the small penalty area, and has quickly become Anfield's new favorite. This is a heroic moment, and far away from the figures of Torres and Jared celebrating wildly, Michael Owen, who was knocked to the ground by Mascherano, did not stand up until this moment, rubbing his shoulders. During the collision just now, the Argentinian beast's hard elbow hit Owen's shoulder hard. A piercing pain kept coming from his arm, but Michael Owen did not make any complaints. Instead, he stood quietly on the lawn, watching his former teammates celebrate wildly. What a familiar scene. Not far away, Mascherano, the Argentine beast who successfully stole the ball from Owen's feet, stood on the lawn with his hands on his hips, looking at Owen provocatively with a sneer and disdain. The elbow collision just now was indeed intentional, because head coach Benitez specially reminded Mascherano when arranging tactics in the locker room before the game that he should give special care to Newcastle's dangerous task Owen in the game. And the so-called special care has long become an open secret in Liverpool's tactics. Since joining the Reds, those who have been specially cared for by Mascherano include Drogba and Shevchenko of Chelsea, Van Persie and Henry of Arsenal, Rooney, and Louis Saha of Manchester United, and, in Mascherano's opinion, this is just the most common tactic point. Moreover, the Argentine beast waste found through the interception, just now that among all the so-called dangerous players he had taken care of, Owen was the least dangerous one. The interception just now did not even serve to warm him up. It was so simple, no challenge. For Mascherano, Owen had left Liverpool before he joined, and the two had never had any intersection. so the Argentine had no good feelings for the former leader of the Red Army. The game will continue minute by minute, and Mascherano firmly believes that this is not the last time he will take care of Owen. He will take care of the former leader of the Red Army until he collapses. 15 minutes later, the Red Army scored again. Vice-Captain Caragarelli assisted in the front court. After receiving Alonso's accurate long pass, he shook off the blockade of Newcastle's fullback Jose Enrique and made a slightly curved ground-to-ground forced pass. The football passed through Given's fingertips, bypassing Stephen Taylor and Afe's blockade, and once again came to the feet of Fernando Torres, who was unguarded at the back point. The new golden boy of Anfield easily pushed the ball into the empty goal! 2:0! It is worth mentioning that this time Liverpool's goal was actually initiated by Mascherano after he intercepted Michael Owen's football and passed it to Alonso. Less than 17 minutes into the game, Owen lost the ball twice, allowing the captain and vice-captain of the Red Army to get an assist each. And the new golden boy Torres, who made up for Owen's regretful departure, easily scored 2 goals, at least from the games during this period. It made sense for Benitez to drive Owen away that year. Today's 10,000, not a small amount, for Owen's explosion today. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 282. Today is 11,000. Last day to ask for double monthly tickets. Today I updated 11,000 words desperately, and I'm so shameless to write a single chapter. It's the last day of double monthly votes. Brothers who have extra money, support Xiaodao, who has been ** several times on the monthly vote list. The odds are even crazier during the National Day. Xiaodao's update is not as good as the end of the month because of urgent matters at home, but fortunately it has been maintained at more than 7,000 words, which is relatively stable. Point to be aggrieved. In fact, Xiaodao has been bursting. Except for the past few days, when I was tied up with family affairs, I can basically guarantee 9,000 words every day. One day I looked at the list of excellent updates on Gideon, and was surprised to find that the number of words updated by the editor in the past 3 days has been in the top 10. Finally, the holiday is about to end. Xiaodao hopes that all the swordsman brothers will spend this holiday happily, and devote themselves to work with 100 times more energy. Chapter 283. What can you use to fight me? At this moment, Benitez was smiling happily and proudly on the sidelines. Who in Anfield cares about the skinny, short and often injured Michael Owen now? The younger, stronger, more handsome and more deadly new golden boy Fernando Torres has completely replaced the former wine-chasing boy in Anfield. The so-called fans' feelings and reluctant memories will become insignificant in front of Torres' endless goals, as long as he can bring victory to the cops. Even if he drives Jared away one day, Benitez is very confident that he can rule steadily in Anfield. And at this moment, the broadcast camera also gave Benitez and Crazily a close-up of 2 or 3 seconds respectively. The smile of the Spanish coach and the coldness of the Chinese coach formed a vivid visual impact in an instant. On the field. Point 4 said whistle sounded. After the 3-minute crazy celebration of the Liverpool players, the game finally continued. However, the scene began to become dull. Perhaps because they were scared by the fact that Liverpool seized the opportunity to score 2 goals in 2 consecutive attacks. Newcastle's offensive became less sharp than at the beginning, and they began to patiently pass the ball back and forth in the middle and backcourt. Alan Smith retreated to Joey Barton's position to help the red card professional to assist in defense. Duff and Juan Mata also appeared on both sides of their own half from time to time to assist Jose Enrique and Habibi to limit Liverpool's wing attack. The Magpies adopted an extremely conservative full-line defense and retreat strategy, and Liverpool's initiative on the field made the cops in the stands fall into a wave of climaxes. After a short period of time to adapt to the game, Liverpool fans have not hesitated to send boos that belong to Anfield's enemies, even when Michael Owen got the ball. The split appeared at this moment, because no matter what the reason is, when Owen decided to leave Anfield 3 years ago, it was destined that this scene would happen sooner or later. Sidelines. Lee Tongfan looked at the passivity on the field, quite helpless. In a football match, if you just focus on defense, you will definitely fall into a disadvantageous position and fall into a passive position, and it is very likely that the team will collapse across the board because You can't withstand the opponent's unbridled attack, but Newcastle had to do this at this time point because there is a man in Liverpool's midfield who is known as a passing expert, Xabi Alonso. Although the Spanish midfielder's defensive ability in the back waist position can only be considered average, his long distance dispatching and long passes are definitely top notch in the world of football. Even to a certain extent, Alonso's existence is the same as the role played by David Beckham in the invincible Real Madrid era of Lee Tongfan a year ago. The passing expert sits in the backcourt like a cannon conveyor to continuously deliver gunpowder to Jared in the front court. In addition, he has Mascherano, a top-level beast waist, to escort him. He doesn't have to be distracted by defense. For a while, he actually firmly suppressed Newcastle's midfield and made it immobile. Nitez's tactics are essentially very similar to the 4-1-2-1-2 adopted by Lee Tongfan in the Real Madrid era, except that the Spaniard wisely sacrificed the central midfielder in the formation and let Alonso and Mascherano combine to form a power no less than Beckham. After being modified by FM at that time point, it is no exaggeration to say that Benitez's tactics have 60 to 70% of the strength of the terrible Madrid in the mythical season last season. This season, the Reds were able to kill Manchester United and defeat the Blues, Chelsea in the Big Four small league, which was not due to luck. And this also clearly proves how much a midfielder with superb passing ability will greatly improve the team's tactics and strength. Therefore, if Newcastle wants to make a difference next season, it must do everything possible to find such a player today at Anfield. Newcastle's passive scene at Anfield made Lee Tongfan more determined to find a super ammunition conveyor for the Magpies next season. However, looking at the European football world, there are too few players with such ability, such as Xavi of Barcelona, Beckham of Real Madrid, Pirlo of AC Milan, Ballack and Lampard of Chelsea. Such players are all the treasures of their respective clubs and are not for sale. To rely on Newcastle's fame and financial resources to dig them out is like a toad wanting to eat swan meat and a fool's dream. Since the peak star in his prime could not be abducted, Leoli had to look for him among veterans and young boys at this moment. I'm afraid that no one in Anfield, more than 50,000 people, could believe that when Newcastle was 0:2 behind Dan. The situation was precarious. The madman Lee, as the head coach of the Magpies, had already been planning for the team lineup for the next season. In the 30th minute, Liverpool created a killing opportunity again. It was Xabi Alonso who made a large-scale transfer. As soon as he received the pass from Mascherano in the front court, the Dutch engineer-type striker Kuit attracted Steven Tenner's attention. While Fernando Torres seemed at ease when facing the defense of another central defender Afe, the new golden boy jumped high in the Newcastle penalty area, shook his blonde hair, and passed the ball back to Jared, who didn't know when to cruise to the middle point. Jared used a stop to shake off Joey Barton's pressure, adjusted his steps and then shot. Bang! The football was like an angry cannonball dragging an invisible white tail in the air and attacking the goal like lightning. Jared. AWW. God. The ball didn't go in. Newcastle goalkeeper Given's reaction speed was too fast, which was simply beyond human adaptability. He actually managed to lift the ball over the crossbar. Alas, a corner kick. In the commentary booth. The commentator at Anfield couldn't wait to shout the goal slogan at the moment Jared shot, but who could have guessed that such an absolute world wave shot was unbelievably rejected by the Irishman Given. The old man could only beat his chest in frustration. He and all Liverpool fans knew that, although the 2-goal lead was safe against Newcastle, it would not be so safe when a man called Crazy Lee stood in front of Newcastle's coaching bench. Because, since the magical guy known as the God on the football field was able to use 2 middle fingers to capture Mourinho's Stamford Bridge in the last minute, it seemed that the defense of Anfield could not let the cop sit on the fishing platform. On the field, the soul of the Red Army, Jared, also opened his mouth and stared at Given in disbelief for 3 or 4 seconds, and then rubbed his wet short hair with both hands and turned back unwillingly. After the shot just now, Jared originally thought that he would definitely score a goal. It was a very mysterious premonition feeling after the top player's shot. Who knew? Terrible given. Jared had a strange feeling. It seemed that even his goalkeeper Iana could not do this. Sidelines. Lee Tongfan finally smiled on his tense face. It seems that after the FM modification, Given's reaction ability has indeed reached a perverted level. Newcastle will not have to worry about the goalkeeper for at least the next few years. The boos and cheers at Anfield continued but until the end of the first half, because Newcastle was stubbornly defending in their own half, and the Magpie goalkeeper Given was like a god. The Red Army Liverpool tried their best, but failed to score a third goal. Beep 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 when the referee blew the whistle to stop the rematch. Anfield once again erupted in a hurricane-like cheering frenzy. The fans were cheering for the perfect performance of the Red Army in the first half. At the entrance of the player tunnel on the sidelines, the high-spirited Benitez stood there and patted every Liverpool player who walked past him, and even hugged the Golden Boy Tours warmly, then glanced provocatively at the Newcastle command seat and entered the player tunnel just in the 15 minutes of the halftime break. The electronic screen above Anfield was replaying the 2 goals scored by Fernando Torres, one header, one shot into the empty goal. The 2 goals fully demonstrated the positioning and ability to seize opportunities of the Spanish striker, who has been affectionately called Holy Child by the cops. This fiery and terrifying state is not much worse than Michael Owen's peak state. In 15 minutes, Torres' goal replay lasted at least 10 minutes, so much so that when the referee Andre Marina blew the opening whistle of the second half, both Liverpool fans and Newcastle supporters in the stands could replay the complete scenes of the 2 goals in their brains with their eyes closed. The game continues. The cops' cheers like a raging wave proved that they were still looking forward to seeing the Golden Boy's goal performance again in the second half of the game. And the Golden Boy did not disappoint them and scored a goal soon. Unfortunately, this Golden Boy is not the same Golden Boy. The goal was scored by the old Golden Boy Michael Owen in the 46th minute of the game, when Michael Owen appeared at the back of Liverpool's goal like a ghost at midnight amid the horrified expressions of Liverpool fans. He jumped on the spot and unceremoniously hit Juan Mata's 45-degree diagonal pass near the penalty area into the empty goal behind the Red Army goalkeeper Iana, who made a mistake in attacking. Anfield was silent. The former Golden Boy, who had been silent for 45 minutes, showed his white and ferocious fangs less than a minute into the second half and hit a fatal blow! 1:2! What Anfield was most worried about finally happened. In the Red Army penalty area, Mascherano stared blankly at Michael Owen, who ran to Juan Mata to hug and celebrate, his eyes filled with incredible shock. Just now, what happened? The previous second I just held this guy who had no offensive power firmly behind me, but why did he appear behind the goal the next second? What happened? On the sidelines, Benitez's somewhat smug smile froze on his timid face before it could fully bloom. Owen's goal was so similar to Fernando Torres' lightning strike in the 56th second of the first half-time. Location, the way of scoring, exactly the same. Watching Michael Owen wave his fist towards the coaching bench on the sidelines after celebrating with his teammates, Benitez could only choose to remain silent at this moment. Even a fool knows who that fist is waving for. However, the frozen smile on the Spanish coach's face soon melted. The game is not over yet, and I'm still leading Newcastle, crazily. Ha, the lineup is not as good as mine. The players are not as strong as me. The tactical changes are not as good as me. The fans' cheers are not as loud as me. And even the referee's bias in the penalty is biased towards me because of Anfield. What can you use to fight me? Tell me something. In fact, Ziodeo's fixed update time every day is at 1 PM, 8 PM or 10:30 PM. As mentioned in the public chapter, I guess I was in a good state some time ago and updated it after coding, so it gave the brothers the illusion of updating at 12 PM every day. Here I will clarify the update time again. Noon chapter 13:00. If it is divided into 2 chapters in the evening, it will be 8 o'clock and 11 o'clock. And if it is a 2-in-1 chapter, it will be at 10:30. Finally, thank you brothers for your support. Today, I will still write at least 9,000 words, and the battle at Anfield will end. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 today, 039, Esther chapters in 1. Although there are already more than 3,000 words, due to the plot, Xiaodao decided to combine the 2 chapters into one, and put it at 11 PM point, so that the brothers can enjoy it all at once, so as not to be uncomfortable with the plot. I haven't eaten yet, Xiaodao is going out to eat. If I can finish coding earlier, I will post it earlier. Chapter 285, Defeating Tours with a Single Pass. Owen's goal made the cops nervous. Because before this, countless people had seen the reversal curse of Madley at Stamford Bridge, Old Trafford, San Siro, Camp Nou, and Mistalla. Whenever his team seemed to have no way out, this Chinese man was always able to make a sudden change in the situation through quick response and adjustment, and a new hope. And now it seems that Owen's goal is the precursor of this reversal. Involuntarily, Liverpool fans cast their dependent eyes in front of the coaching bench on the sidelines, hoping that Benitez, who also has magical powers, can restrain Madley. And the Spanish coach did not disappoint the fans, and quickly made a substitution adjustment, replaced the Dutch striker Kouad with the Malian black big man Mohamed Sissoko. This was obviously a premeditated substitution point because, after the substitution, Liverpool's players changed their positions on the field very skillfully. Gerrard on the right side, moved closer to the center, and came to the position of the second striker, while Norwegian tough guy Realize, Argentine monster Mascherano, pass expert Xabi Alonso and Mohamed Sissoko formed a new 4-man midfield point, although Liverpool still maintained the 4-4-2 formation. Since the start of the game after the adjustment, the Red Army's interception and stealing ability in the midfield immediately rose to a terrifying height. The physical fitness of the new Malian Sissoko even far exceeded that of the monster Drogba and the Ghanaian Buffalo Aizin, like a moving black iron wall, blocking Liverpool's midfield, while Mascherano still focused all his attention on taking care of Michael Owen and escorting Alonso point as for eyes. Although the Norwegian was born as a fullback, his breakthrough ability and long-range heavy artillery can be called the best in the Premier League. There is another origin of this game. Alan Smith, the main attacking midfielder in Newcastle, broke his shin bone when he blocked Rice's powerful shot without hesitation a season ago. It can be seen that Rice's free kick is very powerful and fast point, and it must be pointed out that the beauty of Benitez's substitution is not only to strengthen Liverpool's defense by using Sissoko's appearance, but more importantly, to release the powerful attacking power of Liverpool's soul after moving Gerrard to the middle, which greatly enhanced the team's offense. Because an all-around attacking midfielder like Gerrard can score 20 goals in a season in the two positions of attacking midfielder and shadow striker. What's more terrifying is that the Red Army has a Spanish holy child, Fernando Torres, who regards scoring as a waste in the forward position. After Benitez's magical substitution, Liverpool at this moment is like the Autobots in Transformers suddenly switching from the transportation state to the humanoid combat state, rumbling and bursting out the greatest energy. Defense is strengthened. The attack was also strengthened. This is the real mystery of the Spanish substitution this time. The most intense attack is about to break out. Newcastle will face a huge threat like a storm. Sure enough, less than 2 or 3 minutes after Benitez made the substitution, Liverpool immediately reversed the situation on the field. Originally, Newcastle wanted to take advantage of Owen's goal to suppress the Red Army, but Liverpool's defense in the midfield made the Magpies attack like waves encountering reefs, and it was difficult to shake the opponent. In this way, they can only frequently use the most primitive long passes to harass the opponent's penalty area sporadically, and such an attack is like scratching an itch for Liverpool, who have Carragher and Daniel Agger in the back line. Point in the front court. Point Amiabi was not modified by Leoli. Facing the joint stranglehold of Daniel Agger and Fanon veteran Hypia, he had no temper. Michael Owen, due to his height disadvantage, could not use his top-notch header skills to grab the ball from behind, and was firmly entangled by the Argentine monster Mascherano. As for Alan Smith, this Magpies violent front midfielder was completely trapped in Liverpool's muscle forest in the midfield. Newcastle's defense system among the 4 defenders, except Steven Taylor who could pose a threat to Tours. Afe and other 3 defenders were completely playing soy sauce in front of the Holy Child. If it weren't for Duffenchu and Mata retreating to the backcourt to assist in defense, several people would have been turned into fools by Tours. Joey Barton, the man who successfully froze C. Ronaldo, was tasked with freezing the Red Army's soul Jared in this game. This mission was not easy, because Jared was different from Ronaldo who liked to dribble and break through. The Red Army soul was more inclined to pass the ball to Tours, to create opportunities or shoot from a distance. Such technical characteristics made it difficult for the super enhanced midfielder Joey Barton to completely contain him, so he could not spare any energy to help Steven Taylor. No matter from which aspect, Newcastle was in a completely passive situation. Time passed quietly in the boos and cheers of Anfield. Less than 5,000 Newcastle fans in the stands were so nervous that they almost vomited their hearts. In a blink of an eye, the game had reached the 65th minute point. Newcastle is like an unlucky guy who has fallen into a mudless swamp, sinking bit by bit, and the only person who has preserved a chance of survival for the Magpies is given. It was the Irish national goalkeeper who used his reaction speed and bouncing saving ability that can only be described as perverted to keep away endless shots from Tours, Jared, Riaz and Alonso again and again, barely making the goal. The dying Newcastle retains a chance of survival. But if a team wants to win the game, it cannot just rely on the goalkeeper, because this is no different from an ambitious expeditionary army relying on food and grass transport troops to win. Very unreliable. Someone has to stand up and change everything. At this time, it seems, maybe, well, it's really time for the sultry man to show off. So, Lee Tongfan hurried to the sidelines with a stern look on his face and raised his notorious middle finger in European football to the Newcastle players on the court in an extremely charming manner. See the middle finger again. At this moment, the last ray of sunset over the Anfield Stadium disappeared into the distant horizon, and darkness began to envelope the city of Liverpool. A gust of wind blew from nowhere, lifting the armoury black trench coat that Crazy Lee had worn for many years, like he is as domineering as the Dark Emperor who has finally awakened. For a moment, everyone who was watching the game live, or on TV, trembled in their hearts. Still here, this moment. For the Newcastle players on the field, they have been waiting for this gesture for too long. 45 minutes in the first half and 20 minutes in the second half, the soldiers wearing black and white sword-striped shirts were so suffocated on defense that they were almost out of breath. Finally you can defend and attack. I would rather lose by a big score with a fearless offense than lose by a small score with a defense like Suntizedu. On the field, Pointer's goalkeeper given kicked the football out of his hand. The horn of counter-attack sounded. Attack. This is the full meaning of Lee Tongbiam's gesture. # 70 minutes ago. The visiting team dressing room at Anfield. After the game starts, we must choose to defend and defend with all our strength at the expense of offense. Except for Michael, Alan and Amiabi, everyone else must stay in their own half at all times. After announcing the team's starting lineup, Lee Tongfan stood in front of a simple tactical board and made the last tactical arrangement before the game. Remember, no matter what the score is, we have to defend until I raise my middle finger on the sidelines. You can attack. Once the attack starts, everyone must go all out. Don't defend anymore. Jose and Habibi can press boldly according to your playing habits and use your maximum energy to give the opponent ruthless harm. Why is that? Although the Hammers were confused, they still nodded to express their understanding. Lee Tongfan thought for a while and added a few words. Pay attention to saving energy during defense. Also, Joey, after the team's counter-attack begins, you should just stay in the backcourt. Moreover, from now on, your defensive target will become Liverpool's sharp striker Tours. Barton smiled and nodded. At this time, Steven Taylor, a stupid guy, finally couldn't help but asked, "Boss, I'm very curious, why do you have to use the middle finger as an offensive gesture? Is there any special function?" Someone said your middle finger has magic. Swish, brush, brush. The players and members of the Newcastle coaching staff all turned to stare at Leoli. It was obvious that everyone was very curious about this. You must know that Crazy Lee's middle finger has become a big mystery in European football, and there is still no scientific and reasonable explanation. It even becomes a bit mythical and magical because of it. Well, don't you think the middle finger gesture is very cool, very mysterious, and very frightening to your opponents? Lee Tongfan explained a few words with a black line on his face, and then looked at everyone's disbelieving expressions. He got angry impatiently. What a long-winded person. Why do you ask so many questions? If you dare to let your opponent score a goal from you today, I will deduct a month's salary from you. Humph. The sultry man was so angry that he was so embarrassed. How to explain it? Did he clearly tell the players that he was just showing off? Silly Big Steven Tyler scratched the back of his head and was dumbfounded. The other hammers burst into laughter, and one by one they quickly stood up and left the locker room, as if they were running away to prepare to play, fearing that the boss would find some reason to deduct their wages. On the field point after Newcastle had cowered like a grandson for more than 60 minutes, they suddenly attacked point. The Red Army, Liverpool, which had the upper hand from beginning to end, was blindsided by Newcastle's sudden attack. The inertia of thinking and playing made the Red Army's overall reaction a bit slower. So, until Amiabi pushed Given's big ball out of the Liverpool penalty area, Alan Smith received the ball and made a fake move to dodge Finnan veteran Hypier's press and pass it straight to the feet of Michael Owen. In the stands, the exclamations of the cops started to ring out belatedly, but it seems a bit late to react at this time. Although Mascherano was still firmly entangled with Owen and used all kinds of small actions such as pushing, pulling, withdrawing, and dragging, this did not prevent the lightning killer from using his superior ball handling speed to bounce the ball into the goal behind Rihanna for the second time point, and it was not until Owen's shooting action was completely completed that the effect of Mascherano's foul came late. An extremely obvious foul in the penalty area. Owen fell in the penalty area after shooting. There was no doubt that a penalty kick could be directly awarded. However, the referee Andre Marina blew the silver-white whistle in his mouth after a little hesitation and pointed his finger at the center circle of the court. The goal was valid. 2:2. It's tied. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines and clenched his fists excitedly. This was just the beginning point. The attack just now seemed to be because Newcastle was lucky, but in fact, there was a necessity hidden in the accident. The passive defense in the first half was to wear down the Red Army's sharpness at the beginning of the game. After nearly 40 minutes of iron bucket formation, the Magpies have successfully relaxed the nerves of Liverpool players that have been tense since the beginning of the game without even realizing it. When the enemy thinks they are the strongest, when the enemy thinks everything is back under their control, it is time to give them a fatal blow. Although Liverpool's players are all outstanding players in the field and have a strong heart that desires victory, as long as they are individuals, they will have this kind of psychological fatigue. Of course, the main reason why Lee Tongfan dares to play like this is the prediction of the FM 2008 system. The above understanding is analyzed by Leoli himself according to the results of the prediction. In fact, it seems that every prediction is a learning process now. The changes in every game prediction and the FM 2008 system are vivid teaching materials for any head coach. Lee Tongfan has been constantly learning, and maybe one day he will lose the FM system. But when that day really comes, Leoli may have grown to the point where he can face world-class coaches head-on without cheating. Just as Lee Tongfan excitedly clenched his fist, another person on the sidelines was furious. Benitez kicked the sports drink at his feet angrily, then turned around and punched the plastic ceiling guardrail of the coaching seat behind him. The fact that the ball was lost did not make the Spanish coach angry. What really made him angry was that the magic of the madman Lee's middle finger actually worked at Anfield point for Benitez. This was simply a naked shame point, because this scene directly showed all the fans watching the game without any concealment that he lost to the madman Lee, who only knew how to grab the spotlight in the on-the-spot command battle, and lost to a junior who was 20 or 30 years younger than him. Of course, what Benitez could not accept the most was that the goal was scored by the haunted Michael Owen again. Now, even if Liverpool can win the game in the end, I'm afraid that the British media will seize this matter and hype it up after the game, and those Liverpool fans who have always missed Owen and are eager to welcome the former leader back will definitely make a big fuss. You should know that before this game, many Liverpool fans have strongly suggested that the club buy back Michael Owen because Owen has burst out incredible energy both in the national team and the club this season. Almost every Liverpool fan will fantasize from time to time if Owen is bought back and he and Fernando Torres form a golden partnership of one tall and one fast. It will definitely become the strongest striker in Anfield in the past 20 years. Bang. Benitez punched the plastic guardrail of the coaching seat again. Damn it. However, thinking back to the scene of Owen and Torres fighting side by side, Benitez's reason told him that this was indeed a good choice. Maybe the Torres partner problem that has been bothering him this season can really be solved. Do I really have to try to offer Michael Owen after the season ends? Spain himself didn't realize that he had already regretted selling Owen in his subconscious. On the field, after scoring, Owen did not choose to celebrate, but went straight into the goal to pick up the ball and ran back to the center circle of the field to set it up. This is urging Liverpool to kick off quickly. Jared and others did not hesitate at all and kicked off quickly. Owen did not want to accept a draw, and Liverpool could not accept it even more. For the proud Red Army, losing to a team like Newcastle at Anfield is absolutely an unacceptable shame. After the kickoff this time, Newcastle did not shrink back to defend, but immediately launched a counter-attack on the spot. The Magpies' back line pressed forward more than 10 meters, and Juan Mata and Duff no longer retreated to their own half to participate in defense. In addition to Joey Barton defending the backcourt, even the fullbacks Jose Enrique and Habibi also increased the range of forward assists. Tit for tat. The scene of the game finally became hot. In the 70th minute, Torres got another chance, but the Anfield holy baby failed again when facing Given. Under the interference of Joey Barton, the shot seemed a bit weak and powerless, and it posed no threat to Given, who was in the game like a god. The sound of regret from the Anfield stands was like hundreds of kittens scratching the glass with their sharp little claws. The piercing sound waves made Lee Tongfan, who was standing on the sidelines, feel sour in his stomach. And the Magpies soon responded. After Alan Smith dribbled past Alonso, he suddenly shot a cold arrow 40 meters away from the Red Army goal. Because the shot was too powerful, Spanish goalkeeper Iena did not dare to pick up the ball and had to choose to use both fists in a hurry. But the ball did not fly out of the danger zone. Michael Owen, who came like lightning, tried to get rid of Mascherano's entanglement and dived to attack the goal. The ball flew out of the crossbar. The stands once again rang with an ultrasonic-like exclamation. Lee Tongfan helplessly took out a piece of toilet paper from his pocket and stuffed it into his ears, then shrugged his shoulders and smiled at the stunned assistant coach Alan Shearer. This scene was caught by the live broadcast, and it is estimated that it will become a highlight of the league for a week after the game. As the game gradually entered a white-hot stage, under the deliberate tactical arrangement of the two head coaches, Torres and Michael Owen, the spearheads of their respective teams, became the most eye-catching figures on the field. Anfield became a stage for the direct confrontation between the new and old Golden Boys. Torres, the holy child, easily broke through Jose Enrique's defense. Joey Barton pulled hard beside him, but couldn't keep up with Torres' rhythm. Shoot. Damn, it's Given again. Juan Mata's pass. AWW. Horror. Owen, who is 1.72 meters tall, actually headed the ball before Hierapia, who is 1.91 meters tall. Hierapia is really old. Fortunately, Reina focused and blocked Owen's header. In the 76th minute, Jared made a strong pass to the middle on the wing. Because the ball was too fast, Newcastle's two central defenders Afe and Stephen Taylor did not dare to stretch their feet to touch the ball. The momentary hesitation of being afraid of the weapon once again gave Torres, who was strongly inserted from the back point, a chance. The close-range shot finally fooled Given's defense, but unfortunately the ball hit the far goal post after passing Given and bounced out. The frightened Cameroonian defender Habibi kicked it out of the penalty area. What a pity. Torres' condition has not been good in the past few minutes. He has at least wasted 3 or 4 absolute opportunities that he could easily grasp at ordinary times. The commentator sighed, but the good news for Anfield fans is that Newcastle's ace striker Michael Owen is not much better than Torres, and he has also wasted a lot of opportunities, as, if to prove the commentator's words, less than a minute later Owen incredibly wasted several precious single-handed opportunities. Looking at the football that was tightly pressed under the frightened Liverpool goalkeeper Ian, Owen turned around and raised his hand to apologize to Juan Mata, who created this single-handed opportunity. The game continues. Since both sides were playing recklessly, there were continuous good scoring opportunities, but Owen and Tors competed to waste opportunities after scoring, and the score of 2:2 on the field has not been broken. As time passed, it seemed that the game would end in a draw. Such a result is completely acceptable to Liverpool, because once the final score is fixed at 2:2, the undefeated myth of Madley that has troubled European football for almost 2 years will end at Anfield. This honour seems more convincing than the victory of the game itself. In the 89th minute, Liverpool created the last killing opportunity of the game. Passing expert Alonso's precise long pass accurately caught the Newcastle defender's offside tactical mistake in an instant and sent a fatal over-the-top long pass near the centre circle. Tors, who successfully countered the offside, drove straight in without forming a single knife. The opportunity of the Anfield Holy Child is here. However, when he dribbled the ball for the third time, Tors seemed to have made a small mistake. He exerted too much force on his feet, causing the ball to slip out of his control. Although the Anfield Saint quickly used his excellent speed and explosive power to regain control before the ball flew out of the baseline, the shooting angle was already very small at this time. Facing Given, who had completely blocked every shooting route, Tors did not choose to knock the ball hard to Jared on the other side, who had already waved for the ball, but chose to shoot hard himself. Bang! The ball was hit hard by goalkeeper Given's fists out of the penalty area. Wrong choice. Tors should have given the ball to Jared, who was in a better position, instead of choosing to shoot himself. A golden scoring opportunity was wasted like this. You know, a simple horizontal knock can give Jared a chance to push the empty goal. Alas. Too young, too competitive. It seems that the game will really end in a draw. Look at Newcastle's attack. Dangerous, just. As the commentator was still sighing, the situation on the court suddenly changed. The ball thrown by Given landed squarely at the feet of Newcastle defender Habibi. The 31-year-old Cameroonian remembered the arrangement made by his boss Crazy Lee before the game and boldly rushed forward along the sideline with the ball. After encountering Sissoko's pressing near the midline, Habibi knocked the ball across the middle and continued to run along the sideline. Sure enough, after running 3 or 4 steps, his teammate Alan Smith once again sent the ball back to Habibi's feet. A successful midfield 1-2. After continuing to advance about 10 meters, facing Liverpool defender Insa, Habibi wisely lowered his speed and passed a 45-degree diagonal pass from the wing and sent the football into the Liverpool penalty area. Cameroonians are looking for Amiabi. Amiabi, who is 1.94 meters tall, made the most correct handling of the ball in the game. When the football was about to hit his head, he suddenly shrank his head and followed behind Amiabi with small moves to harass him. Hypia did not expect this situation at all. He watched the football fly over his head, but was unable to do anything. And on the backside of Liverpool's penalty area, a lightning-like figure penetrated at high speed. Michael Owen. However, the poor state of Tors, the new golden boy, seems to have infected the old golden boy Irving. Irving also made mistakes when handling the ball this time. By the time Irving completely controlled the ball at his feet, he had almost formed a line with the Liverpool goal. On the same straight line. 0 angle. What to do? Shot. Time was in a hurry, and Owen had no room to think carefully. Instead, he sent the football under his feet, based on his feeling. Amiabi deliberately missed the ball, which was dangerous. Irving was going to take the shot alone. Ouch. He made a mistake in stopping the ball. Haha, 0-degree angle, no time. Irving chose to shoot. Ouch. No. A cunning pass. Owen sent the ball to the other side of the player. Juan Mata pushed into the empty goal. At this moment, the captured Anfield fell into silence! 3 minutes later, the Anfield Stadium was still silent, and the cop didn't know whether to cheer or boo the former leader of the Red Army. Owen scored in the way they expected, but it was indeed Liverpool's goal that he broke through. Perhaps only the words of the onside commentator can best represent the mood of the cop at this moment. In the battle for the golden boy, Irving had the last laugh, and the final pass Michael used to defeat Tors was just one pass. Maybe the more mature Tors 3 or 4 years later can also do the same when his feet are not going well. A little, but today the Spanish holy infant has to surrender to the young man chasing the wind. Goodbye, Michael Owen, you won the present, and we gained the future. Thanks to Dave Fay, 10,000, Darnglin 2010 Wind and Tersebuds, Leaves Mariah and Chanksioki I love smoking, and drinking JKT 611 fluctuating waves immortal riding a pig 04113 The dismemberment of the dead baby will be supported by generous rewards. Thank you brothers for your subscriptions, monthly votes and recommendations. The knife has also noticed the recent plot problems, and the changes will come out soon. Please wait and see. Chapter 286 today, 039's third update. The old man was buried today, and there are many things to do, so Xiaodao has no time to write in the morning. Today's 3 updates will all be after 6 PM. Once my girlfriend's grandmother passes away, Xiaodao can resume stable updates. Please understand, brothers. Chapter 287 Taking advantage of the situation. Running 9,450 meters in the whole game. 9 shots, 2 goals 78 passes, 63% success rate. 0 steals, 18 one-on-one breakthroughs, 9 successful ones, 2 threatening passes. This is the answer sheet of Anfield's new golden boy Fernando Torres in the last Premier League game of the 07-08 season. No matter from which angle, such data is a perfect answer sheet that only an absolutely outstanding striker can hand in, but it is a pity that even so Fernando Torres did not become the best player of the game. Not only because Liverpool lost, the main reason is that on this crazy afternoon at Anfield, someone did it more perfectly than Torres. Michael Owen, running 10,130 meters in the whole game. 5 shots, 2 goals 1 law, assist. Being fouled 21 times 45 passes, 53% success rate. 2 key steals, 18 one-on-one breakthroughs, 7 threatening passes. This is what Owen did in the afternoon at Anfield, as listed by the post-match statistics. As an assassin-type striker who is not known for his endurance, Owen's efforts in running distance undoubtedly made the midfielders ashamed. Although Michael Owen was harassed by the Argentine monster Mascherano's close-up tricks in the game, his passing success rate, number of shots, and breakthrough success rate were far lower than Torres, but all the data disadvantages were insignificant in front of Owen's law assist in the 90th minute of the game, because it was this assist that forced Liverpool to swallow the bitter fruit of failure at Anfield. What made Torres even more embarrassed in the comparison between the two was that less than 30 seconds before Owen sent out the attack, he could have taken the same way to help Liverpool end the game. As a result, the new golden boy missed the opportunity by forcing a shot when he knew it was impossible, but Newcastle helped the old golden boy. The battle between the new and old golden boys has come to an end. Michael Owen used a key assist to explain what old is still spicy. Even Liverpool coach Benitez, who disdained Owen before the game, seemed to lower his proud head. The huge change in the Spanish coach's attitude at the post-match press conference made everyone think Michael has long been one of the great shooters in Liverpool's history. Everyone at Anfield misses him. Some people suggest that the club recall Michael. What I want to say is, why not? The reporter's eyes lit up quickly. Is it true that the rumors that Liverpool wants to buy back Owen are not groundless? Faced with poaching, how will the unruly Madman Lee deal with it? It seems that this transfer period of the Premier League will become lively because of the existence of Madman Lee. Of course, Michael Owen is not the only one who has made a big splash in this game. It goes without saying that other Magpies players have received high scores. Madman Lee's middle finger has triggered another round of public opinion frenzy. Therefore, when the Magpie bus led the mighty expedition convoy back to Newcastle, the comments on this game from the British Isles media finally flooded in. A very contradictory feeling filled the nerves of every fan, because in a way, the fact that Newcastle beat the Red Army Liverpool away was both expected by them, and a surprise to the British Isles. It was expected because from the time Crazy Lee emerged 2 years ago to now, no head coach in European football has shown the ability or signs to shake Crazy Lee's undefeated myth. So when Crazy Lee's middle finger of war appeared again in the 60th minute of the game, it seemed that the fall of Anfield had been destined long ago. It was a big surprise, because even with the bonus of Crazy Lee's curse, even though the weak defeating the strong is not uncommon in football, but Newcastle's personnel configuration, which is several levels worse than that of the Reds, was able to reverse the Reds' Liverpool at Anfield, which has to be regarded as a big upset in the 2007-08 season. In view of this, the Daily Telegraph made a very interesting special issue. The newspaper's chief football expert David Embask carefully analysed 3 classic cases of the weak defeating the strong in Newcastle's away games against Tottenham Hotspur, Manchester United and Liverpool this season, which can be included in the football textbooks. He analyzed the psychological tactics, starting lineup, substitutions and tactical changes of Madley before, during, and after the 3 games. Finally, the Daily Telegraph mysteriously concluded that Madley directed everything. Whether it was the new coach Martin Jol, or the long-time immortal Alex Ferguson and Rafael Benitez, they were all played around by Madley. Of course, not everyone agrees with David Embask's conclusion, and the actual situation does not seem as exaggerated and mysterious as David Embask's conclusion. But there is one point that the media and public opinion circles in the British Isles have reached a consensus on. Mad Lee is definitely the first person in the history of football who can maximize the influence of the head coach on the outcome of the game. Even because of the existence of the phenomenon of Crazy Lee Quan Sheng myth, the importance of head coaches has become more and more prominent. The status of football head coaches of clubs of all sizes in the 5 major European leagues has also been invisibly improved to a new level. When the clock struck 12 on May 11th, the 2007-2008 Premier League season finally settled. Red Devils Manchester United relied on the crazy performance of Portuguese winger Cristiano Ronaldo to go all the way despite a poor start to the league and successfully defended their Premier League title. Chelsea, the blue team, exerted its strength a little too late in the second half, and had no choice but to finish second. The most disappointing and regrettable thing is Arsenal. Professor Arsene Wenger and his disciples were still in the lead in the second half of the league, but they actually caused the Gunners fans to collapse again, as they were accustomed to, and finally ranked 3rd in the league standings. As a result, Gunners fans have once again called for the club to buy experienced big-name stars to enhance the team's competitiveness in the league. Benitez's Red Army Liverpool ranked 4th after losing to Newcastle in the final round. But position in the league table does not truly explain the Reds' decline this season, because the points difference between the top 3 in the standings, Manchester United, Chelsea and Arsenal, is only 2 points each. But when it comes to Liverpool, after 38 rounds, the Red Army is 7 points behind 3rd placed Arsenal. With such results, it's no wonder that the cop is thinking day and night about repercating Michael Owen. The team's competitiveness in the league is really disappointing. Excluding the traditional top 4, the team that appeared in 5th place in the standings made the eyes of the British Isles shattered. It was actually Newcastle who were last in the standings. The strong arrival of Crazy Lee allowed the Magpies to miraculously score 30 points in the last 10 rounds, and finally surpassed teams such as Tottenham Hotspur, West Ham United, and Middlesbrough with 58 league points, qualified for next season's UEFA Cup. This dream result sent the seaport city of Newcastle into wild celebrations, and Lee Tongfan and Sir John Hall took the opportunity to join forces with Mick Ashley to announce the acquisition of the team. This piece of news quickly shook the European football world like thunder. Countless reporters, like bloodthirsty sharks who smelled the smell of blood, frantically poured into Newcastle from all over the world. May 18th. Press conference hall, St. James Park, Newcastle. The reason for buying Newcastle? It's simple. When I came here as the head coach 2 months ago, I proudly admitted that I had been an avid Newcastle fan since I was a child. So when the team was in after Christmas, when the league was in trouble, I thought I had an obligation to do something for the team. Without hesitation, I contacted Sir John Hall, who also loved Newcastle, and soon reached an agreement to jointly acquire the club. Fortunately, now this is finally a dream come true. I'm willing to stay here and bring countless championship trophies to Newcastle until this city no longer needs me. As for the new board members of the club, I will meet you this afternoon on the rostrum point. After Lee Tongfan explained his reasons for acquiring Newcastle, he signed his name on the final acquisition agreement in the presence of more than 500 reporters from major media around the world. Then, with a smile on his face, Leo Lee warmly shook hands with his partner Sir John Hall and former Newcastle owner Mick Ashley respectively, and posed in a very cool pose to accept the reporter's photo, completely ignoring the crowd in the hall. A mess of shock. The crackling flashing wind was like silver white thunderbolts exploding in the hall. The excited and flushed faces of the reporters and the numerous microphones, mobile phones, and recorders reaching for the rostrum showed that an astonishing event was taking place in this hall of less than 300 square meters. Some unlucky people who couldn't go to the rostrum to take photos and ask questions because the press conference was too crowded either shouted loudly or simply ran outside the hall and took out their laptops and used the wireless network to release the news as soon as possible. As long as they were sure it is indeed true that Crazy Lee acquired Newcastle, and it doesn't matter if you use your imagination to make up other content. So, 3 hours later, Crazy Lee recreates the miracle and acquires the team as head coach. The Chinese take over the Premier League's top clubs club, national team, team owner. What other miracles can Crazy Lee bring? Foreign assets strike again. Newcastle bids farewell to its English roots. The madness at the end of the season, made by the Chinese the focus of the media from various countries, suddenly shifted from the full inventory and evaluation of the gains and losses of the 5 major league clubs in the 2007-2008 season to Crazy Lee's acquisition of Newcastle with lightning speed. The overwhelming bombardment of public opinion has made almost every football fan in Europe, who is neither deaf nor blind know that a Chinese named Ding Tong has acquired a Premier League team, the Sun. This is the story of an incredibly successful man, from an unknown laid-off worker to a world-famous coach with an invincible personality, from a head coach who had to make concessions under Calderon's power to controlling all the power of the Newcastle club. The new boss, Crazy Lee, only took 2 years. Daily Telegraph. Until this moment, I'm finally completely sure, when this 23-year-old Chinese young man accepted the invitation of the Football Association and came to Great Britain in an invincible manner a year ago, he already had a heart that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Test the ambition. Sunday, when Madman Lee successfully drew the first beautiful note belonging to the Chinese in England. As a British man, I don't know whether to say lucky or unfortunate. The only thing I can be sure of is, following the Americans' ties, after the Arabs, the wolf of the Premier League strikes again as the youngest legend in the history of Real Madrid continues to expand his irresistible dominance in England. If one day Madman Lee leads his black and white sword-striped warriors as an enemy invading the Bernabeu, when the magic middle finger, that still seems to be unsolvable, is raised towards the Galacticus, what should we do? Cheers or boos? Marker. Newcastle's Madman Lee is already receiving worship from 1.3 billion Chinese people, while Real Madrid's Capello is still struggling to compete with the Catalans for the championship trophy. Last year's mythical season saw it is destined to become only a beautiful memory. Of course, not all media are singing the praises of Menseo Man, and many people have questioned this acquisition. The German kicker, adhering to the unique rigor of the Germans, expressed concern about Crazy Lee's approach. Yes, he is an unparalleled head coach, but to become the chairman of a football club, he only has coaching talent. It is estimated that Newcastle has at least £30 million of bank loans due this summer that need to be repaid, and the salaries of the team's stars and club staff will consume Newcastle at least another £30 million every year, plus stadium maintenance, youth training investment, transfer budget, compared with the rational evaluation and analysis of kicker, the Catalan media, which had become a mortal enemy of Leo Lee as early as a year ago, is not so friendly. The new editor-in-chief of World Sports News Gascoding inherited the position of his predecessor Flaws, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. As a poor man, Madman Lee Qialang is arrogant enough to participate in the game of Russian Arab millionaires. I'm sure that the Chinese will be shattered to pieces without any surprise. Ended up bankrupt, because record cannot bring everything to a club. 6. Hours after the news was announced, the world's media were still in an uproar, but Lee Tongfan looked calm and appeared on the lawn of St. James Park with John Hall, another major shareholder of the Magpies, and the new members of Newcastle's board of directors for their first media meeting. To the reporter's surprise, the person who serves as Newcastle's chairman is not Lee Tongfan, who holds 51% of the absolute shares of the Magpies, but another major shareholder, John Hall. In addition to his status as a shareholder, Lee Tongfan's only official position in the Magpies is that of head coach. This chapter is 4000, and there is another chapter 5000, which will be released at 11 o'clock. 3 chapters combined into 2. Thank you. Elmer H. Edgeblauber 2006 Absolute Relative Darnglin 2010 Book Friend 810,124,526 I Love 888 Bloodthirsty God Dream Loitering Boy Isolation House Kangs Hafengan I Love Smoking and Drinking Lang Fifeng Huan's a Black Thief Fi Smiles I Will Dismember the Dead Baby and Give You a Big Reward. Thank you brothers for your silent subscription, monthly votes, recommendations, and click support. Chapter 288 Another Miracle. Sorry for being even later, mainly because when I reached the 5,000 words promised in advance, I suddenly found that I couldn't express what I wanted to express in this chapter, so I wrote more than 6,000 words in one breath. The praises are pouring in, and the criticisms are pouring in. This was the reaction of public opinion within 24 hours after Lee Tongfan's acquisition of Newcastle was announced. Originally, Laoli would just dismiss the views of media reporters and experts as bullies and laugh them off. However, considering that the trend of public opinion will greatly affect the views of Newcastle fans, Lee Tongfan thought over and over again and finally decided to take some measures to guide public opinion use. Old Sir John Hall's personal network as powerful as an old tree, to bribe the Newcastle Post, Sunday Express, The Sun and other very influential media in the UK, through the media praised the surprise acquisition, and created momentum. After all, in essence, the support of fans is the most solid foundation for a club. Of Newcastle, which claims to have the largest number of fans in the UK, boycotts because of a Chinese takeover. Then your life at St. James Park will definitely not be easy. In fact, in addition to temporarily buying the media, Lee Tongfan chose to accept the FA to coach the England national team and turn the tide to help the Three Lions advance in a desperate situation. Then he took the lead as the head coach at the difficult stage when Newcastle fell to the bottom of the standings, joining Newcastle in one step to save the party and the country in the critical moment of life and death. This series of actions are all aimed at laying a good fan base for today's acquisition. According to Laoli's original plan, when he acquires Newcastle as a savior, there should be less resistance from public opinion, right? So one day later, when Lee Tongfan estimated that Newcastle people had almost digested the news of the club's acquisition, Lee Tongfan made his first careful test of the fans. Laoli organized the last player celebration banquet of the season on the grounds of celebrating the team's entry into the UEFA Cup, and sent an invitation to fans through the club's official website one day in advance. Newcastle citizens can watch any of the 38 league rounds this season. A ticket stub from a Magpies game to attend the celebration party. It all depends on the fans' reaction. John Newton. This ordinary member of the Newcastle bus driver has been in pain and happiness in the last 2 months of the Premier League. The pain was because his newlywed wife Nella's washboard almost made him kneel on his bare knees to pieces. When he was happy, Newton and other die-hard Magpies fans from the Flying Magpies fan club followed the path of the Newcastle bus and witnessed a game that was unimaginable in the Allardyce era 2 months ago. Hearty victory. When Crazy Lee, the Chinese young man who created miracles in Real Madrid, arrived at Newcastle in magical footsteps, everything became simple. Facing a weak team, Newcastle can perform a goal-scoring performance like an overwhelming one. Opposite the Giants, Newcastle can actually make those high-ranking stars look for teeth in head-to-head confrontations. These dreams that were previously unattainable for all Newcastle people have become a living reality because of the existence of Crazy Lee. 3 days ago, on the afternoon of Anfield, when the team relied on Michael Owen's assist to defeat the powerful Red Army Liverpool at the last minute, Newton, like all Magpies fans, fell into uncontrollable madness. 5th in the league. entering the European arena next season. Who would dare to expect such results when the team ranked last in the league 2 months ago? However, after the madness comes the troubles of happiness. Like many Newcastle fans, Newton is proud to have such a head coach. It is obvious that this happiness will continue as long as Crazy Lee coaches Newcastle. On the other hand, Newton is worried that Newcastle cannot accommodate this small puddle. With a great god like Crazy Lee, I'm afraid that I will wake up one day after the season and find in the newspaper that Inter Milan or some other wealthy club poached Crazy Lee with a check. Is there any way to keep Crazy Lee in Newcastle forever? There was silence in the days that followed Newton's afternoon at Anfield Point. The young die-hard Newcastle fan began to think hard and search for a perfect solution to the problem. In the end, Newton came to the only conclusion that the club should get rid of Mick Ashley, a shameless fat man who never believed in his words, as soon as possible, and then replace with an owner who truly loves the team and is willing to spend money and give the greatest support to all management actions of Crazy Lee at St. James Park. Transfer fee and trust. These two things are what Crazy Lee needs most in Newcastle. Newton has no doubt that, as long as he has these two things, the talented madman Lee will definitely be able to build Newcastle into a dynasty like Manchester United, Chelsea, and Liverpool, and recreate the glory that fascinated countless Newcastle fans in the 1940s. However, the most critical question is, who can give Crazy Lee these two things? Sheffield. Impossible. Because since the former chairman sold Newcastle shares to Mick Ashley, he has solemnly declared that he will only love Newcastle as an ordinary fan from now on, and under the recent economic situation, the Sheffield family business seems not too good. Sir John Hall. It's quite annoying. Although no one doubts the old Sir's love for Newcastle, and no one does not hope that the old Sir can once again fall from the sky to save the Magpies from crisis as he did many years ago, but think about the age of this old man. The poor young bus driver Newton thought about it and found that he had completely entered a dead end. All contradictions finally returned to the starting point of the problem. Now it seems that no one can help Newcastle keep Crazy Lee forever. Of course, if those wealthy Arab oil tycoons or Americans may be interested in acquiring Newcastle, they may be able to provide sufficient transfer fees, but as a native of Newcastle, Newton always thinks of these people. Sometimes, I will only do the same action as many other Newcastle fans. He stretched out his finger and cursed fiercely. Go to hell. Do those guys who treat football as a toy understand the true essence of Newcastle shack to football? The reason why Newcastle has the largest number of fans in the UK is precisely because the club has always represented the image of the working people since the first day of its birth, and Milburn, the first team hero since the Magpies was founded, has been. Newcastle are affectionately known as sons of the working class. The British BBC TV station once conducted a survey and surprisingly found that in England, in addition to supporting their home team, most fans also have a soft spot for the Magpies. Even the former British Prime Minister claimed to be a loyal Newcastle fan. This shows the influence of Magpie among the middle and lower class people. The book returns to its true story. In 3 days, young John Newton repeatedly risked the huge risk of kneeling on the washboard. As soon as he got off work, he couldn't wait to gather in the bar with his flying Magpie golfers to worry about the future of the team. Fans gathered together to drink, chat, brag and think of many ways, but the feasibility of these bad ideas didn't seem very reliable. In the afternoon of the third day, just like the previous few days, Newton made a few phone calls to his newly wife Nellie after get off work, claiming that he had to work overtime, and then sneaked into the football-themed bar near the station. Pushing open the squeaky retro trapdoor and entering the dim bar hall, a fanatical atmosphere hits you. Newton found that a lot of people had gathered in the bar. The fat guy David, who always yelled and spilled beer on others when watching football, was standing tall and naked on the bar with a 500ml beer in his hand. Cup shouted, "Hey, come on. Cheers to the wonderful 5th place in the league, brothers. Cheers." Other fans, sitting or standing, also shouted loudly, holding their glasses high, "Cheers to the UEFA Cup next season. Cheers." Seeing this scene, Newton walked in blankly, pushed Fat David off the bar unceremoniously, and then jumped up on his own. "Hey, guys, wake up. We are not drinking beer now. When Newton patted his chest excitedly. War is coming. We must be ready to fight. Want to win the UEFA Cup? Want to appear in the European competition next season? We must keep Mr. Rice. Don't you know that those damn wealthy clubs are already waving checks to invite Mr. Rice Tong to join their clubs? There was silence in the bar indeed. Less than 2 or 3 days after the end of the Premier League, news about the transfer of Crazy Lee and Newcastle's star players is already flying all over the sky. Inter Milan, which once again failed to win the Champions League. Real Madrid, which barely defended the league title. Bayern Munich, who is looking for Klinsmann's replacement. Almost any European giant with an unstable coaching position or a poor record in the 2007-08 season is sparing no effort to ogle Newcastle saviour. Madmanly Point news about the transfer of Newcastle players, such as Liverpool's acquisition of Michael Owen, Arsenal's introduction of Given, and Manchester City's seduction of Joey Barton, are even more numerous and frequently reported in the newspapers. The atmosphere created by the media has made Newcastle become a football supermarket. Newcastle fans are in constant panic point at this moment. Newton's words undoubtedly exposed everyone's scars for a moment. Everyone in the bar didn't know what to say other than lowering their heads and drinking. The fat man David, who had been pushed under the bar by Newton, stood up, slammed the cup in his hand onto the bar, spread his hands, and said helplessly shrugging, "Hey, little Newton, tell me, what can we guys who have to wait for a beer at the bar do for Newcastle? Can we?" Newton was left speechless by Fat David's question point at this time. Suddenly, a bald man wearing a Newcastle uniform suddenly stumbled into the bar outside. Like a neurotic lunatic, he grabbed the remote control for the big screen for watching football from the bartender's hand. He hurriedly adjusted the channel in a few seconds, and then started staring. The screen takes care of itself and looks carefully. Others in the bar were clearly confused by the bald man's behavior. Fat David took a sip of beer and cursed, "Hey, Bald Bill, what the hell are you doing? Is your damn fat pig wife coming to hunt you down again with a kitchen knife?" Remembering the scene 3 days ago, when this bald man named Bill was chased by his wife because he delayed picking up his children from school while watching football, the fans in the bar burst into laughter. But just halfway through laughing, everyone looked like a drake that had been strangled by the neck, staring at the TV screen with wide eyes. This is the press conference hall of Newcastle St James Park Stadium. BBC TV reporter Angela is reporting for you. Ouch. Damn. Don't squeeze me. A gorgeous woman with heavy makeup appeared on the big TV screen, holding a microphone in her hand and struggling to broadcast live in the crowded crowd. Point of course, the reason why all the men in the bar were staring at the TV screen intently was not because the female anchor named Angela was extremely beautiful, nor was it because her thin underwear was removed from a certain part of her upper group. The restraints jumped out, but the location of the broadcast is surprisingly at St James Park. On the screen, two men who hold the hearts of thousands of Newcastle fans can be vaguely seen behind the crowded crowd. Madmanly, the god of Newcastle today, and Sir John Hall, the god of Newcastle once upon a time. What's going on? Why is Mr. Hall there with Sir Hall? The reaction of the fans in the bar was exactly the same as when Michael Owen and Alan Shearer saw the two new owners in Chairman Martin's office. Point the mystery was quickly revealed. Point the female anchor of BBC TV answered everyone's questions. Please note that this is Angela reporting for you. The most incredible news of this season. Newcastle coach Lee and Sir John Hall purchased the Magpies and became the century-old club with 51% of the shares. The team's largest shareholder. Boom, the bar is in chaos. Ouch. Got Mr. Rice Tong bought Newcastle? What the hell is going on? Fatty David was the first to moan, while covering his heart. He is a Chinese, not an Englishman. How could he do this? Why not Sir Hall's sole proprietorship? I prefer that Madmanly is just the head coach of the team, not the chief shareholder of this damn club. He made St James Park become impure in the minds of the English. Hell, Newcastle doesn't belong to the British anymore. What should we do? Are we really going to hold a sit-in protest under the club building with slogans like "Get out of the Chinese" or some other protest against the takeover? The crowd in the bar was noisy, and it was obvious that these traditional British men had a hard time accepting the fact that a Chinese suddenly became the leader of the club. To some extent, the English are notoriously stubborn. When the Americans Hicks and Geely bought Liverpool, the Glazer family bought Manchester United, and former Thai Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra bought Manchester City, they were all met with crazy resistance from fans. And even stadium tickets were sold out at the beginning of the new season. It couldn't be sold, and every game there were always some die-hard fans in the stands holding up slogans and flags protesting the takeover and cursing the club's new owner. For British gentlemen, whether they are Americans, Thais, Arabs, or Chinese, as long as they do not have the blood of Great Britain flowing in their bodies, the acquisition of a football club will always be resisted. At this moment, even John Newton, Lee Tongfan's crazy admirer, was confused. Although the young bus driver hoped that Crazy Lee would stay, he was a little stunned to stay in this way. May 21st. The clouds will turn sunny and the temperature will rise. This is the third day after the news of Lee Tongfan's acquisition of Newcastle was announced. The square in front of St Gateshead Music Hall, Newcastle. Lee Tongbm announced through the Newcastle club's official website that a celebration banquet to celebrate the team's entry into next season's UEFA Cup competition will be held here. A small temporary stage has been set up for the ceremony. At 9 o'clock in the morning, everyone from the Newcastle club, including the new chairman Sir John Hall, to the old scene who was guarding the gate of the Rigbotton training base, came here. More than 200 people from the first team, reserve team, U18 youth and club staff came here on time. In addition, there are hundreds of journalists from major media groups. As for Newcastle fans, probably less than 500 people came here and there. Such a lineup was nothing compared to the more than 250,000 Magpies fans in Newcastle. And until 9:30, no more fans came to attend the celebration banquet. There is only one reason for such a cold scene. That is, that the vast majority of Newcastle fans do not welcome Crazy Lee to come to St James Park as the club's majority shareholder. He is indeed a xenophobic Englishman. Even if Crazy Lee saved the England team and Newcastle, which was in the abyss of relegation, he would not be able to get the support of Magpies fans on this matter. Among the reporters who came to cover the celebration party was Luis Garcia, a reporter from the Spanish Catalonia Mundo Deportivo. This guy was mixed in with his colleagues and showed a gloating smile on his face, constantly fanning the flames. This time Crazy Lee has lost face. 10 minutes later the situation still did not change. Garcia finally couldn't help but jump out, like a clown who has succeeded. He shouted in a weird tone, "Crazy Lee, where are all the Newcastle fans? Is your club only less than 500 fans? Haha." On the temporary stage Lee Tongfan frowned, and this scene made the old Lee very disappointed. Could it be that after doing so much, he really couldn't make those stubborn and conservative Newcastle fans accept him? Offstage. After finally catching the extremely embarrassed figure of Crazy Lee, the gloating Garcia was about to raise the camera in his hand to take a picture of this rare scene, and then write an article titled "Poor Crazy Lee becomes the most unpopular person in Newcastle," to ridicule the biggest enemy of Camp Nou. But the scene that happened next made the Catalan. The proud smile on the face of the Asian reporter froze. Someone is coming. A lot of people. Suddenly, from the main road at the far end of the square in front of the Gateshead Music Hall, countless fans wearing black and white Newcastle uniforms poured out like a flash flood. The burly men at the front held up a large banner with the head of Crazy Lee printed on it. "Although you are a Chinese, although the blood flowing in your body is not Great Britain, but whether you are the head coach of the team or the big boss of the club, in our hearts you are the most popular person at St James Park." In the crowd, Newton and Fatty David walked in front with big banners and smiling. The young bus driver and all the people in the Flying Magpies fan club spent 3 days contacting thousands of fan organizations in Newcastle and planning this surprise appearance, which was a small surprise for Mr. Lucky. They want to let the whole world know, although the English are stubborn and xenophobic, they also know how to be grateful. For those who really love football and Magpies, Newcastle people are willing to open their arms and warmly welcome them, such as Mr. Lucky today. At this moment. The applause and cheers roared like the eternal waves of the English Channel, and the black and white crowd soon merged into every corner of the square in front of the Gateshead Music Hall. The media reporters roughly estimated that there were at least 100,000 Newcastle fans. Newcastle fans accepted the invitation of the club's new boss Lee Tongfan and came to cheer for the team's celebration banquet with ticket stubs for watching Newcastle's game this season. This number is almost half of the total population of Newcastle, with just one informal invitation through the club's official website. So many people came. Crazy Lee's appeal in this city is really terrifying. On the other side, Lee Tongfan's tense heart finally let go. With the salutes and black and white confetti that had been prepared around the square, Newcastle entered a carnival moment. The celebration banquet officially began. The scale and the atmosphere were far beyond anyone's expectations. The edge of the square. Lewis Garcia, a reporter from the Daily Sports Daily who was squeezed to the outermost edge by the crowd, sighed dejectedly, "Damn it, let this hateful Chinese reverse it again. It seems that Crazy Lee will create a new record again. He will become the first person in history to acquire a Premier League club as a foreigner, but still be warmly welcomed by arrogant and proud British gentlemen. Damn it. Another miracle." Chapter 289 Madman Lion-039, S Butcher Knife. May 21st. What happened in the square in front of St. Gateshead Hall was like a light comedy. This unexpected scene surprised the media and football experts who were not optimistic about Madley's acquisition of Newcastle and were waiting to see the joke with glee. Madley was not ruthlessly resisted and rejected, but won the support of Newcastle people like an emperor who was crowned and enthroned by the people. Although he is not a pure British, we prefer to regard him as a Newcastle man, because the mayor of Newcastle has just awarded Mr. Foolish the Medal of Honorary Citizen. Facing the reporter's questions, John Newton, a representative of Newcastle fans, explained to the world why Newcastle people welcome Crazy Lee. For Newcastle people, everything is ideal now. Because the chairman of the club is still Sir Hall, and Mr. Foolish does not regard the team as his personal property, because he controls an absolute stake in Newcastle. More importantly, he promised that, if Newcastle no longer needs him one day, he is willing to sell his club shares to other British people. We believe him. When has Crazy Lee not fulfilled his promise? He never disappoints the fans who support and love him. Of course, the most important thing is that Newcastle cannot do without the invincible Crazy Lee. Prestige plus means. This is why Crazy Lee successfully controls the club with the largest number of fans in the UK. What the British media did not expect was that more than 100,000 Newcastle citizens attended the informal celebration banquet just to celebrate the team's 5th place in the league. This somewhat terrifying number even exceeded the scale of the celebration banquet held by the Red Devils Manchester United in Manchester Harbour City to successfully defend the league title. Moreover, under the advance operation of the cunning and sultry man, the broadcasting rights of this celebration banquet were auctioned at a sky-high price of £1 million. And finally, the British national television, represented by the famous British traitor Sester, won the broadcasting rights. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat! £1 million is enough for Leoli to pick 5 or 6 unknown little demons with super high potential from the FM 2008 Scout tool and buy them for training. After a few years, when the little guys mature and are sold, that will become dozens or hundreds of times 1 million. After the celebration banquet, the team began a long vacation. But for Lee Tongfan, this vacation is destined to be an extremely busy summer, because the 2008 European Cup will be held in half a month. Leoli will change his work focus and lead the England team to participate in the upcoming European Cup as the head coach of the Three Lions. There is a long way to go, but before that, Newcastle's summer signings and cleaning work must also be accelerated. Perhaps after the European Cup, many young players favoured by Leoli will see their value soar because of their outstanding performance in the European Cup. Once other giants recognize the true value of these little guys, Newcastle will have no advantage in the competition. So in the next week, Newcastle's transfer department accelerated its work pace at Leoli's request, and the official website of Newcastle Club published player transfer notices one after another at 9 AM on May 23rd. Newcastle's main midfielder Joey Barton finally returned to his old club Manchester City for £19 million. This multi-million level transaction has fired a powerful first shot for the Premier League summer transfer. The red card specialist just joined the Magpies from Manchester City for £11 million a season ago, and less than 12 months later, the Magpies not only qualified for the UEFA Cup with Joey Barton's outstanding performance, but also got a transfer difference of £8 million, which is simply a huge profit point. Of course, it seems that Manchester City has not done so for the time being, because the bad boy successfully froze the 07208 European Golden Boot Cristiano Ronaldo, and the Red Army sold Steven Gerrard's outstanding performance in the afternoon at Old Trafford and Anfield, which has made him one of the top European midfielders, and Manchester City is not short of money now. At 12 o'clock noon on May 24, Emma, the talented Turkish attacking midfielder in the Magpies, also bid farewell to St James Park. Although Emma performed well in Lee Tongbum's first game against Tottenham Hotspur, and was the most imaginative and creative player in Newcastle's front court, his frequently injured physical condition and poor physical fitness forced Lee to give up the Turk. This midfielder, who was praised by European football as the most talented midfielder in Turkey in the 20th century, returned to his home club Galatasaray for £6 million after a 7-year European journey at Inter Milan and Newcastle. 9 AM on May 26. The fourth player to sing the farewell song after James Milner, Joey Barton and Emma is the 32-year-old Australian Rhino Mark Viduka, the powerful centre forward who joined Newcastle on a free transfer from Middlesbrough last season. Chose to join the Croatian giants Dinamo Zagreb, bringing a transfer fee of £3 million to Lee Tongbum. 18 PM on May 26. The 22-year-old South African attacking midfielder Patterson, who came from the Newcastle youth training camp, joined the English Championship team Wolves for £1 million. 9 AM on May 27. The 26-year-old high school forward Solar Amiabi, who is 1.91 meters tall, switched to the Scottish Premiership giant Glasgow Rangers for £8 million. May 29th at 11:00 am. The 32-year-old Spanish midfielder Sergio moved to La Liga Española for £3 million. So far, this is the only loss-making transaction that Lee Tongfan has made, because before the start of this season, Sergio came to St James Park Stadium for a high price of £9 million. Of course, not every purge is realized according to Leoli's wishes. Senegalese centre-back Afe has no one to care about. 25-year-old Argentine defender Pirano and 30-year-old Nigerian left-back Bucero have also become bad players. Warehouse goods within a week. After becoming the majority shareholder of Newcastle, Crazy Lee immediately raised the bloody butcher knife. Within 5 days, 7 of the Magpies' main or semi-main players left St James Park. Although the departure of these players brought a total of £47 million in transfer revenue to Newcastle, considering the team's needs next season, participating in a two-front battle in the UEFA Cup, there was no news of other signings other than the purge, and the fans were still a little worried. The news media also broke out some unusually harsh arguments. Some crackers couldn't wait to jump out and point out that Madman Lee did not consider the interests of the Magpies at all, but was using Newcastle to make money. They even maliciously speculated that Lee Tongfan was on the verge of bankruptcy after acquiring the Magpies, and in order to pay the Newcastle club, he would, with a huge bank loan of £30 million due this summer, selling the main players to cash out has become the only way out for this poor man in China. Finally, the Zhuan family asked the beasts to put on a compassionate face and solemnly issued a warning. Newcastle fans, wake up. If you continue to allow Butcher, Madman Lee to sell James Milner, Joey Barton and other key players who have made great contributions to Newcastle's top 5 this season, not to mention the UEFA Cup, even if Newcastle wants to make a difference in the Premier League next season, it is nothing more than talking in sleep. The rookie major shareholder made a series of bad moves, and the 10-game winning streak fell apart at the end of the season. Newcastle got rid of stupid Ashley, but Crazy Lee is not the real savior. Crazy Lee turned Newcastle, the dark horse in the second half of the season, into an empty shell, and name only Madman Lee Wooking purges the heroes. Crazy Lee Butcher's knife is raised high. Who will be next? After blindly acquiring the Magpies, they fell into bankruptcy, and Crazy Lee had to sell players to cash out amid the frenzy of public opinion. Many Newcastle fans who were originally optimistic about Lee Tongfan's acquisition of the Magpies couldn't help it anymore and expressed their concerns to the club in various ways. Fans hope that the new club management can manage the team in a more prudent and reasonable way, rather than solving the financial crisis by selling players as is currently the case. In the face of accusations from fans and a certain media, the Newcastle club only assured fans through its official website that everything currently being done by head coach Lee Tongfan is for the consideration of the team. Citizens are asked to be patient enough and there will be a turnaround soon. It's a pity that no matter which aspect you look at, this statement of assurance looks like an unconvincing and pale sophistry. Shameless sophistry, a turnaround? Just an excuse and subterfuge to deceive the fans. Even Spain's World Sports News spared no effort to criticize. But the following series of news announced by Newcastle Club's official website made all the accusations disappear like the remaining snow in the fields in March. The entire European football world was shocked. May 30 at 9 AM Argentine. Centre Crespo joins Newcastle for £4 million. May 30th at 10 AM German. National team's main striker Podolski joins Newcastle for €10 million. May 30th, 11 AM Ronaldo and Marcelo both joined Newcastle for €10 million. May 30th at 13 PM Real Madrid's rising star Carlos Vela moves to Newcastle for £5 million. May 30th at 15 PM 21-year-old French nice goalkeeper Hugo Lloris joins the Magpies for £8 million. May 30th at 18 PM 35-year-old French midfielder Makalol joins Newcastle for £1 million. Just one day, within one day, Crazy Lee found replacements at St James Park for the 7 Newcastle players who had been sold off previously. Although their time has passed, superstar players such as Ronaldo and Crespo are still heavyweight players that Newcastle could not even imagine before. They actually really came to St James Park, inside a house in Newcastle, when the young bus driver John Newton knelt on the washboard in the living room and saw this series of news on television. He was so excited that he completely ignored the murderous gaze of his newlywed wife Nelly and jumped up, kick away the washboard and twist your but crazily. 3 or 4 seconds later, Newton suddenly remembered something, hurriedly put on his shoes, and ran out of the house. Dear, I'm going to tell Fatty David and the others about this news. I won't be back for lunch today, Nelly. Thanks, Yee. Gushashi King Huan book friend 100,412,060,328,716 Meng Shao Zuan Zio Meeting Gachange Fei Yuhan Zio book friend 101,006,112,833,146 Little Key love smoking and drinking chunks Ioki Yosanile Kofe 0617 Life and Death Dream Wind Crack Follow the Wind Elegant Look and Look 9 Palace God Sad World Ulmer, several big rewards, thanks to all the brothers for their subscription, monthly tickets, clicks, and recommendation support. Chapter 290 Horror. Although it is just an announcement, Ronaldo and other superstars can only come to Newcastle after the European transfer market opens on July 1st, but the club's official website is like a continuous stream of urgent messages within one day. The 8 pieces of news about huge investment signings that were posted were like 8 thunderbolts that exploded over the seaport city of Newcastle. The sound is deafening, horrible. Overnight, the whole of Europe went crazy because of Newcastle. Faced with such good news, Magpies fans became more and more certain that it was a wise choice to open their arms and accept Madman Lee a week ago. Because even fools now understand that the reason why these superstar players are willing to come to Newcastle must be because of Crazy Lee's face. Without Crazy Lee, who will care about Newcastle? Tens of thousands of excited Newcastle fans spontaneously gathered at St James Park to play and celebrate for a whole afternoon, and then joined the city-sized bars for drinking and carnival. For a time, the bars in Newcastle were overcrowded, and the beer was out of stock. Next, there will be sleepless nights for every happy Newcastle person. The sun is shining brightly. In the distance, wave after wave of waves rolled up white foam and washed over the beach, making a low roar. The white-headed and black-winged seabirds are like flowing stars scattered randomly in the blue sky, emitting clear and melodious cheers. Newcastle East Town Beach House Point in the boring man's bedroom point. After working hard for a week, Lee Tongfan slept soundly until noon. After waking up naturally and quickly washing up and filling his stomach, Leo Lee sat in front of the mahogany carved table, burping, and then prepared to open the FM 2008 system. To start statistics 07208, the final balance and income of various points during the season are the best preparation for the upcoming 2008 European Cup point. Clicking the light red FM 2008 system shortcut key on the Hummer GeoBook laptop quickly entered the game system. After loading the archive, as expected, many reminder boxes popped up on the screen. Ding dong. Gamer Lee Tongfan led the weak team Newcastle to 5th place in the Premier League in the 2007-08 season and received 60 character points as a reward. Ding dong. Newcastle striker Michael Owen ranks 2nd in the Premier League's 2007-08 scorer list. The system rewards the player Lee Tongfan with 10 character points. Ding dong. Newcastle players Michael Owen, Alan Smith, and Given were selected into the best team of the Premier League for the 2007-08 season. The system rewards the player Lee Tongfan with 30 character points. Ding dong. Ding dong. On the computer screen, 20 or 30 light red football-shaped reminder boxes were as unsightly as the patches sewn on worn trousers by poor tailors. When Leo Lee's small mouse arrow gently clicked on the bottom of the inside of the spherical reminder box, click the OK option box on the side, and the reminder boxes will quickly become transparent one by one. Finally disappears. Blow up the balloon. Blow up a big balloon. The sultry man excitedly hummed the proud ditty of the second senior brother in Westward Journey, holding a 100ml glass of fresh juice in one hand, and the index finger of the other hand kept rising and falling on the mouse, as if playing a piano, as the sweet music continued to be heard in his ears. The sound of ding dong made waves of climax surge from the bottom of my heart like surfing point. This feeling of harvest is so fucking awesome. Every time the season comes to an end, the FM system will give out countless character points like a stingy boss who finally sends out spring festival benefits at the end of the year to comfort Leo Lee, a pure and busy person. 1 minute later the 20 or 30 reminder boxes on the computer screen were basically cleared. Lee Tongfan happily took another sip of juice, clicked OK to clear the third reminder box from the bottom, and then turned back to take a casual look at the computer screen view once again. Lee Tongfan couldn't help but spray all the juice in his mouth on the Hummer GeoBook, because the last two reminder boxes are actually big, red, and scary. Red, the color of these two reminder boxes, is almost the same as the dripping blood that has just been extracted from the human body. A thick flash of red seems to be dripping from the computer screen onto the bedroom table point big. The area of the two reminder boxes is almost 4 or 5 times that of the previous light red spherical similar ones. The top one alone basically takes up 80 to 90% of the LCD screen of the Hummer GeoBook notebook. The second, only a small corner, is exposed. Horrible. All the previous reminder boxes were in the shape of prototype football uniforms, even a bit cartoony and cute, but the remaining two were big skulls, a faint lavender flame burned in the sunken eye sockets, like the ridicule of a demon from under the ninth world. There was also a blackened depression in the mouth, and 32 sharp silver-white teeth shone with a cold light. Underneath the bloody skull are the specific contents of these two reminder boxes. Lee Tongfan trembled and glanced at the small blood red letters above the first skull reminder box. Ding dong. The player Lee Tongfan used the system function to acquire the Premier League club Newcastle. The system identified it as a violation of the game rules. The punishment measures are as follows. First, deduct 100 points of character points. Second, the game difficulty will increase to a certain extent after the third system upgrade. The second skull reminder box warning. Warning. Player Lee Tongfan, the system has entered the national team mode. You have triggered the top level system task, Glorious European Summit. Please accept this task. If you refuse this task, you will be deducted 150 points of character points. The punishment measures for mission failure are as follows. First, 100 points of character points will be deducted. Second, 10 points of free will points will be deducted. Third, the player will be demoted by 1 level. Fourth, the system database query function will be closed. Completing the system task will receive a huge random reward from the system. Gudan, Lee. Tongfan fell backwards in his chair and then lay on the carpet motionless. A bolt from the blue. This is definitely the most vicious, deadly, and insidious system prompt that Lee Tongfan has seen since he was bound to the FM system in the past 2 years. Nothing less. 3 minutes later finally, Lee got back in his mood with a sullen face and got up from the ground, put the chair in place, and then began to carefully analyze the meaning of the two. Bloody skull reminder box is the first skull told Lee without any concealment that the FM system only asked you to be a head coach honestly, but you actually wanted to be your own boss. That's fine, just bear the anger of the system. For Lee, the previous 100 points of character points punishment measure is costly, but not fatal. The truly fatal one is a game difficulty increase punishment point. If the game difficulty increases too much after the upgrade, it will be terrible. For Lee Tongfan, this means that it is possible that not only will the undefeated record not be maintained, but it will also be difficult to survive in this insidious infinite flow FM system point instantly. The cold atmosphere of being wiped out came over him. Although the acquisition of Newcastle was his own fault, Lee Tongfan couldn't help but want to curse at this moment. If it was an act that violated the rules of the FM game, you should at least let me know in advance. Then I, Leoli, would not do it again, even if I lost money and went bankrupt. But who knew that the system would uphold its usual insidious nature and wait until the formal contract of the acquisition was signed before suddenly attacking. Damn it. Although the message conveyed by the second bloody skull reminder box was not a punishment, this so-called big bull level system task, Glorious European Summit, was really too awesome. The severity of the 4 consecutive punishment measures made Leoli tremble, point worthy of being a big bull. If you refuse to accept, 150 character points will be deducted. What should I do? Accept or refuse? Lee Tongfan took out a small calculator and carefully calculated his remaining character points, slowly calculating the risk of this task point first, after the 07208 season, the 100 points of character points gained by Newcastle due to its league ranking, and players such as Michael Owen offset the penalty for acquiring Newcastle, which means that his 10 consecutive wins in Newcastle over the past 2 months were in vain. Secondly, before this, Leoli still had 213 points of character points left. If he refused this time's top level system task, Glorious European Summit, and was deducted 150 points, he would still have 62 points left. In this case, he would not be wiped out by the FM system all at once. However, the fact is that for Leoli now, 62 points of character points are no different from 0 points, because today is June 1st. This means that in less than a month, FM 2008 will be upgraded to FM 2009. The fatal thing is that this system upgrade process requires at least 250 points of character points. In other words, if Lee Tongfan cannot increase his remaining character points to more than 250 points within this month, the famous God on the football field will die in 30 days, and then he will have to talk about life with the real God. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. After thinking clearly about the key, Lee Tongfan must accept this great mission, Glorious European Summit. There is no other choice. After clicking the small box of Accept Task, a long paragraph of task detail popped up on the LCD screen of the Hummer Geo book. The big bull level system task, Glorious European Summit, is a series of tasks. The first stage of the task requires lead the England team to successfully advance from the 2008 European Cup Group D as the first in the group. The restrictions are as follows. First, limit the number of abnormal system saves to 2 times. Second, limit the number of players who can maintain Superman status to 4. Third, limit the number of free points that can be used. 0. Fourth, the system database query function is closed. After completing the first stage of the task, the second stage of the task will be unlocked and started. If the first stage fails, it means that the entire task has failed. After reading the task detail of this big bull level task, Lee Tongfan fell into deep thought and quickly figured out the difficulty of completing the promotion task under these 4 harsh restrictions. After 30 seconds, he basically calculated the possibility of completing the first stage of the goal, only 80% chance of winning, because if they want to advance as the first in the group, as long as the England team loses or draws any of the 3 games in the group stage, it will be in danger of failure. Among the 3 teams in Group D, Norway and Greece have nothing to fear. Only the powerful Spanish team is likely to cause trouble for themselves. Maybe those 2 cheating opportunities with abnormal saves will all be used on the Spanish team. Thank you. Weiwo Loneliness, Shadow on Rainy Day, Janshine Bay Demon, Blue Fox, Omnipotent God, Laydang Duo, Arctic Hibernating Pig, Evil Chemistry, Chang Zioki, Bobalong, Masu, Break Free from the Shackles, I Love Smoking and Drinking, Danglin 2010, Ling Fengzahu and others. Big reward this afternoon. Thank you dear knife fans for your subscriptions, monthly tickets, clicks, and recommendation support. All of these are the supreme motivation for Ziodeo to brave computer radiation for more than 10 hours a day to code. Another note, there are 2 updates today. Ziodeo needs to spend some time sorting out the ideas for the modifier. As you can see, the book has reached nearly 1 million words and has reached a bottleneck, so changes must be made. After the outline and various new settings are revised, the 9,000 word update will resume 3 times a day. Dear swordsman, please wait and see. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. Who will be eliminated? In terms of personality, Lee Tongfan is a very bachelor and boring man. Therefore, although he was frightened by the 2 bloody skeleton reminder boxes, but now that he had gritted his teeth and accepted the powerful system mission, Glory on the Top of Europe, Leo Lee simply stopped thinking about what would happen if he failed to complete the mission. No matter how miserable it was, he quickly calmed down and thought about solutions to the problem. Lee Tongfan obviously no longer has the time and energy to manage the affairs of Newcastle, so he can only temporarily hand over the full power to assistant coach Alan Shearer, and then devote all his thoughts to the 3 Lions preparations for the European Cup. The first thing is, of course, to select the members of the national team. As the saying goes, if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. If you want to win under such harsh restrictions in Glory on Top of Europe, you must go all out and be fully prepared from the first second of the matter. According to UEFA rules, all teams that advance to the 2008 European Cup must submit their respective 23-man rosters before June 8. Today, June 2nd, is almost the time to submit the final list. Previously, because Lee Tongfan was focused on the national team, all player inspections were basically handled by assistant coach Venables. The conscientious old lunatic had already carefully compiled and handed over to Lee Tongfan 3 days ago the inspection reports he had obtained from observing more than 20 Premier League games this season. This is a collection of more than 200 pages of picture materials, and it even comes with 10 videos that have been edited and explained in detail. It is no exaggeration to say that this set of information named Detailed Explanation of the England Team Candidate List by the Old Madman slowly instilled Venables' love for English football. However, this is not the basis for Lee Tongfan to select players for this national team. Because, for Leo Lee, who has accepted the master level system task, Glory on the Top of Europe, only the FM 2008 system is the most reliable. Therefore, the 23 lucky people from England, who are finally selected for the 3 Lions, will be selected from the candidate list listed by the system. After FM 2008 enters the national team mode, the computer screen will display a national team candidate list of hundreds of people, and relevant evaluations will be given for each person. At the same time, a function of comparing data between players will be added, allowing Lee Tongfan to, when selecting the main players, we can achieve the greatest degree of merit-based admission. After more than 2 hours of careful comparison of data and each player's performance in the just concluded 07-08 season, Lee Tongfan finally determined the 30-man roster. The reason why there are 7 more players is because there are still more than 10 days before England's first game, and the player's status may fluctuate greatly. Since the system data query function is closed, Leoli can no longer obtain cheating methods that can predict the status of players at a certain time in the future through query, so a certain number of extra players must be considered as reserves. In this way, if someone does not perform well in the warm-up match after the Three Lions travel to Austria, Lee Tongfan will have a chance to readjust the roster. This method of gradually streamlining is actually a common method used by every coach of a team participating in the European Cup to select players, and it is not Leoli's original creation. The new 30-man England squad is as follows. Goalkeeper Manchester City youngster Joe Hart. Zio Cairo is a newcomer supported by Lee Tongfan when he takes charge of the Three Lions. He has also performed very well in the previous national team games, and his selection is undisputed. Liverpool youngster Carson. The 23-year-old national team rookie performed very well during Joe Hart's absence due to injury. Lee Tongfan once again gave Carson a vote of confidence. Tottenham Hotspur goalkeeper Paul Robinson. He has a humble personality and his competition experience is worthy of Leoli's trust. Wigan Athletic goalkeeper Jock Crane. The 26-year-old is considered a young man among goalkeepers. He has played once with Lee's Three Lions before. He has performed well at the club this season and is worth looking forward to. Manchester United reserve goalkeeper Ben Foster. Compared with his performance in Manchester United's reserve team this season, Leoli is more optimistic about his potential. Defender John Terry. The soul of the Chelsea defense of the Blues, ranked among the top 5 centre-backs in the world. There is no natural reason why he is not selected. Rio Ferdinand. Also ranked among the top 5 centre-backs in the world. Steven Tyler. Newcastle's defence line contributed to England's star of hope, a direct descendant of Leoli, Manziani. Shortlisted for outstanding performance in previous national team games, Phillips Neville. Although his strength is not top-notch, he can play both the left and right full-back positions at the same time. In Lee Tongfan's mind, he is an all-purpose patch player. Ashley Cole. There is no doubt that before the age of 33, the Chelsea Magic wing can firmly occupy the main position of the England team's left back, and no one can shake his main position. Richards. Manchester City's first rising star at the back, Wayne Bridge. Bridges' reputation at Stamford Bridge was overshadowed by Ashley Cole, but his real strength is indeed very strong midfield. David Beckham. Unmentioned. Lee Tongfan chose to coach the Three Lions just because of Beckham. Gareth Barry. After Lee Tongfan took charge of the Three Lions, he became a regular player in the national team. Although the number 1 defensive midfielder of the Three Lions is none other than David Beckham, the Aston Villa player can also play the left back position and has a tenacious fighting spirit. Owen Hargreaves. Although he has just returned from injury some time ago, and there are already 2 strong players in Beckham and Berry in the defensive midfielder position of the Three Lions, the various data values given for Hargreaves in FM 2008 are really too high. It is so dazzling that Leoli is reluctant to give up and can enrich his tactics when necessary. Gerrard, leader of the Premier League Big Four Reds. Lampard, leader of the Premier League Big Four Blues. Joe Cole. Known as the first technical and creative player in England. Aaron Lennon. Speed, explosive power. Double 19. A madman on the wing. James Milner. You can maintain the Superman state without consuming additional character points. It is an inevitable choice for Lee Tongfan, who has worked hard to accumulate character points. Downing. The hope of England's future winger. The technical and passing attributes given in FM 2008 are even more gorgeous than Joe Cole. Walcott. Speed, explosive power. Double 20. Another wing breakthrough madman. Arsenal's long-known little tiger, and very handsome, is the favourite of boring men. Forward. Ashley Young. The speedy forward whom Lee Tongfan likes has performed well in previous national team games. Michael Owen. The top local scorer in the Premier League in the 2007-2008 season. Crazy Lee's confidant. Peter Crouch. With a height of 2.01 meters, any coach will bring a Liverpool tall guy with him in case of emergencies. Alan Smith. It is also out of consideration of maintaining the superhuman state. Wayne Rooney. The Red Devils and Manchester United's frontline tank is the future Hope of the British Isles, Daniel Sturridge point. After being discovered by Leoli, the little guy performed well in the Manchester City first team this season. Darren Bent point. The Tottenham Hotspur forward has scored 18 goals at White Hart Lane this season. He is an important striker of Dutch coach Martin Jol, so he was selected over the same type of striker Defo point. The release of this 27-man list did not cause controversy in the British media. Almost every player selected was expected by the media. Even the selection of rookies with shallow foundations such as Manziani and Sturridge was due to Lee Tongfan has called them into the national team many times before, and public opinion has become accustomed to it. June 3 point. The lucky ones who were selected into the England team's 2008 European Cup squad gathered in London and then flew directly to Salzburg, Austria without stopping. 9 days later, on June 11th, the Three Lions' first match against the Greek team, led by Otto the Great Rahajal, will be held in this mountain city filled with Baroque-style buildings. June 4th point. In the morning, the sky is as blue point. After a 4-hour adaptation training at the Sitsenheim Stadium, the official venue of the European Cup Group D, Lee Tongfan creatively led 27 players and coaching staff to visit the mountain city of Salzburg, the largest Baroque fountain in Europe, at the Bishop's Palace and the Jewish concentration camps and air raid shelters left over from the German army during World War II. This is of course done to relax the tight nerves of the players. There are mostly young players in the Three Lions this time. Although the young players are hungry and motivated when facing competitions, they are prone to nervousness, anxiety, uneasiness and other negative emotions due to lack of experience. Therefore, in addition to training, they must also be guided. Psychological adjustment point. As one of the favorites to win the European Cup, there are countless media paying attention to Crazy Lee and the England team. Naturally, this tour was frequently reported and was even compared to the Spanish team, another favorite in Group D. Madman Lee has the winning ticket. England is easily preparing for the war. Crazy Lee makes another surprising move, visiting German military ruins to improve players' discipline and sense of honor. The Spanish team's hard preparation puts the English to shame. The Three Lions are too relaxed, and the law of death may reappear after a hit. There were good and bad comments, but Lee Tongfan scorned them all. June 5th at 14:00 p.m. Sunny to cloudy with cooler temperatures. The England team played its first warm-up match after coming to Austria. The opponent was the Greek team in Group D of the group stage. Crazy Lee used his best 4-1-2-1-2-2 wing formation in the game, with David Beckham as the Three Lions starting midfielder, Michael Owen and Rooney. The short striker joins the front line. After 90 minutes, the score was 3-2. Peter Crouch, who came on as a substitute in the second half for Rooney and Irving, each scored a goal. Beckham, the single midfielder, provided an assist from a corner kick. However, Beckham did not complete the defensive task well in the midfielder position and was defeated by the Greek team. Taking advantage of Rahajal's team, which once created Greek mythology, they scored 2 goals in a defensive counter-attack. After the game, Wayne Bridge, who started but made constant mistakes in defense, bid farewell to the Three Lions in tears. Lee Tongfan gave the 26-year-old Blues left-back a chance, but it was a pity that Bridge did not seize it. On the afternoon of June 7th, the Three Lions' second and final warm-up match was against the Norwegian team led by Liverpool Hungry Eyes and Aston Villa high centre John Carew. After 90 minutes, the score was fixed at 3-0. And England won by 3 goals. The difference from the last warm-up matches, that this time Irving's starting partner was replaced by Peter Crouch. The former scored a hat-trick, while the latter dished out 3 assists. In addition, team captain Beckham, who made many defensive mistakes in the last game, unexpectedly did not get a chance to play. Gareth Barry and Owen Hargreaves each got a chance to play in the defensive midfielder position. In the 45-minute performance opportunity, the defensive performance of the two was much better than that of Beckham, who played the entire game against the Greek team. After this game, a total of 3 players packed their bags and left Salzburg. After Tottenham forward Darren Bent replaced Owen, who played a hat-trick in the second half. He did not bring his excellent form in the club to the national team. He missed the sure shot opportunity at least 3 times, making the Three Lions attack weak. Being eliminated is reasonable, Darren Bent was accompanied by Wigan Athletic goalkeeper Jock Lane and Manchester United young goalkeeper Ben Foster, who had not been given a chance to play point as a result. There are still 26 people left on the roster, and 3 people are still facing the fate of being eliminated. The media from various countries who have been paying close attention to the England team began to eagerly make their own predictions. And most football experts unanimously targeted 3 people for elimination. First of all, one of Gareth Barry and Owen Hargreaves, who overlap with David Beckham, the Maniac's favourite, is likely to be eliminated. Now it seems that he is likely to be sacrificed. It's Gareth Barry who doesn't play for a wealthy club. Secondly, despite the departure of Darren Bent, the Three Lions forward line is still bloated. Although Manchester City youngster Daniel Sturridge has always been favoured by Crazy Lee, the inexperienced youngster is still very likely to become a spectator in the face of the competition. Finally, centre-back Manziani faced the same dilemma as Sterling. Although the Chelsea youngster scored a wonderful goal in the European Cup qualifiers, he also lacked experience in top league games. The trust within us has dropped a lot. There is still 1 day left until the deadline to submit the final 23-man squad to UEFA. Everyone is waiting to see which 3 unlucky men Crazy Lee will finally chop his ruthless butcher knife on. Because the national team roster is a bit watery, I will give you 998 words for free as compensation. Chapter 292 Fatal. July 8th. 6:00 bang. Lee Tongfan slammed the newspaper in his hand on the table. On the front page of the latest edition of the Spanish Mundo Deportivo on June 8th, the scene of 3 young men hugging a short-dressed and exposed blonde beauty drinking beer in a dim bar background was so dazzling, and the protagonists of the photo were none other than the 3 Lions stars. Walcott, Philip Neville and Richards. 3. England stars indulge in pleasure in a bar, drunk and calling prostitutes all night. The Spanish newspaper used bright red Gilim font to add a bilingual title in Spanish and English to this scene, and the mockery and disdain came to the face. In the room, the atmosphere was a bit dull because of Lee Tongfan slam. More than a dozen members of the 3 Lions coaching team were there. Everyone held a newspaper with the same content in their hands, with different expressions. Everyone was summoned to the small meeting room of the hotel in the early morning. It was originally thought that it was a tactical discussion, but who knew that such a shocking newspaper was waiting for the coaches? This is a big event, because Lee Tongfan strictly set 3 rules on the first day he came to Salzburg, Austria: no alcohol, no sex, no disappearance without permission. Unexpectedly, less than a week later, someone dared to go against the wind unscrupulously. Isn't this a naked slap in the face of head coach Lee Tongfan? To put it more seriously, the 16 teams that have advanced to the European Cup are now gathered in Switzerland and Austria, which has become a place of attention in the world football. The behavior of Walcott and the other 2 has brought shame to the British football world, which can be compared with the unforgivable crime of adultery and treason. In the room, the expressions of the coaching staff were different and solemn. Mad old man Venables seemed to be leisurely and indifferent, puffing Havana cigars, but if you look closely, you can find that the skinny hand of this 60-year-old man holding the emerald green cigarette holder tightly is trembling with blue veins, and he is shaking with anger. The reason why Venables agreed to Madley's request to come out and help this time is because he saw the possibility of England reaching the top of Europe to make up for the regret of not being able to lead Shearer, Gascoigne and other geniuses to win the championship as the head coach of the national team. But now such a scandal that shakes the morale of the army has occurred. Isn't this a knife in the heart of the old madman that beats for the honor of English football? If the head coach Lee Tongfan hadn't spoken yet, Venables would have jumped up and rushed to the room of Walcott and the other 2 to have a good chat with those little guys about ideals and life. Among the crowd, only the famous acupuncture Dr. Ito yawned 3 times out of boredom, then got up and went out of the room and rushed back to his room to catch up on sleep. What happened last night had nothing to do with him. He also had no good feelings towards the arrogant and somewhat xenophobic Englishman. in addition to fulfilling his duties as a team doctor to treat the injured. Ito Yun would not participate in any decision making of the coaching staff July 8.9:00 am. Before the England team went to the Valseasenheim Stadium for the last training session of the opening ceremony of the European Cup, Richards, Walcott and Philip Neville packed their bags and left Salzburg, Austria, becoming the last 3 unlucky guys to be eliminated from the big list point. Although after a detailed understanding of the incident, Leoli found that the truth of the matter was not as reported by the Spanish reporter. In fact, the 3 unlucky guys with excess energy just sneaked out to soak in the bath for 3 hours, and the so-called prostitution was a lie made up by the Spanish media to crack down on the opponents in the same group. However, considering that the 3 did violate the 3 rules, in order to serve as a warning to others, Li Tongfan unceremoniously killed the 3 chickens for the remaining 23 monkeys to see, and issued an expulsion order without mercy. In this way, the list of the 3rd Legion has exactly 23 players left. Li Tongfan's room. After a day of training, Li Tongfan once again opened the Hamageo book to run the FM 2008 system and observe the changes in the team's status reflected in the system at any time point. Since accepting the damned big name system task, Glorious European Summit, Li Tongfan has developed the habit of opening FM 2008 every day to observe and think, and carefully analyze and consider various favorable and unfavorable factors to increase the possibility of completing the task. After all, the penalty for mission failure is too heavy, and his life is now hanging by a thread, in danger. Loading the archive. Li Tongfan immediately entered the England national team, Linuplast interface, and was shocked after a glance, because almost every player in the 23-man list had a small green box in front of his name, and the word opinion appeared in the box. The players had opinions. This made Li Tongfan's heart like countless panicked deer, and instantly set off a wave. Because according to the experience of previous game simulations, the simulated players in the FM 2008 system will have opinions about the words and deeds of the head coach or opponents. And this so-called opinion can be good or bad, and will have a substantial impact on the player's own performance in the game. For example, if the player has a positive view, then the player's state will be greatly improved in the next game, and he will play above the original level. If the player's view is negative and dissatisfied, he will be sluggish in the game and fall short of his level. Although there have been precedents of individual players having views in the FM system before, this is the first time that such a large-scale appearance has occurred. After Leoli carefully spent half an hour clicking and watching the views content of all players, he finally figured out the reason for the qualifying phenomenon. It turned out to be the aftermath of Walcott and the other 2 being fired. However, what makes Li Tongfan feel a little relieved is that 18 of the 23 players' opinions belong to the positive category, and the main content is as follows. I strongly agree with the coach's decision to punish Walcott, Philip Neville and Richards because they violated the team's regulations and caused a devastating impact on the reputation of the England team. Only 5 players expressed concerns about the dismissal of Walcott and others, and the main content is, after the dismissal of Richards and Philip Neville, the strength of the England team's defense line has dropped sharply, and I'm worried about the team's promotion path. It is not a fierce opposition, and Leoli feels a little relieved. However, the problem is still inevitable, because although the starting point of these 5 players' opinions is for the England team, it is obvious that once their emotions are judged as negative opinions by the FM 2008 system, they will definitely perform abnormally in the next game. Which means that these 5 people will not be able to play in the first match of the Group D group match against Greece, June 9th. The curtain of the European Cup officially opened, and Group A played 2 games. First 00 hours, opening match. Location, St. Jacob Park, Basel. The opening match of Group A between Czech Republic and host Switzerland officially kicked off, attracting the attention of fans all over the world. After 90 minutes of the match, Czech substitute striker Sverko scored the first goal of this European Cup, and host Switzerland lost to the opponent 0:1. The most touching scene in the match occurred in the 42nd minute, when Swiss captain Frey was knocked to the ground and seriously injured by Czech defender Grigera, leaving the field with tears in the applause of Swiss fans. Death before success always makes heroes cry. 2:45. Second match point location, Geneva Stadium. Portugal defeated Turkey, the first opponent in the group stage, 2:0 after 90 minutes of the match. The goals for Scolari's team were scored by Real Madrid central defender Pepe and substitute Melades, and the team's top star Cristiano Ronaldo hit the post with a free kick. After the first round of matches, Portugal in Group A temporarily topped the list with a goal advantage. June 10th. Group B was filled with smoke and the flames of war were ignited. 0 hours. The third match point location, Ernst Happel Stadium, Vienna. Croatia played a hot match against host Austria. Just 4 minutes into the match, Croatian striker Alek broke into the penalty area and was knocked down by Austrian player Orfhauser, and the referee awarded a penalty kick. Luka Modric, the crew's second who became famous under Crazy Lee, scored in one fell swoop to help the red and white checkered army finally win 1:0.2:45. The fourth match point location, Wörthersee Stadium, Clafton. After Portugal, the second European Cup giant team, the German tank ignited the growing European war. Prince Lukas Podolski, who has transferred to the Premier League Newcastle team, scored one goal each in the first and second half, helping the German team to beat his birth country Poland 2:0. After scoring, Podolski refused to celebrate with his teammates, and won warm applause from Polish fans. The first round of Group B ended, and the German team led Croatia by a goal advantage and temporarily topped the list. June 11th. The four teams in Group C, the top death group of this European Cup, started fighting 0 hours. The fifth game point location, Zurich Leasgren Stadium. Due to the absence of the team's top scorer Thierry Henry, the French team only forced a draw against the Romanian team, which played a 4-3-3 attacking formation, and very shamefully presented the first goalless game since the opening of this European Cup. After the game, the French media questioned Domenech's tactics with the title "The Gallic Rooster is powerless, and the Scar Warrior is trapped in the Yellow Forest." 2:45. The sixth game point location, Berner Swiss Stadium. The most anticipated focus match since the opening of this European Cup has finally started. The uncrowned king of the Tulip Netherlands team versus the 2006 World Cup champion Azeri Italy team. Before the game, due to the injuries of Robben and winger Babel, the Dutch team with broken wings was not favored by the public opinion, but the score after 90 minutes surprised everyone. In the 26th minute, Van Nistelrooy once again showed his peerless style as the king of the small penalty area. In the small penalty area, he saw the long shot of his teammates on the periphery and blocked it into the goal behind the world's !1 goalkeeper Buffon. Although this goal was suspected of offside, the referee on duty ruled that the goal was valid. 1:0! In the 31st minute, the Dutch team played an Italian-style quick counter-attack. Van der Vaart passed the ball as sharp as a scissor in the backcourt and cut open the Azeris Van County. Van Bronckhorst received the football on the right side of the penalty area in the front court and then made another long pass to find Kuit on the left side of the penalty area. Kuit didn't wait for the ball to hit the ground and headed back to the spot. Sneijder, who followed up in the middle and outflanked Buffon, shot the ball from almost zero angle. .0! In the 79th minute, the Italian team, eager to equalize the score, suffered another heavy blow. The Dutch team once again played a sharp Italian defensive counter-attack. Defender Van Bronckhorst received a header from Kuit's continuous cross and scored. This is really unbelievable. Van Basten's team rewrote the history against the Italian team since the 1978 World Cup. Before the game, people thought it was a close match. The Italian team was used by the opponent. Their defensive counter-attack collapsed, and Onadoni was in big trouble when the referee blew the whistle to end the game. The Bernese Stadium in Switzerland plunged into a sea of orange. More than 30,000 Dutch fans burst out with the most shocking cheers since the start of the 2008 European Cup. Tears of joy soaked the scene. Touching orange. This game is destined to become a classic in the history of the European Cup. The Netherlands relied on this unexpected big victory to top the group of death, while Italy ranked last June 12th. Group D matches are about to begin. Crazy Lee and his three lions will be on the international stage for the first time. However, the first game of Group D was not the time for England to make its debut. Text 3700. The end of today's 2 updates. Grateful, Zuchil and Red and Duo Wu Bamba Blue Fox I love smoking and drinking 0 and Amia 0 Sword Heaven Demon Meng Sheogso and Book Friend 100,412,060,328,716 Last night's morning breezy omnipotent. God 1 Bank Stationery I love smoking and drinking I respect heaven and earth make money with the wind. Floating and other awards and support from several dear swordsman brothers. Thank you to all the brothers who silently subscribe, recommend, vote monthly, and click to support Xiaodao. The modifier has now reached its most difficult stage, and Xiaodao's update speed has had to slow down in the past 2 days. Fortunately, we have some new ideas. I believe that with the support of the brothers, Xiaodao will be able to get through this bottleneck period soon. PS. The previous article mentioned a lottery grouping, but it is different now. In order to enhance the sense of substitution, Xiaodao decided to proceed according to the grouping that has already happened in reality. Chapter 293 The beginning of Victory 1. June 12th. BJ time 0000 hours. Austria local time 1800 hours. The mountain city of Salzburg is bathed in the golden glow of the sunset. The slightly sultry temperature during the day is gradually decreasing. The distant wind from the Alps blows slowly from the foothills, bringing bursts of freshness. The whole Salzburg looks magnificent under the golden sunset, like the solemn palace of the Alps gods. Although the first match of the Three Lions in the 2008 European Cup will officially start at the Siesenheim Stadium in 3 hours, the football atmosphere before the game has already made every native of Salzburg feel the enthusiasm of the European Cup. The smoke has begun to spread. The war is about to start. According to statistics from the Salzburg Tourism Management Department, as of the early morning of the 12th local time, as many as 100,000 crazy English fans have poured into this beautiful tourist mountain city. This terrifying number is 2/3 of the total population of Salzburg. In addition to the large number of Greek fans who came from afar, the population of Salzburg doubled on this day. All this is because of football. This is the charm of football. Even the huge earth seems to have chosen to stop turning at this moment, because of the existence of a small football. Since the afternoon of the 12th, the fanatical English fans who poured into the streets have turned this beautiful alpine foothills town into an active volcano that can erupt at any time. St. George's Cross flags can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys. The melodious tune of God Save the Queen floats over the city. The burly man with the British flag painted on his face with rapeseed shouting Long live Her Majesty the Queen. The blonde beauty wearing the national team's pure white number 7 or number 10 jersey, holding the portraits of David Beckham and Michael Owen in her hands to express her love crazily. All of this is unabashedly venting the passion and confidence of English fans for the 2008 European Cup. Although the major European bookmakers did not list England as the top seed to win this tournament. Although Spain striker David Villa has surpassed Michael Owen in the scorer odds, and although England, known as the originator of modern football, has not achieved convincing results in international competitions for many years, but the past has long become history, and this pale history has become meaningless in front of one person. This person is Crazy Lee, England's bandaged god of war, a man known as the god on the football field, because of the existence of this man who came from mythology with mysterious glory. The British Isles have more hope for the 2008 European Cup than ever before. So fans in the UK and Salzburg are holding up portraits of Lee Tongbum with his middle finger raised high, cheering like the emperor's most loyal guards. Salzburg, Austria, on June 12th, has become England's home, God's home. 1600 hours on the 12th. The sun set in the sky, fell a little lower, and the golden light had turned into a fiery red halo. The famous Duxamonsis Manor in the suburbs of Salzburg, the bus with the St. George's Cross flag has stopped in front of the lobby of the Manor Hotel. The staff of the England team are busy packing the players' luggage into the bottom compartment of the bus. In less than half an hour, the team will set off to the Sitzenheim Stadium To show the strength and invincibility of the Three Lions to fans all over the world. Point in the lobby of the hotel. The English media who are fortunate enough to be qualified to interview with the team are surrounding Lee Tongfan and assistant coach Venables for the last interview before the first game. Point the players of the team are sitting in the soft sofas in the lobby in 2s and 3s, listening to music with headphones, or leisurely flipping through the magazines in their hands. Except for a few young players with little experience such as Sturridge who are sitting there a little overwhelmed. Other players who have experienced many national team competitions are deliberately adjusting their mood and state before the war in the way they are best at. Don't be nervous, relax. Team captain David Beckham appeared behind Sturridge, patted the little guy's shoulder with his iconic smile that swept thousands of girls, and pointed to the back of Lee Tongfan who was being interviewed by reporters in the distance. With the boss here, everything will become very simple. Sturridge cracked an ugly smile with a slightly dry mouth. It was his first time to represent England in the national team. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. Hey, Daniel, you really don't need to be nervous. Joe Hart, who was sitting next to him, stretched out his fist and punched Sturridge in the chest. Because you don't have a chance to play today, Sturridge. Fuck you. However, Sturridge was not so nervous. After being disturbed by the rough Joe Hart. Not far away. Michael Owen sat quietly on the purple and gold velvet sofa, his eyes resting on the white and golden light of the Alps in the distance through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel. Since he was seriously injured in the 2006 World Cup in Germany and retired, this will be the first time in 2 years that Michael Owen, the young man who once roamed the green field, will once again appear on the stage of a national competition. Think about the game that will start in less than 3 hours. Owen was full of emotions. It has been 2 years, and I thought I had bid farewell to the opportunity to win honors. But, European Cup, Michael Owen is finally back. I will make everyone enchanted by my performance. Among the 23 English players, only one is the most leisurely, Wayne Rooney. Rooney was suspended for an additional 5 games by UEFA because he punched a Russian player in an away game against Russia in the qualifiers to defend his teammates. Therefore, at least the Three Lions fat man will not be able to play in the group stage. In fact, many people in England were quite critical of Lee Tongfan's insistence on bringing such a forward who might not be able to play at all. But Lee Tongfan still resolutely put on Rooney. A competitive player like Rooney needs him in the knockout rounds. What's more, Rooney punched to protect his teammates. This is destined to mean that, even if Rooney is suspended for 100 games, Leoli will waste a spot and bring the little fat man to Austria. And Leoli's decision obviously made the little fat man regard Leoli as his reborn parent, and he was grateful. At this moment, the Manchester United ace is helping the staff carry luggage to the bus. Okay, guys, let's go. After accepting the reporter's interview, Lee Tongfan turned around, waved his hand, and was the first to walk out of the hotel lobby. 3 minutes later, when the bus started and drove slowly to the gate of the Duke of Simmons's manor, bursts of cheers exploded like thunder, and the white sea of tens of thousands of England fans waiting here instantly set off an angry wave. For these fans who have not bought tickets, this will be the last battle for them to send off their heroes on the battlefield. Simmons's manor is less than 8 kilometers away from the Sitzenheim Stadium. The bus drove steadily along the gentle road. Along the way, the streets were surrounded by England fans waving cross flags. The Lions marched toward the battlefield of honor amid never-ending cheers and shouts. Sitzenheim Stadium. This stadium, which looks like a silver-white square matchbox, has long been immersed in a fanatical atmosphere. The white England fan camp and the sky blue Greek fan camp in the stands that can accommodate 30,000 people are clearly distinguishable, and the noise is like surging waves. The same atmosphere has already unveiled the climax of the game in advance. The game only starts in more than an hour, but the stadium is already full, and the England team will face the Greek national team, the 2004 European Cup champions. Here, the famous British national TV reporter Sester came to the scene without any doubt. Commentator, his partner is Gary Lineker. This game will be the last game of the first round of the European Cup group stage, and it will also be the first appearance of Crazy Lee's Three Lions in this tournament. At this time, with the England team indeed the other 2 teams in the group, Spain and Norway, have already competed at the new Tivoli Stadium in Innsbruck. Hey, Gary, let me introduce the score to you. Lineker took over Cesta's words with a natural smile. It is not unreasonable for the Spanish team to be listed as the favorite to win this competition. In the 75th minute of the second half of Innsbruck's game, Matador forward David Villa has already scored the first hat of this competition. Magic. There is no doubt that Spain will be Madmanly's biggest opponent in the group stage. The two commentators looked extremely relaxed and clearly had no doubts about the victory of this game. At this moment, the cheers in the stadium suddenly increased. It turned out that the players from the England and Greece teams had already begun to warm up on the court. The first appearance of players from both teams set off the atmosphere at the SYNOPSIS Stadium. Unfortunately, we have not found Lee Tongfan yet. Not far from the British commentary booth is the commentary team from China CCTV Channel 5. Duan Zuan's melancholy and magnetic baritone appeared through satellite broadcasts in the ears of every fan who stayed up late to watch football in China's 9.6 million square kilometers at this time. It was already past midnight in China, and a dark night enveloped the vast land of China. However, the words Lee Tongfan in Duan Zuan's words were like a magic spell, jolting the spirits of every sleepy fan waiting in front of the TV or computer. In addition to live commentary, CCTV will host a 4-hour European talk show Chinese European Cup every night after midnight in the domestic studio hall, hosted by Ace Sports commentator Zhang Bing. The focus of the report is of course England team led by Lee Tongbian. Prior to this, Sohu.com held a fan survey called the team I support most in the European Cup. The result was that, because of the presence of Lee Tongfan, the Three Lions undoubtedly surpassed popular teams such as Spain and Germany by 8%. 19 votes topped the list. Although I'm an Avatars fan, I hope the England team can win this European Cup. The reason? Of course it is because of Lee Tongbian. This netizen's message best represents the aspirations of all Chinese fans. When the domestic mid-level league has become a smelly black quagmire, the existence of Madmanly is more like a sweet spring, like a pink lotus emerging from the sludge but not stained, nourishing and fragrant Chinese fans, that heart of true love that yearns endlessly for football. In less than half an hour, this concern of hundreds of millions of Chinese compatriots is about to begin. Lee Tongfan's first opponent is the one who created the Dark Horse miracle in the last European Cup and the Kaiserslautern miracle in the Bundesliga. Emperor Otto Rahagel. In the studio hall of CCTV's Chinese European Cup, the fat host Zhang Bing talked eloquently, facing this most outstanding head coach in German history who also created incredible miracles. As a senior fan, I wish him all the best. Good luck. SYNOPSIS Stadium, England dressing room. In the next 90 minutes, our only goal is to win, to show our strength in front of fans all over the world, so that any opponent who faces us can't help but tremble, fear, and legs. Be soft and beg for mercy. No problem, boss. Faced with Lee Tongfan's request, more than 20 mouths gave a firm answer in unison, and with great momentum. Greece locker room. Crazy Lee's tactics are better, because of their weirdness and surprise. They are as elusive as those mysterious military strategists in ancient China. However, as long as the right method is found, Crazy Lee is not invincible. There is a Chinese idiom, it's called using the right to defeat the strange. So what we have to do is to remain unchanged in response to all changes. Miracle. Coach Rahagel is setting up the Greek team's tactics. The 70-year-old man who created the Kaiserslautern in the 2004 European miracle always has a calm and unhurried expression on his face. Although the skin on his face has become wrinkled and old due to the ruthless carvings of the years, there is something in his sky blue eyes. The mesmerizing rays of light that flashed from time to time still clearly told everyone Emperor Otto is not old yet. Although the myth of Madmanly's victory is popular in Europe, in Greece, in the football world of this mythical country that gave birth to the Olympic spirit, Rahagel is the god King Zeus who perches high on the sacred mountain of Olympia overlooking the human beings. The only true god of the Greek team, compared with the creativity and offensive strength of the midfield offensive players, the England team is not as good as Spain, but compared with the defensive ability, it is not even as good as us. So as long as we don't be led by the Chinese's strange tactics, we can win. The hope of 3 points is very high. Let's go. The game is about to begin. Rahajal doesn't even need to use any slogans or passionate words to inspire his disciples, because in the minds of the Greek team players, any words from this old man are golden words of wisdom to defeat the enemy, and any words are enough to make them win. Their fighting spirit is burning. 10 minutes later, snap pop 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 pop. More than 20 huge lights on the roof of the SYNOPSIS stadium were instantly turned on at the same time, making the slightly dark stadium suddenly as bright as day. The cheers that erupted from the stands were like thunder for 9 days. Push the whistle sounds. The center circle of the stadium, under the gaze of hundreds of millions of eyes eager for victory, the three Lions starting forward Michael Owen gently knocked the football under his feet to Frank Lampard behind him. The competition has officially begun. Thank you Gianchan Bamo for your continued rewards. Thanks, book friend. 100,412,060,328,716 China fired Ragonsaban _ 812 Meng Sheogsa Wings of Ling Feng and Depreti Guy on a bicycle Zhao meeting Sky Love Thermosu Red and Duo looking forward to your enthusiastic support from dear swordsman. Zhao knife promises that this game will end today. Finally, I would like to recommend a basketball competition book NBA Hunters, ISBN 1654174. Chapter 294 The Beginning of Victory. The game has begun. The first to kick off is the England team, although Brother Duan Zuan's melancholic baritone was still calm and without passion. The countless Chinese fans waiting in front of the TV suddenly lost all sleep at this moment, and everyone's first action was to stare. TV footage. See if you can capture the man who is regarded as a national idol in front of the three Lions coaching bench. Crazy. Lee indeed used his best 4-1-2-1-2 formation. Michael Owen partnered with high center crouch on the striker, and Frank Lampard, the Blues' magic lamp, appeared in the attacking midfielder position. As expected, the two wings are Stephen Downing and Ashley Young. Captain Beckham sits in the defensive midfielder, with Ashley Cole, John Terry, Stephen Taylor and Manziani lined up on the backline. The goalkeeper is Joe, who has performed well for Manchester City this season. Hartcest suppressed his surprise and finished introducing the starting lineup. He turned to look at Gary Lineker, who was also surprised and couldn't help but ask, Gary, the starting lineup is a bit surprising. Tell me what you think. Well, due to Runa's suspension, it is not surprising that Crouch appears on the front line. The Liverpool high centre performed well in the warm-up match and can cooperate with Michael Owen. Lineker expressed his views. The most surprising thing about the midfield is that Jared was not selected. At present, it seems that Crazy Lee still prefers a winger like Tang Ning who is fast and has good dribbling skills in a small area. As for the backline, that's the most surprising thing. Newcastle's new star Stephen Taylor squeezed out Rio Ferdinand. Isn't Madman Lee afraid of the media criticizing him for using the power of the national team to promote his own interests? But this seems to be more in line with Crazy Lee's personality. Fighting against the media has become this God's pleasure, and after expelling Richards and Neville, Manziani became the starting right back. However, I guess England's right side will soon become the focus of Greece's attention. As for the goalkeeper, there is no doubt that Joe Hart will start. Crazy Lee's love for this young player is well known. Maybe he can really create a super goalkeeper for English football. Accompanied by the cheers and shouts in the stands that have not stopped since the start of the game, Lineker intermittently interpreted the three Lions starting lineup according to his own understanding. It was only then that Sester remembered that the fourth team had not introduced the starting lineup of the opponent Greece team, so he leisurely added, the starting 11 of the Greek team are goalkeeper Nikopolidis, defender Soteridis, Kyrgiakos, Anchus, Andras, midfielders Tarosidis, Cheristis, and Brasilnas, Kachilanas, forwards Lagunas and Yekas. Poor Greek team. Compared to the long and enthusiastic introduction to the England team, it was obviously deliberately ignored by Sester. On the green of the SYNOPSIS stadium, the game was in full swing. In the stands the cheers of the blue camp are like thunder. The white square's applause was like a wave of anger. In the first 5 minutes, the England team was like a man in a hurry during sex. Without any testing, the England team directly entered the sprint rhythm of pressing all out fast breaks across the board. No chance for the Greek team to breathe. Courtside point in front of the Greek coach's bench. Otto the Great Rahagel folded his arms and leaned against the guardrail of the coaching bench. He looked at the disciples who were beaten like grandchildren by the strong men from England. The expression on his face was not surprised but happy, and he was as wise as the sea. From time to time, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. What? Crazy Lee, you, who is called the god on the sidelines of football, are you really stimulated by Spain's 4:1 victory just now? Haha, you can't wait to show the fans who you are. The most powerful one. In that case, you will definitely lose. What a pity, you are still too anxious, too young. Rahagel quietly looked at the England team eager to attack on the field. The leisurely and confident eyes seemed to see a furious lion chasing a group of half-clothed hunters with disdain. Unfortunately, although he has used his sharp claws to beat away several guys who dared to challenge his majesty, the proud lion obviously does not know that, if he pursues a few steps forward, he will fall into a fatal trap. 4 years ago, those killed in this trap included French Gallic roosters with fluttering wings and crows. There are Czech iron-hooves with fluttering white clothes. There is also Portugal, which has a golden generation such as Figo and Rui Costa. This trap helped the Greek team sweep Europa in the 2004 European Cup in Portugal. This trap is called a European defensive counter-attack. A defensive counter-attack that was performed to the extreme by Otto the Great Rahagel. On the field. 10 minutes have passed since the game. The strong performance of the England team allowed the Three Lions to gain almost 80% of the ball possession rate in these 10 minutes, receive 4 corner kicks, and take 7 effective shots, 3 of which hit the goal frame. The comparison of data is shocking. The offensive and defensive situation on the scene also showed a one-sided trend. Under the fierce attack of the English team, the Greek team was firmly suppressed within 30 to 40 meters of their own goal. Even forwards Gunas and Yekas had to run back to the penalty area at any time to participate in the defense. Looking down from the sky above the stadium, the 22 players on the green battlefield, put aside the goalkeeper, and there were actually as many as 16 people stepping on the Greek team's half. At least on the surface, it looks more like a half-court offensive and defensive internal coaching game. In the stands, fans from both sides had different expressions. The huge advantage in the scene made the England fans in the stands go crazy, while the Greek fans in the blue camp fell into anxious silence. Satellite broadcast cameras passed over the stands from time to time, and the TV pictures cleverly captured some interesting things. Behind the scenes footage, this scene is destined to become a classic, and will be fixed in countless people's memories of the 2008 European Cup. On the court. England midfielder Lampard hit a powerful long-range shot. In the stands, a bald man with red and white ink on his face, painted with the cross flag of England, holds a prop cross sword in his hand, roaring with an arrogant expression. On the court. Greek goalkeeper Nikopoulos staggered Michael Owen's header over the line. In the stands, the old Greek fans, wearing Spartan Warriors black iron helmets with blue and white tassels on the top, looked nervous and covered their hearts with their hands. On the court. Downing was like a butterfly walking through a flower, and then Crouch beat the Greek defender Soteridis with a header to hit the goal. In the stands, the graceful and slender beautiful Greek girl wearing the white robe of the Olympian gods from mythology and legend holds the scepter of Zeus in her hand. Her big blue gem-like eyes are filled with anxiety and worry. Of course, what attracts the most attention is the England national wives team led by hot girl Victoria. These are a group of gorgeous women. They have exquisite faces and huge fame, wearing stunning sunglasses of various colors on their faces, and wearing the top brands of luxury goods from head to toe. In the north stand of the Sitzenheim Stadium, they formed a beautiful line. Landscape. What is obvious is that as David Beckham's main position in Crazy Lee's England team becomes increasingly stable, he was once taken away by Rooney's girlfriend Colin, Ashley Cole's flag Cheryl and other rising stars. The beautiful Victoria once again rose to power and became the leader of the wives group. In the commentary box, Michael Owen shot. Ouch. Got so unlucky. Owen wasted another opportunity. One of the close shots missed the goal. Is God King Zeus really standing in the Greek team's goal today? Is it behind? This was Sesta holding his head and exclaiming, "Oh, oh, 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 Crouch. What a good opportunity. The high centre forward from Liverpool once again wasted Beckham's fatal corner kick. I think the English fans must be very happy at this moment. In memory of retired bomber Alan Shearer, this is the explanation of big brain Duan Zuan's true nature of being in no hurry or taking any time. Ouch ow ow. Yes. Yes. Go 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 go. Sester convulsed with excitement like the American black rapper Puff Daddy. Ashley Young. Ashley Young. Go, go, go. Beautiful. He entered the penalty area. Look, what to do. Oh, it's a foul. It's definitely a foul. Haha, what? Goal kick? Damn it, referee. 0.25 minutes have passed since the game, and the England team completely suppressed the defending champion. This is not beyond our expectations. Duan Zuan, the big-headed brother who is not impatient and impatient, once again sounded in the ears of Chinese fans, but the score is still at 0:0. England must make some changes to solve this problem. If this situation of winning without scoring continues, go on, the Greek team's counter-attack is coming. Time is still passing bit by bit. Finally, even the England fans who were shouting wildly were a little anxious. For the Three Lions, everything is there, just scoring goals. But this goal, which was so easy in the past, was so difficult to score under the Greek team's ironclad defense that ignored offense. On the contrary, the Greek fans who survived the thrilling opening period gradually became less anxious, because the scene in front of them gradually became familiar. They thought that they were suppressed like this by the Portuguese team in the final 4 years ago, but, in the end, it was not the Greek team that won the championship. Scene advantage does not equal victory. In front of the England coaching bench, Lee Tongfan was wearing a French stone light blue shirt with the hem tucked into trousers. He stood coolly on the sideline of the court with his hands in his pockets, and a confident smile always appeared on his face. 3 minutes later, Leoli turned his head and looked at Otto the Great Rahajel, who was also confident on the Greek team's coaching bench not far away. Then he raised the watch on his wrist and carefully checked the time. He slowly walked to the sidelines and made another request to the players. Try to suppress the gesture of full attack. Time is up. It's time to score. 34th minute. On the field. England received their 8th corner kick of the match. The Greek team still defended corner kicks as it did the previous 7 times. Only the faster Jekus was left in the front court, and all other players returned to the penalty area to participate in the defense. But this time, after seeing Lee Tongfan's gesture on the sidelines, the England team's corner kick strategy has quietly changed. The person who took the corner kick became Stephen Downing. Beckham entered the Greek team's penalty area. The Greeks did not pay enough attention to this small change, because David Beckham had already taken 7 corner kicks, but did not pose enough threats. It is normal for the England team to change the corner kick taker, and other teams would do the same. Moreover, when arranging tactics before the game, Rahajel repeatedly emphasized the need to remain unchanged in response to all changes, to be correct and correct. So the Greek team members firmly believe that, as long as they strictly follow the coach's tactical requirements, they will not be beaten by crazily induced by the trick changes. You will be able to be foolproof in defense. But 2 or 3 seconds before Downing took a corner kick from the left, Beckham sprinted back and forth 4 or 5 times in the penalty area, and then suddenly withdrew from the Greek team's penalty area. Then, the corner kick was taken at this moment. Arriving outside the restricted area, David Beckham got rid of the defense and took a volley without waiting for the football to hit the ground. Boom! The volcano of Sitzenheim, which had accumulated energy for 35 minutes, erupted. The white football roared with bursts of scorching air and shot towards the crowded penalty area with lightning, rubbing the side of the ear of Greek defensive midfielder Sidimans, who was hastily blocked, wiping the ends of John Terry's hair, wiping Michael Owen's raised forehead, and in the end, the Greek team goalkeeper's index finger, which was struggling to open, hit the net that should have been smashed 3 or 4 times in these 35 minutes. The goal is scored. David Beckham, the captain, scored England's first goal in this European Cup. A perfect start. Before the goal we saw crazy Lee again gesture. 30. 20,000 people in the stadium, stands 20,000 England fans at this moment. Whether it was the Citizen Stadium in front of us, or the Chinese mainland and the British Isles thousands of miles away, they were simultaneously immersed in endless fanaticism. On the court. David Beckham, who scored the team's first goal, ran wildly, his long blonde hair like a bright beating flame. The teammates who followed him quickly hugged the captain excitedly. Courtside. Lee Tongfan smiled and glanced with interest at Otto the Great Rahagel, who looked confident and calm just now. Sure enough, Rahagel's expression changed. It becomes ugly. Because, for Rahagel, as long as the England team scores a goal, even just one goal, it is enough to completely bankrupt his defensive counter-attack plan. That's right, Emperor Otto believed in 1:0 doctrine. However, the 0 at the back is actually 10,000 times more important than the 1 at the front. Because once the opponent is not 0, even if the Greek team gets that hard-earned 1, it will become meaningless. As long as the Greek team loses to the English team in the defensive period, the Greek team's weak striker strength will definitely not be able to score more goals than the English team. At this time, for the Greek team, there was no other way but to attack. The defense will never bring them victory when trailing 0:1. I didn't expect that. It was a lucky goal that broke my perfect plan. Rahagel came to the sidelines and made an offensive gesture. Not far away, Lee Tongfan smiled proudly when he saw Rahagel's helpless figure. Luck ball? No. That's a bug corner kick tactic. Although the FM 2008 system's elite system mission, Glory on Top of Europe, has many restrictions, the loopholes in the system itself such as bug corner kick and BT corner kick do not seem to have been restricted yet. The European-style defensive counter-attack performed to the extreme by Emperor Otto is indeed difficult to deal with, but once the deadlock is broken, it will no longer be any threat to the England team. The game continues. The Greek team, which hurriedly switched from defense to offense after conceding the goal, was no match for England. David Beckham, Michael Owen and Stephen Taylor, three players who can maintain superhuman status, went forward, in the middle and behind, to help England dominate the rest of the game. 48th minute. Goal. Michael Owen. The second goal, a sharp defensive counter-attack. Owen's lightning speed finally took advantage. 55th minute. Unbelievable. Another goal. David Beckham took a corner kick, and the national team newcomer Stephen Taylor headed in and hit the goal. The Greek team's goalkeeper had no reaction. 3:0. The game is over for the Greek team. 67th minute. Ouch. Got. Crouch's ingenious transfer. Irving scored a powerful shot near the penalty area line. Haha. 4:0! Exclamation point. This is an atypical Irving style goal. What a goal. Wonderful moment. The game has lost its suspense at this point. Lee Tongfan replaced Lampard with Gerrard, replaced Downing who was exhausted with Joe Cole, and replaced Michael Owen with rookie Daniel Sturridge. He used up all three substitutions in one go. After the substitutions, the England team still did not relax their offensive, and the waves of attacks were like the raging waves driven by the Pacific Hurricane. However, until the end of the game, the three Lions did not score again. Gerrard and Joe Cole, who came on as substitutes, were in very bad condition. Because they were the 5 members of the FM 2008 system who had negative views because of the expulsion of Walcott and the other 3. This was the only reason why Laoli unexpectedly excluded Gerrard from the starting list. At this moment, Lee Tongfan replaced the 2 players, hoping to eliminate the negative views of the 2 through the game. Just like the red name in the online game novel, let Gerrard return to normal as soon as possible. In the 91st minute of the game, the Greek team's defensive counter-attack finally worked. Charles Tejas, the hero of the 2004 European Cup, who came on as a substitute, headed the ball in front of the goal to score a goal, and the score of the whole game was finally fixed at 4:1. Push when the referee's final whistle finally sounded, the Season Stadium instantly became the hottest and craziest place in the entire European continent. For English fans and Chinese fans, this night is destined to be a sleepless night. The focus of this game is not on the description of the game scene, but to set off the atmosphere of the European Cup from other angles. It is an attempt by Xiaodao, and I hope my brothers can recognize it. After all, the European Cup has just begun, and the real highlight is still the showdown between the giants finally, thanks to Bale Langsin, Marion, Faye, Blue Fox, Arctic Hibernation Pig, Chang Zioki, Wuan82, Agent Code G8, I Love Smoking and Drinking, Almighty God, Day Fei, Shi King Hun, Jianshan Bamo, Mao Gaga, Zixeha 321 and other enthusiastic swordsmen for their awards. Xiaodao bows to thank them. Chapter 295 New Abilities. Post-match press conference hall point. As soon as the calm-looking Otto Emperor Rahagel and the beamingly Tongfan appeared in the hall, they were immediately sprinkled with a handful of salt in a warm oil pan, and were treated like hungry wolves penning sheep by the media, who had been waiting here. Surrounded point the spotlight flashed bursts of white light, like a thunderbolt before a storm. Point microphones, voice recorders, mobile phones, MP4s, everything that can record sounds has been stuffed in. The miracle coach clash that was so hyped by public opinion before the game finally came to an end. Rahagel, who single-handedly created the Werder Bremen dynasty that year, created the miracle of Kaiserslautern as a newly promoted team and won the championship, and wrote Greek myths in the last European Cup in Portugal, faced the Chinese madman Li, who had been alone in defeat for 2 years after his debut. Finally came back defeated. 1:4 exclamation point. The aging Emperor Otto had no choice but to surrender to the god on the sidelines of the football field at the Sitzenheim Stadium. Talented people have emerged from generation to generation, and each has led the way for hundreds of years, and at this moment, facing reporters' questions, the defeated Emperor Otto Rahagel had a very calm expression on his face. He looked neither surprised nor angry, as if the Greek team had won the game that just ended. However, the old coach's mouth said no mercy at all. As you can see, England were lucky enough to disrupt our tactical plan with a dribble from David Beckham. If we can hold on to a draw in the first half, it will be difficult to decide who will win in the second half. You know. But I hope Crazy Lee understands that good luck will not always accompany the English. His tactics have no merit. Spain has a great chance of winning the next game. Lee Tongfan, who was sitting next to Rahagel, was belittled as useless by the senior who lost the ball. Provocative. The reporters were excited. Luck. In my opinion, it is luck for the Greek team to win the European Cup in 2004. You must know that the omnipotent 1:0 doctrine and Greek-style defensive counterattacks 4 years ago have long been rejected by many coaches and players. The team studied and voted, but Mr. Otto Rahagel has been immersed in the glory of the past and does not know about progress. Haha, I have to say that the 70-year-old Otto the Great is too old. With its out of date, the atmosphere is a bit weird. Rahagel and Madman Lee sat next to each other behind the desk at the press conference podium. Although if either of them moved their arms, they would undoubtedly bump into each other, but both of them regarded each other as if they were empty air and refused to turn around and look at each other. When answering reporters' questions, the two kept smiling, and the words that came out of their mouths were sarcastic without any scruples, as if they were born to be sworn enemies who killed their father. But isn't this kind of scold scene exactly what the media is looking forward to? The reporters did not hesitate, and immediately started doing their job of fanning the flames and adding fuel to the fire. Mr. Rahagel, you're saying that Crazy Lee is just a lucky guy, right? Mr. Rahagel, what do you think of Crazy Lee's frequent strange gestures during games? Do you think this is grandstanding, or a clever tactical arrangement? Do you think you can lead the Greek team to finally qualify? Mr. Shitting, is your wording like this a provocation to the Greek team? Please predict the winner of this European Cup. You're saying that Rahagel doesn't deserve to be the head coach of the Greek team, right? 20 minutes later, at the end of the press conference, Rahagel and Lee Tongfan stood up and reached out to each other, patting Batch on the shoulder with a smile. What a terrible young man. Rahagel slapped Leoli hard on the shoulder. Thank you. Ginger is still hotter than old. Leoli pinched the old man's wrist without showing any signs of weakness. The reporters kept snapping pictures below. What made them a little disappointed was that although Crazy Lee and Otto the Great Two well-known personality coaches exchanged insults for more than 20 minutes. They actually became friendly in the end. I shook hands. But soon, not long after the press conference ended, the major football media portals made a big splash, and a variety of eye-catching headlines flooded the fans' attention. Crazy Lee is just an unlearned junior, so says Rahajal. Rahajal is so ignorant that Madman Lee dismisses him. The post-game press conference staged a shocking moment. The Emperor and the Madman were torn apart. Crazy Lee reappears as a madman, and the Greek miracle in 2004 is not worth mentioning in his eyes, of course. In addition to the stories of the two head coaches, the players who performed well in the game also received a flood of praise from the media. Newcastle's two stars dazzled Europe. Owen Taylor teamed up to defeat the Greek gods. Liverpool competes for the second goalscorer in the European Cup. Owen's return to Anfield begins the countdown. The heartthrob exploded with huge energy in the national team, and his unique strike rivaled that of Zidane, rejecting Real Madrid's sky-high contract extension. Beckham just wants to return to the Premier League. The Magpies' central defender becomes Leo's successor, appointed by the godfather of the Red Devils. Evans and Taylor may exchange clubs. Manziani became famous in one battle. 4 years ago, he defeated the European giants and was at a loss to deal with the young general. After the battle at the Stadion der Schwiesenheim, the first round of the 2008 European Cup group stage was over, and the top 16 teams all unveiled their mysteries, especially the performances of traditional powerhouses such as Germany, France, Portugal, Spain, the Netherlands, Italy, and England, which attracted much attention. Germany and Portugal each defeated their opponents 2-0, which was in line with the fans' expectations before the game, and could only be considered as mediocre. France and Italy, with one draw and one loss, made their respective fans shed tears on the court, and the media and public opinion's merciless criticism of the two culprits Domenech and Donadoni has reached a small climax. The most eye-catching teams are the Netherlands, Spain and England. Van Basten reformed the traditional all-out attack and defense style of the Tulips under great pressure from the Netherlands. Now the Orange Army's defensive counter-attack was once ridiculed by the public as a regression of Dutch football, but the overwhelming victory of the 2006 world champion Italy at the Berna Swiss Stadium changed all the public opinion overnight, and the controversial Van Basten even won the reputation of reformer. The Spanish team brought the technical flow ball control tactics to the extreme. The battle at the new Tivoli Stadium in Innsbruck made the expert fans cheer that offensive football and artistic football have finally returned, and once again become the mainstream of European football. And the Spanish team, which was built by the old coach Aragones with Barcelona players as the main team, has become popular in the hearts of fans all over the world after the first game. As for the England team, the exaggerated score of 4-1 is enough to explain everything. The goals of David Beckham, Michael Owen, and Steven Taylor continued the myth of Madley's undefeated victory at the Sitzenheim Stadium. Compared with the gorgeousness and elegance of the Spanish team, the Three Lions have created a different style under the creation of the god on the football field. This arrogant and domineering force-based terrorist attack is so powerful that even Otto the Great, who once swept across the European continent, failed to create a miracle. Now, the eyes of the world are focused on the new Tivoli Stadium in Innsbruck on June 16. The Spanish bullfighters will face the English Three Lions. This will be a typical confrontation between art and arrogance, gorgeousness, and barbarity. In addition, the super shooter David Villa from the Bats Valencia topped the scorer list with a hat-trick against Norway. Below Villa, German striker Lukas Podolski and England's lightning killer Michael Owen each scored 2 goals and tied for second place. What makes many clubs salivate is that Podolski and Owen are both from the pseudo-rich Newcastle living room. After reading all the reports about the European Cup in major mainstream football media in recent days, Lee Tongfan found that the war of words between him and Rahajal had become the focus of public opinion. Under the general environment, there are indeed many moralists who can't wait to jump out and angrily accuse him of disrespecting the elderly and predecessors. HMPH. What do these guys who show off their words and arseholes to attract attention know? That so-called war of words was just a psychological game between him and Rahajal. Because Lee Tongfan recently discovered with surprise that the effect of adding all his ability points to the FM system has finally emerged point, and with the growth of data in various small items such as tactical training, tactical knowledge, and psychological tactics in the system, when he considers tactics before the game, reads the situation during the game, and talks with the opponent's head coach after the game, there will always be some strange but very practical ideas that suddenly jump into his mind, making everything simple, clear, and easy. It seems that the ability originally belongs to him, and it is easy to use. Recently, even if he didn't use the FM 2008 system to cheat, Lee Tongfan could solve the problems that he couldn't solve in the Real Madrid era by himself without thinking hard or discussing with assistant coaches like before. For example, when the old man said the first provocative and critical words in an interview with reporters, Leoli instantly understood what Rahajal was thinking. It was a wonderful feeling point at that time. There was a feeling telling Leoli that Rahajal didn't really despise him, but was trying to provoke him through some seemingly sharp and sarcastic words. On the one hand, he made himself sitting next to him feel arrogant and angry, and on the other hand, he also wanted to convey the words to Aragones and Spanish players through the media. No matter which side of Spain and England made a mistake first, even if it was a tiny mistake, the Greek team would be able to benefit from it. This was what Rahajal was thinking at the time point, so Leoli took advantage of the situation and started to curse without hesitation. This psychological tactic, which seems a bit childish and ridiculous, may not work at all for the well-informed team coach, but when the media magnifies it infinitely and comes to the players, who can guarantee that those strong and vigorous players will not be affected? Perhaps this is why many coaches like to play psychological warfare. After figuring out the above, Lee Tongfan opened the Hamageo book notebook and ran the FM 2008 system. He wanted to take another look at his various values in the FM system and at the same time observe some of the new stars that emerged in this European Cup to see if they are worth cultivating. Of course, whether the negative views of Jared and Joe Cole have been eliminated is also a major concern for Lee Tongfan. Thanks, Yu Hifengeo Fang Hoshan, Meng Sheogsun, Ling Feng Ziahu, Jian Xian Bamo. Shua 100,412,060,328,716. Xianamiding, Lei Dongdo, I love smoking and drinking. Shianda Audida, Bailangsin, Agent Code G8, Bilo Kayanayu, Shifeng Woody. Xiang, Weird Shiangsin, Bloody Phoenix, Wuiles Hillary, Bailangsin, Marion, Fei 0617, All Dear Swordsman, for your support. Chapter 296. After opening FM 2008 and loading the archive, Lee Tongfan first counted his gains against the Greek team. Otto the Great Rahajal ranks 8th in the system's head coach rankings and is an intercontinental level head coach. Therefore, after defeating Greece, the first thing Leoli received was 1.5 ability points. Lee Tongfan did not hesitate at all and added all the tactical knowledge to his personal data point. After adding it, Leoli carefully checked the FM 2008 system's latest data evaluation of himself. Training ability, affinity for youth players. 15. Defensive training. 7. Technical training. 7. Offensive training. 14. People management. 15. Goalkeeping training. 1. Physical training. 9. Psychological tactics. 15. Tactical training. 16. Left square bracket psychic ability incentive. 15. Disciplinary requirements. 15. Determination. 115. Judge player ability. 9. Judge player potential. 9. Adaptability. 14. Medical ability. 1. Tactical knowledge. 17.5 The growth of data is still very obvious, especially the tactical knowledge item, which is almost close to the full value of 20. Great harvest, but this time Leoli had more on his mind. As the new functions of the FM system become more and more obvious to him, Lee Tongfan has become more and more certain that the FM series game attached to this pirated disc should be something similar to a head coach training machine. After experiencing Real Madrid and Newcastle after these 2 years, I have obviously become more and more comfortable in the position of head coach. This obviously explains why his acquisition of Newcastle was judged to be illegal and punished, because FM is only used to train head coaches, not club presidents. In addition to ability points, Fang's annual gains from character points are not small. Ding dong. Player Lee Tongfan, because you led the England team to defeat the Greek team in the national team mode, the system will reward you with 10 character points. Ding dong. England player David Beckham is elected as the best player of the match, and the system will reward him with 2 character points. Ding dong. You have successfully eliminated the negative opinions of England players Joe Cole and Gerrard. The system will reward you with 4 character points. 3. Light red spherical reminder boxes announced Lee Tongfan's gains in the just concluded game. Compared with club events, the number of character points obtained in the national team mode is obviously much more. One game has already brought Leo Lee 16 o'clock point. After clicking the mouse to clear the spherical reminder box, Lee Tongfan couldn't help but click on the interface that was included in the system task, Glory Europe, and was surprised to find that the page had new changes. A three-dimensional football that was constantly rotating suddenly appeared at the bottom of the screen, where there was originally only a glittering Delaunay Cup point. Astonishingly, it is the official ball of this European Cup, Europass, on the surface of this football, which is composed of 14 fast spherical pieces. 4 of the fast silver-white pieces shine with this dazzling silver-white light. There is a line of English fields below. European Pass. Player Lee Tongfan, you have discovered the hidden reward of the task. The prompt is as follows. The first stage goal of the Daniel level system task, Glory on the top of Europe, promote from Group D to the first place in the group, has a completion score of 4/14. Do you want to confirm? Complete schedule. Hidden reward. Do you want to confirm the completion progress? The sultry man blinked his eyes and thought about it. It seemed to be a good thing, so he clicked confirm. Ding dong. Receive part of the reward for mission completion level 4/14. The rewards are as follows. First, open the database query system. Second, get some destruction points. 2. Put it bluntly, the sultry man Lee Tongfan felt happy at this moment. After the system database is opened, the next game against Matador Spain will be more certain. At least you can query the status and habit data of Spain's main players in the next week, and then make targeted adjustments to the England team's tactics and the training of each player. This will affect the role of the FM system, based on the actual status. The winning rate will be higher if the system is speculated the day before the game. Point so cool. But having said that, the Big Bull level system mission is indeed extraordinary. The 3 levels of missions that Leoli received previously, Idiot level, Rookie level, and Maverick level, did not have hidden rewards for qualifying. If it hadn't been for the unexpected discovery just now, I would probably have missed this reward forever. Lee Tongfan grinned at the LCD screen of the Hummer Geo book for a long time, and suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a second reward. Breaking points. What is this? Is there any new function in the system? Move the mouse to the words destruction points, and the small arrow turns into a small hand. This means that there is a next level menu, and there is a door. Click to enter. Destruction points function, used to destroy the opponent's preparations for competition within a week. There are 3 specific uses. Use it to destroy the opponent's head coach's ability to attend a game. After use, it will randomly destroy the ability of any player in the opposing team to attend a game. After using it, it will randomly destroy the game status of any main player in the opponent's starting lineup. Special reminder. Points must be used 24 hours before the game, and the destructive effect on players is uncertain. Salzburg City Center Mirable Palace. This is a typical Baroque-style palace building, formerly known as Atemeo Palace. Point legend has it that this is the palace built by Cardinal Archbishop Wolf Dietrich in the Middle Ages for his lover. Later, Dietrich's successor Marcus Sidicus renamed the building Mirable Palace in order to erase this shameful history, which means amazing beauty. Point the authenticity of historical legends cannot be tested anymore. Mirable Palace is now a famous and unique restaurant for tourists visiting Salzburg. Of course, in addition to catering, weddings are held here every year. There are countless couples. 1900 hours local time point. Lee Tongfan appeared at the door of Mirabel restaurant on time point. After pushing open the huge glass revolving door and entering the lobby, a male waiter dressed in standard aristocratic family banquet uniforms immediately bent down to inquire about the private room that had been reserved and politely led Mr. Lee to the second floor. There is no elevator inside this late Renaissance style building. There are 22 little angels scratching up and down the rotating staircase handrail, naughtily naked. Climbing up the stairs to the second floor, Lee Tongfan quickly arrived at the room he had reserved in advance. 2014. Fan Zhuang, an old classmate, was standing at the door of the room, looking around. He had obviously been waiting for a long time. Your uncle is finally here, Fan. Zhuang held Lee Tongfan's hand, as if he saw a savior. After training in the afternoon, Leo Lee suddenly received a call from his old classmate Fan Zhuang, saying that CCTV's press team from Switzerland and Austria wanted to entertain him. Leo Lee thought about his friendship with Fan Zhuang in the past 2 years, and came over without any hesitation. Enter the room. There were about 10 people inside. A middle-aged man with a slightly fat body was surrounded by the crowd like stars over the moon, taking the main seat of a huge round table made of white marble. There were many acquaintances of Lee Tongfan inside, such as He Lanshan, the former leader of the Imperial Taiwan interview team, Zhuo Xiaoqing, a Jiangnan beauty, etc. There are also the big-headed brother Duan Zuan who specially came to commentate on this European Cup, the director He Zhang and the seemingly loyal brother Jian Hong. This is Jia Jiangsheng, deputy director of CCTV. The first person Fan Zhuang introduced was the middle-aged man who was obviously the center of everyone. Jia Jiangsheng seemed to be a very cultivated and knowledgeable man. His black hair was mixed with silver hair. He took the initiative to come from behind the white marble table and stretched out his hand to Lee Tongfan. Little brother, heroes come from young. I should call him, are you the manager or the Newcastle boss? In the eyes of others, his proactive gesture and goodwill gave Lee Tongfan enough face point. However, Lee Tongfan's expression was calm, and he just smiled slightly. Just call me little brother. Everything else is false. I'm just a very ordinary Chinese. By the way, with Leo Lee's current status, he really doesn't need to bother the deputy director of CCTV or anything like that. The county magistrate is not as good as taking charge now. After that, Fan Zhuang introduced several other people one after another. Lee Tongfan actually didn't have a good impression of this so-called gathering. If it wasn't difficult to refute the face of his old classmate Fan Zhuang, he wouldn't have come at all. So after the banquet started, I kept a smile on my face, but didn't talk much. Compared with the first time in Madrid, Spain, when I met the Helen Mountain interview team at the Chinese BBQ restaurant meetings from thousands of miles, I felt much more relaxed. Only when the topic turned to myself could I deal with it calmly. Fan Zhuang had no choice but to thread the needle and make mud. But gradually, Fan Zhuang himself began to realize that the gap between himself and Lee Tongfan was getting farther and farther. 2 years is enough to change a lot of things, whether it is status or the indescribable demeanor. This college classmate who was laid off 2 years ago and has no living expenses has obviously reached a place where he needs to look up to. The point is reached. He is still stroking his beard to flatter the leaders of CCTV, but Lee Tongfan has firmly held his destiny in his own hands without looking at other people's opinions. Under Fan Zhuang's deliberate flattery, the atmosphere at the dinner table was quite lively. In fact, these reporters are all smart people. Even if they want to be quiet, when a big leader is in charge, they can't stay quiet. During the meal, there was a silent person in the room who caught Lee Tongfan's attention. Former national soldier. In 1995, he created the earliest transfer bid in Chinese football with 640,000 yuan. He has played every position in his career except goalkeeper. In 2007, he led Chengdu Sheffield United to the Super League and successfully avoided relegation in 2008. The above 3 phrases can completely introduce Li Bing's extraordinary first half of his life. This tall, dark man, who is 1.84 meters tall, speaks very little in the crowd. In fact, the main reason why Li Bing came to Europe with the CCTV reporter team was to meet Lee Tongfan, who created the myth of Chinese coaching, come here to learn lessons. In today's dark football world in China, Li Bing can be regarded as a young and promising midfield coach, and his performance in Chengdu Sheffield is indeed eye-catching. He is a very motivated person. Li Tongfan's great success in European football has deeply stimulated this young coach. It turns out that Chinese people can also play European football like the madman Mourinho, the Godfather Ferguson, and the Professor Wenger even better. Today, when chatting with a familiar reporter, I heard by chance that Li Tongfan would appear at the banquet. Li Bing's heart moved. This is a good opportunity to meet the madman Li. At this moment, he is thinking about how to tell Li Tongfan about his purpose. Li Bing hopes to be able to follow Li Tongfan during the European Cup. Observe closely how this legendary coach directs the team's training, and what kind of unique magic can enable him to dominate the European football world for 2 years without a defeat as the Chinese. Of course, there are also some purposes of learning from a master. However, from the perspective of football, this request is very reasonable because Li Tongfan is the head coach of the England team. Except for the public interview stage with the media, the team's tactics and training must be kept extremely confidential. Will he agree to his seemingly rude request? Seeing the young man at the banquet, even though Li Bing is more than 20 years older than Li, his heart that has experienced many ups and downs is a little uneasy. Today's 2 are over, brothers, don't wait. In addition, I have to explain urgently that Li Bing is a supporting role, used to set off the atmosphere of several games. It is not to involve the national football team. Thanks to the evil chemistry, Sky Glory, Xian Ling Think Zero, I Shoot, Depressed Hong Kong, Ziremo, Chu, Lei Dongdo, Zhen Chiang Shawashan, Zioyao Ziafeng, Yaolin Fox, He Zhe, Kicks Indian, and other dear swordsmen for their enthusiastic rewards. I love you. Chapter 297 Two Geniuses. The 2008 European Cup is still going on. After the first round of matches, the odds of the major European bookmakers have changed against Spain and England, who each swept their opponents 4:1 in the first round, tied for first place. The Netherlands, which defeated the Azeri Italy 3:0, ranked second with a slight disadvantage. Germany ranked third. With their strong competitiveness in the tournament. Although the wingers, led by Cristiano Ronaldo, the most popular star on earth in 2008, performed very well in the first round, it seems that public opinion does not have high expectations for them, and they only ranked 4th. In addition, the hosts Switzerland, Austria, and Turkey became the shameful bottom teams. The odds on the scorer list remain the same. In the first round, Spanish striker David Villa's hat-trick made him sit more firmly on the first throne. Michael Owen and Cristiano Ronaldo, who scored twice, tied for second place. The third place was Germany's Klose Podolski and Spain's Fernando Torres. June 13th. The second round of the 2008 European Cup group stage resumed. Geneva City, Geneva Stadium. Portugal defeated the Czech team 3:1. C. Ronaldo and Ico exchanged glances in the first and second half, and assisted each other once. In the injury time of the whole game, C. Ronaldo successfully countered the offside, and faced Czech's Sech. He unselfishly passed the ball to his junior brother Quaresma and shot into the empty goal. What was not captured on the scene was that in a seat in the south stand of the Geneva Stadium, there was a middle-aged British man wearing a peaked cap. He fixed his eyes on the Portuguese midfielder Moutinho throughout the game, and wrote and drew on the thin notebook he carried with him from time to time. This man is called Frank Andre. A full-time scout. In the FM 2008 system, Frank Andre was evaluated as ability to judge player potential, 20, ability to judge player current ability, 20. Such terrifying values have reached the peak of ability that any full-time scout on the earth can achieve. However, 3 months ago, Andre was just an ordinary member of Tottenham Hotspur Scouts. Very ordinary. By chance, when Li Tongfan found him in the FM 2008 system, and compared the scouts of Newcastle who did not have a double item data of more than 14, he did not hesitate to launch a shameless poaching action. It is absolutely necessary to get such a scout. Because when the sullen man has the virtual list of little demons provided by the FM 2008 system, and there is a sharp-eyed superclass scout in reality. The combined power of the two can definitely bring an imaginable profit space to Shining Red Star and Newcastle. Two swords combined, invincible in the world. So, Andre, the poor middle-aged man who used to earn £800 a week at White Hart Lane, ranked at the bottom of all Tottenham players, and whose scout reports were ruthlessly ignored by his immediate superior every month, was soon overwhelmed by the delicious pie in the sky point on that dreamy day 3 months ago. The famous madmanly appeared in front of him like an angel shining with white light, and expressed his desire to sign him, and Andre agreed without hesitation. Less than £10 of contract breach of contract ! 4, £0 and a weekly salary of 5% increase every year. This is the price that Lee Tongfan paid for the top football player Frank Andre with full double data. At this time, Andre was like a piece of unpolished jade and a group of swift horses that had not yet met their master. Lee Tongfan's favor of knowing and meeting filled Andre, who was in the most difficult situation at the time, with gratitude, so the middle-aged man accepted all of Lee Tongfan's arrangements without hesitation. So, after signing the contract, to become a member of Shining Red Star, and having his own exclusive agent, Andre's status was like a small carp that jumped over the Dragon Gate. And he rose to prominence. From an unknown bottom of the football world at White Hart Lane to the chief scout of St. James Park. Frank Andre has been holding back a lot of energy to repay Crazy Lee for his kindness, and this time the opportunity finally came, because the world-renowned European Cup has kicked off. Big competitions bring out monsters. Big competitions bring out geniuses. This is the eternal law of the football world. Every time there is a top-level football event such as the World Cup and the European Cup, there will always be a lot of super newcomers who are eye-catching and emerge like mushrooms after rain. As long as Andre can discover some tomorrow stars for Newcastle from these newcomers, it will be the best reward for Crazy Lee's kindness. What makes Andre even more excited is that Lee Tongfan finally gave him his first inspection task since joining Newcastle yesterday. Observe the Portuguese midfielder Moutinho and defensive midfielder Veloso. Moutinho is only 22 years old this year. He is the youngest captain in the history of Portuguese giants Sporting Lisbon. He is regarded as Portugal's most promising all-round midfielder after Lucas and Deco in his country. However, he is not well known in European football at this time. In FM 2008, the evaluation of German player Michael Ballack is, he is the god in this position, and the evaluation of Moutinho is, he can become the top star on par with Ballack. As for Veloso, he also plays for Sporting Lisbon, and like Moutinho, he is the absolute main force of this Portuguese giant. In the defensive midfielder position, Veloso has strong running ability, fierce steals, abundant physical strength, and a good long-range shot from behind. He is a terrifying and violent defensive midfielder ranked in the top 10 in FM 2008. There is a reason why Lee Tongfan pays attention to these two people. Before the start of the European Cup, Lee Tongfan introduced Ronaldo and others, allowing Newcastle to reserve strength on the front line that is no less than that of giants such as Manchester United and Chelsea, but the strength in the midfield is a bit difficult to talk about. To put it bluntly, it is as bad as scum. After letting go of absolute main players such as Joey Barton and James Milner, the Magpies midfield has been at the bottom of the Premier League teams. Riquelme and Van der Vaart, who were previously interested in Lee Tongfan, now seem to be difficult to introduce. Time is tight. Lee must not be a fool who hangs himself on a tree, so he quickly changes his target. Moutinho and Veloso appeared in Lee Tongfan's site a day ago. Yesterday, after Lee finished reading the data about himself and the progress of the system task, Glorious European Summit, in FM. He entered some search conditions and spent 2 character points to use the FM scouting tool to search the database again, and found these two Portuguese geniuses. Of course, the search yielded more than just Moutinho and Veloso. However, there happened to be a match for Portugal today, so I asked the super scout Andre to come and take a look. There are plenty of opportunities for others as the European Cup matches proceed. What made Frank Andre a little regretful was that Portugal did not send Veloso in today's match. However, Moutinho, who got the chance to play, really impressed Andre. His excellent passing and control skills and overall view, active running, wide coverage, and long-range shooting ability are also good. Although he lacks confrontation ability and experience, he is definitely a young player with great potential. How did Crazy Lee discover this player? After watching the game, and his admiration for Crazy Lee rose to another level. In addition to the match between Portugal and the Czech Republic, another match in Group A also started later. The host Switzerland scored a goal in the 32nd minute by the 19-year-old Del Diaco, but the magical Turks scored 2 goals in the second half. Especially the Turkish midfielder Rada Turanzor in the 92nd minute made the entire St. Jacob Stadium fall into silence. The host Switzerland was eliminated tragically. This is the first team to be eliminated in this European finals, and it is certain that as the second round of the game continues, more teams will go home. The game has become increasingly cruel. The Three Lions took a day off after defeating the Greek team. The next day, we started normal training. The training venue was still the Seasonheim Stadium, but because we shared the venue with the Greek team, we could only get half a day of training every day, and the remaining half of the day was spent back at the Duke of Simonsis Manor to explain tactics and analyze the opponent. On the morning of June 14th, it was the time for the England team to use the Seasonheim Stadium. At 9 o'clock, when the players and coaching staff of the Three Lions arrived at the stadium, which was still slightly foggy, at the prescribed time, they were surprised to find that there were not only the boss Lee Tongfan and assistant coach Venables waiting for them on the field, but also 4 or 5 Chinese. Clap clap clap. Lee Tongfan clapped his hands. Hey, guys, let me introduce you to some special guests. Old Lee turned around and pointed at Li Bing and others behind him and smiled and introduced, these gentlemen are fans and journalists from China. They will visit your training this morning. Okay, now get moving and start warming up. These Chinese people are Li Bing and his party. When the banquet was about to end last night, Li Bing hesitated for a long time and finally made his request. Unexpectedly, Crazy Lee agreed immediately. Zeduo King and other CCTV reporters also wanted to take the opportunity to interview the England team, and Lee Tongfan did not refuse. During the whole morning of training, Zeduo King and other reporters were busy filming the training process of the England stars, and more often the camera was aimed at Lee Tongfan standing on the sidelines. To be honest, for Chinese fans now, Leo Lee's influence has far surpassed superstars such as David Beckham and Owen, reaching the level of raising his arms and making the Chinese people crazy. So the reporters filming is also very skillful. And Li Bing has been following Lee Tongfan closely. The young coach of the Chinese Super League carries a pen and paper with him, just like a serious and responsible secretary, carefully recording everything he observes. He is almost out of the bottleneck, and Xiaodao will explode when the game starts. Thanks. Yao Lanhu, Villain. Meng Xiaoxun, Xianamiding, Bell_Teza, Qiu Shugang, Wanbang Stationery, Fiu Hanxiao, I love smoking and drinking, Underwear Thief, Almighty God, Cheyenne No Trace. All my former favorite swordsmen have been giving me rewards continuously this month. Special thanks to Bookfriend 20,100,322 for continuously giving over 10,000 rewards. Thank you dear swordsman for your subscription, clicks, recommendations, and monthly ticket support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Li Bing, 039's view of the madman Li. Li Bing felt that he had gained a lot from his observation this morning. Because, after just 3 hours, he at least knew more or less what kind of person the famous madman Li was like in the simple and boring daily team training. After revealing his arrogant appearance during the game, the impressions drawn from this 3 hours in the morning were far more lively and vivid than the vague concepts generated through materials, television and newspaper media. On the first line of the first page of Li Bing's notebook, there is this sentence: first of all, Lee Tongfan is a language genius. This is the first conclusion Li Bing reached through 3 hours of observation point, because for the whole morning, every sentence Li Tongfan shouted during training was in pure and original English, and there was almost never a single word mistake or a moment when he got stuck in expressing his meaning point. If he closed his eyes, Li Bing would definitely think that the person standing next to him was a purebred British guy directing the training of England's big name players. Li Bing deeply understands how important it is for a football coach to be able to communicate clearly with every player, because even the best translator in the world cannot convey your meaning to the players 100% of the time. Now think about it. The reason why Chinese football coaches have been excluded from the mainstream European leagues. There are even very few Chinese assistant coaches and training coaches in the 5 major leagues. The reason is not only the lack of understanding of football by local coaches. In addition, their own poor cultural level and language skills are also a fatal flaw. The Li Tongfan in front of him was obviously not among them. Although Li Bing had long known through various materials that Crazy Li was proficient in Spanish and English, before that, he originally thought that the so-called proficiency was limited to Li Tongfan, and that he would be able to use these skills in the team's training. I just roughly expressed what I meant in 2 languages, because media reports always have exaggerated element, but I didn't expect this is true mastery. These 2 words are useless when used on Li Tongfan. Any successful person must have something special about him. Just at the language level, Li Bing could clearly see himself and Li Tongfan, the man who had conquered the continent of Europa and entered the ranks of world-class coaches. The gap between young people, of course. If Li Bing could know that Li Tongfan had an FM cheat device in his hand that could make the boring man learn any language on the planet in an instant, all that is another matter. In addition to language skills, Li Bing carefully calculated another unparalleled terrifying talent he discovered in Li Tongfan in his notebook. Crazy Li has very terrible powers of observation and thinking in football. This is exactly the second conclusion Li Bing reached during the 3 hours of training and study in the morning. Throughout the morning, Li Tongfan would loudly stop the team's training almost every half hour and then carefully analyze the team's shortcomings and minor mistakes in the previous training with the players and coaches, and make suggestions based on the technical and tactical characteristics of the imaginary enemy Spanish team. Own suggestions and ideas. Of course, this approach is adopted by almost every football head coach in training. Moreover, Li Bing has come into contact with many famous coaches in his career and coaching career, but this is the first time Li Bing has encountered a head coach like Li Tongfan who puts forward extremely sharp and to the point opinions every time. Because the effect is obvious after every interruption and adjustment made by Li Tongfan, the 3 Lions' subsequent performance in training will become more targeted, smoother and more terrifying. Li Bing can be sure that Li Tongfan is definitely a monster born with unparalleled talent as a football coach. This should be the basis of Crazy Li's achievement myth. Unfortunately, even if others admire this terrifying talent, there is nothing they can do about it. But what Li Bing didn't know was that Menseo Man's terrifying abilities were only revealed after the recent surge in personal data in the FM 2008 system. When the 3-hour training in the morning was over, Li Bing discovered the thing about Li Tongfan that he envied most: authority. As a head coach, he has absolute authority in the team. Even Venables, who is the godfather of the England national team, will show enough respect when discussing tactics or sharing training experiences with Li Tongfan. Moreover, Li Bing can completely see that players such as David Beckham and Michael Owen always show deep admiration in their eyes when facing Li Tongfan, and in addition, even Lampard, Gerrard, several players who have not played for the club coached by Li Tongfan, also appeared to be respectful when facing Li Tongfan's guidance and requirements. As a head coach, Li Bing certainly knows the benefits of having such absolute authority. In this way, every arrangement and tactical change made by Li Tongfan before and after the game can be implemented in the most strict and absolute manner by the players, and it will not happen like some teams in the Chinese Super League, that players will kick around the coach during the game. They all made a mess together. This is the highest level of control a football coach can have over the team. It was not until the end of all training in the morning that the CCTV reporters ended this privileged shooting, and Li Bing also carefully closed his notebook. It is already densely covered with Chinese characters. On the afternoon of June 14th. The sky of Salzburg was blue, and white clouds were like gauze and fog entwined. On the top of the Alps meeting room of the Duke's Manor, after finishing the morning training on the field, Li Tongfan spent the whole afternoon to mysteriously decorate the meeting room into a private cinema-style dark room. While others were confused, 1400 hours in the afternoon. Old Li politely refused the accompaniment of several CCTV reporters such as Zuo Ziaking, and only gave Li Bing a break, allowing this new Chinese coach to watch a game video with the players of the England team. The game video of the Spanish team sweeping the Norwegian team 4:1! However, this is not an ordinary video. During the playback of the game video, every offensive route of Spain and the characteristics of every player's ball possession were carefully edited and marked, and then presented to the players with the most direct and clear Arabic numerals. Although Li Bing didn't know why Li Tongfan chose to leave him, his keen sense of smell as a football coach made him quickly understand that this was a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity. Crazy Li was obviously explaining tactics. This is the link that reflects the true strength and level of a football coach. The real learning opportunity has arrived. Li Bing sat in the last row, suppressing his excitement and watching carefully. Time passed bit by bit. The game was originally only 90 minutes, but after adding editing and slow motion playback, it took 2 hours to watch it once. Unfortunately, Li Bing watched it for less than an hour. When those boring data and slow motion appeared in front of him again and again, he finally felt a little bored. But when Li Bing accidentally cast his eyes on other English superstars, he suddenly found that these players, whether substitutes or main players, were watching very seriously. Even the substitute goalkeepers Carson and Paul Robinson, who were almost 100% destined not to get a chance to play, were concentrating on every detail in the video. At this moment, Li Bing was ashamed. As a head coach, he couldn't even compare with the players of the England team, not to mention those Chinese players who were arrogant and self-entertaining in the Chinese league. This is the gap. 2 hours later, the video ended. Li Bing thought the tactical explanation would end here, but what happened next surprised him again. Because after a short break of 10 minutes, the second video playback started again. It was still the same video that had just been played repeatedly, without any changes. The only difference was that Li Tongfan finally stood in front and explained with a small black pointer, but the first few words of Li had nothing to do with tactics. Through the video just now, I guess you have a very deep understanding of the opponent in the next game. My requirement is that each of you must remember the technical characteristics of every Spanish player you may encounter on the court. In addition, it can be said without any concealment that if you want to win the championship, you must step over the bodies of the Spaniards. The group stage is just a beginning. I have a hunch that we will meet them again in the knockout stage. Win the championship. It's too early to say winning the championship at this time, right? Li Bing was stunned below, but he reacted quickly. Not early. Not early at all, because the England team is a team determined to win the championship. Only a guy like Crazy Li, who doesn't know what failure is, can brazenly shout out the plan for the elimination match after only one match. But Li Bing thought about it, and it seemed that he had thought of something. In an instant, it was like a flash of lightning passing through his mind. The feeling was as clear as a sudden enlightenment. Li Bing suddenly realized that the biggest gap between him and Li Tongfan was not in knowledge or ability, but in the heart. The real strength of Li Tongfan should be that he has a domineering heart of the team in hand. The world is mine. A proud heart that always regards victory as private property and cannot be touched by others. The terrible blind worship was born at this moment. The sultry man got another loyal fan. Unfortunately, even Li Bing himself did not realize that he had subconsciously deified Li Tongfan for some reasons. So, on this sunny afternoon in Salzburg, in the meeting room of the Duke of Simmons's manor, which was decorated by Li Tongfan like a dark haunted house, Li Bing, a middle-aged man who had seen countless storms, was fooled by a hateful and sultry man. All this was actually done deliberately by Li during the whole day of the visit. Lee Tongfan did not take the initiative to communicate with Li Bing once, as if he treated the young coach of Chengdu Sheffield United as heir. And everything was carried out according to the usual methods of the Three Lions' various trainings. But it was this approach that made Li Bing himself troubled by the preconceived reputation of the Golden Signboard of Crazy Lee, and step by step used observation, thinking and psychological hints similar to self-hypnosis to send Lee Tongfan to the altar in his heart. In fact, Lee Tongfan's so-called language talent, the so-called terrifying observation ability, and the so-called bullshit strong heart were all based on the existence of that heaven-defying FM 2008 system point. Of course, all this is not absolute point. Maybe one day, Lee Tongfan's values in the FM system evaluation will all become the full value of 20, and he will eventually grow to the point where he can sweep all directions and remain undefeated without the FM cheat point. But today, Lee Tongfan can only use such pretentious actions to let Li Bing experience the gap between Chinese football and world football. Only what Li Bing himself realizes is truly useful. From this point of view, isn't Li Bing's wonderful misunderstanding of Lee Tongfan today the result that Leo Li hopes to achieve? Therefore, Lee Tongfan will let Li Bing stay with him throughout the European Cup and learn as much as he can. As for Chinese football, let it develop on its own. Lee Tongfan is aware that he cannot fight against those intertwined strengths, and he will not foolishly think that he has the ability to interfere with FM. On June 15th, the Three Lions took a bus to Innsbruck because on the second day, England's second group match will be held in Innsbruck, and the opponent is the Spanish team, the top favorite to win the European Cup. Led by the sage of football coach Aragones, June 16th, 1800, Innsbruck's new Tivoli Stadium, the most anticipated gorgeous duel in the 2008 European Cup group stage will be staged here. Three Lions vs. Matadors. The eyes of the world will be gathered here. Starting tomorrow, the 9,000 word minimum update will be resumed. Chapter 299. Madman Lee slams the door and walks away. Just as the England team left for Innsbruck, Austria to prepare for their biggest opponent in Group D, the other games of the 2008 European Cup had already come to an end. Compared with the first round of the group stage, the second round gradually pushed this event to a climax. There was an upset in Group B. The German team, the German tank, unexpectedly lost to the Croatian team 1-2 at the Wörthersee Stadium. What even more humiliates the Germans is that the team's absolute mainstay, Schweinsteiger, was ejected with a red card in the last minute of the game for pushing down Croatian player Liko in retaliation. After losing to Croatia, the German team's path to advance to the group stage was cast a shadow. Group C is more dramatic. Italy, the 2006 World Cup champions, continued their downturn in the Apennine Peninsula. They drew 1-1 with underdog Romania at the Lesgren Stadium in Zurich. Mutu, nicknamed the Romanian VIP, scored a goal in the game. In fact, the VIP had a chance to beat Italy. Unfortunately, his penalty kick in the 80th minute of the game was incredibly rejected by the world's #1 goalkeeper Gianluigi Buffon. In a match in the same group, Van Basten's Tulip Netherlands team set off another orange storm at the Bernier Wankerdorf Stadium. The Orange defeated the post-Zinedine Zidane Gallic Roosters French team with a staggering 4-1 high score. During the game, the French team was at an absolute disadvantage in both the scene and the final score. In the 72nd minute, Peter Pan Robben's zero-angle volley, after breaking through from the wing, left a classic in the history of the Dutch team, but it left goal Zion the Chicken suffered a permanent disgrace. June 16th. The eyes of fans around the world turned to the new Tivoli Stadium in Innsbruck as the game time went on. The Three Lions of the undefeated legendary Madman Lee, the Matador Legion of Aragones, the wise old man in football, these two superstar-studded teams, which both swept their opponents 4-1 in the first round, will win glory at the new Tivoli Stadium. Michael Owen and David Villa, two on-field killers with unlimited expectations from fans in their respective countries, will have their first direct conversation at the 2008 European Cup. When the dust settles in the 90-minute battle at the new Tivoli Stadium, will it be Villa who defends his dignity as the top scorer, or will Owen, the lightning killer, soar to the top of the scorer list when two super teams that also play offensive football collide passionately. Everything is possible. June 16, 1500 hours. 3 hours before the game. At the Marialis Hotel, where the England team is staying, the players and staff of the Three Lions began to get busy. The security of the hotel pulled up a yellow cordon at the door to prevent the fanatical England fans from rushing in. Soon, the bus bearing the red and white cross flag of England's St. George's team slowly drove to the hotel's main entrance amidst the crazy screams of the fans, and the staff began to make final preparations before departure. Inside the hotel, Zeduo King and his team, who received special interview permission from Lee Tongfan, were able to interview the England team's pre-match preparations at close range. This makes Zeduo King very excited. It is definitely the first time in history for a Chinese reporter to interview and decipher the preparations of a world-class team at such a close distance. This Jiangnan beauty believes that, based on this alone, the program she hosts will definitely become the #1 sports program on CCTV in recent times. What happened next proved that Zeduo King's judgment was very accurate. This TV program, titled The Chinese Under St. George's Cross, not only set a ratings record in China, but was later dubbed and broadcast on many foreign sports TV stations. Because of crazily. Zeduo King herself became famous with the 2008 European Cup and became the first sister of CCTV sports host. Let's not mention it at this time. Hotel Marialis. Room 388 on the 3rd floor. Your uncles, Lee Tongfan, lay on the bed, grinning, and took a breath at the computer. The big red score above the LCD screen of the Hamajio book looks so dazzling. England 3:3 Spain. Although Lee Tongfan made full preparations for the game before the start, in the just concluded first FM 2008 system simulation, Lee had no choice but to get a useless draw. 2 hat tricks. In the first half of the game, Michael Owen, who was in Superman state, scored a hat trick with the assist of another Superman, David Beckham, helping the Three Lions defeat the Spanish team. But things took a turn for the worse in the second half. Although Spain's #1 forward David Villa was successfully prevented from death by Lee Tongfan deliberately using the man-to-man tactic of Stephen Taylor in Superman state. After the intermission, football-wise man Aragon passed by despite SR Alanca's timely adjustment. Fernando Torres, another super forward of the Matador Legion, suddenly broke out and also wore a hat in the last 20 minutes of the game. Although it is not a defeat, a draw is no different from a defeat for Lee Tongfan. Because, according to the requirements of the first stage of the task objectives of the Big Bull System task, Glorious European Summit, Lee Tongfan must lead the England team to advance to the knockout stage as the first in Group D. If they draw with Spain, then they must score enough goals in the last game against Norway to ensure that they can overwhelm Spain with the number of goals scored and won and become the first in the group. In this way, everything is no longer in Lee Tongfan's control. Once Spain scores a big score in the last game, the variables are too big. So big that Lee Tongfan can no longer bear it, so he must win against Spain, even if it is the ugliest and disappointing 1:0 victory for the media. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan used the first abnormal save opportunity without hesitation, and made a second system simulation. However, before the second simulation, Lee Tongfan carefully analyzed the mistakes just now, and made detailed targeted prevention arrangements for Spain's starting lineup. Then, check and reflect carefully. After finally confirming that there was no mistake, Lee Tongfan moved the mouse and clicked the Continue Game button on the screen to start the second FM 2008 system simulation. The cheers of the stadium simulated by the system came from the Hamajio book, and the constantly changing white and red luster on the screen was reflected on Lee Tongfan's slightly nervous face. Flickering, nervous, suspense, no room for error. 10 minutes later, bang, the door was knocked hard. Liebing, who happened to pass by the hotel corridor, was surprised to find that Crazy Lee walked out of his room angrily, then turned around and walked to the elevator in the distance, pressed the elevator operation button hard, and finally left. What happened? This was the first time in 3 days that Li Bing saw that Lee Tongfan, who had always been calm, was so angry. So the head coach of Chengdu Sheffield United was full of big question marks! 40 minutes before the game, Innsbruck City, although the sun has begun to slowly tilt to the west, the atmosphere on the Rhine River is the hottest time of the day. New Tivoli Stadium. The fans are even more enthusiastic than the temperature. Outside the stadium point, a huge cheer like a storm suddenly came from the Spanish fans who were queuing to enter the stadium and gathered in the passage with the last hope of buying tickets. A bus with its entire body painted in exaggerated deep red and dazzling bright yellow came proudly from a distance. Here they come. The Spanish team of the Spanish Matadors is here. When this bus, that looked like a flaming battleship, stopped at the entrance of the players' passage of the stadium, it was like an incredible catalyst sprinkled into a glass test tube and immediately produced a powerful chemical reaction among the crowd. The fastest reaction was of course the media reporters wearing work vests who had been prepared, rushing to the bus and surrounding it. Then, countless cameras with logos in various languages were held high above their heads by the strong cameramen. The black machines were like the sharp fins of bloodthirsty sharks exposed on the water in the sea of people, separating the crowd and surrounding the players' passage. And finally, there was the most powerful group of fans, even the fans holding tickets and queuing to be checked by the stadium staff to enter the stadium, at this moment, shouted desperately at the Spanish players, who were walking down the bus with a smile and waving. David Villa, Fernando Torres, Xabi Alonso, Casillas. When these handsome men, who looked like the gods on Mount Olympia, came out of the bus wearing tight black Langton suits, smiling charmingly and waving their hands, the already crowded and crazy crowd of fans suddenly crowded and roared like boiling water. This is originally a game for the Spanish team, and there is no doubt that the victory will belong to us. I will try to score in the game a second hat trick, of course, if it is possible. Why should I say no? At the players' tunnel outside the new Tivoli Stadium, Spain's top striker David Villa seemed confident when facing questions from reporters from the Catalan media Daily Sports. The other Spanish players obviously hold the same view. Fernando Torres: the team's victory is the most important. I have a group of strong teammates and I'm fearless. Casillas: well, I have worked with Mr. Fantang. He is indeed a great coach with unique characteristics and personal charm. The time at Real Madrid last season was unforgettable. However, Mr. Aragones is also a phenomenal coach, experienced and wise. I'm very confident of today's victory. Xavi: England? Humph. I just say that in today's game I will never let that hateful yellow-skinned Chinese laugh for even a second again. 10 minutes later, under the crazy crowd of reporters and fans, the Spanish team entered the player tunnel with the help of the stadium staff. Just when the exhausted staff of the New Tivoli Stadium looked at the gradually dispersing fans and breathed out, thinking that everything was over, there were two buses in the distance. The Three Lions England. Here they come. The crowd was boiling again. In terms of team popularity, England does not belong to any other team in the world. 3 chapters today. The second chapter at 8 p.m. and the third chapter at 10:30 p.m. Special thanks to the book friend 20,100,322 for contributing the first leader to the editor with great power and style. From now on, Xiaodao can proudly raise his head and laugh at the sky. Wahaha. I also have a leader. Thanks. 12 Wings Supreme Angel, Blue Fox, Depressed Hong Kong, Meng Xiaoxun, Ling Feng Xiaohu, Kuan Feng Xuan, I Love Smoking and Drinking, The Omnipotent God, Fei 0617, Xiaoyao Xiaofeng, Wan Bang Stationery, Basin Shianfa, Hua Luo, Yafi, Blue Fox, I'm not a guest. Uiuiuiu, Xiaok, Ling Feng Xiaohu, Jingtong, Clink 44, several dear swordsmen for their awards. Thanks to every brother who silently supports Xiaodao. Chapter 300. Is there anyone who can escape the curse of the middle finger? June 16th. 18:00 p.m. The tranquil sky blue water of the Rhine River flows gently. The soothing green ridges outside the Alps embrace the beautiful town like arms, and the clouds in the distance are dyed fiery red by the setting sun, which was a bit unbearably hot just a moment ago. The temperature dropped quickly. New Tivoli Stadium in Innsbruck. 3 Lions England vs Matador Spain. The most eye-catching passionate collision since the start of the 2008 European Cup has finally begun. Pushed Swiss referee Sendries, with a silver whistle in his mouth, stood in the center circle of the stadium and blew the horn to start the game in front of everyone's attention. On the field. Spanish team center Fernando Torres kicked the football directly to goalkeeper Casillas in the backcourt with a back pass. Then, like two sharp steel knives soaked in the red blood of the enemy, he and David Villa quickly penetrated towards England. The team's defense and Michael Owen and Peter Crouch showed no sign of weakness and rushed forward in an instant. The four forwards shoulder the hopes of victory for their respective teams and the hundreds of millions of fans behind them. The moment they passed each other, their eyes met, and sparks flew. War at this moment. It was finally lit. In the stands the fans' war also kicked off at this moment, unlike 4 days ago in Salzburg. Today, England fans, who are known as the craziest, most shouting, best dressed up, most provocative, best at creating atmosphere, best at stealing the camera and even the best at fighting, finally met the opponents arrived, as the Spanish fans, who outnumbered them in no way, were not quick with them in any way. Meet your opponent in chess. You will find good materials in the sky above the new Tivoli Stadium. The English version of God Save the Queen and the Spanish version of Royal March were like the thunderous drums of the two armies confronting each other, constantly clashing in excitement. The decibels are high, even without the use of amplification equipment. The fierce collision of the two languages can easily envelope Innsbruck, a small town surrounded by mountains and rivers. England fans held up pictures of every 3 Lions idol in the stands. Among them, the huge picture of Madman Lee with his middle finger raised and roaring was the most frequently broadcast. The picture was accompanied by a text explanation, "Who can survive the curse of the middle finger war god?" in the commentary box. The British commentator Seth obviously saw what happened in the stands and couldn't wait to sigh, "Oh, Crazy Lee has become the #1 star of the England team. I'm everyone's old friend Seth special. The game has just started, and the Spanish team is in possession of the ball." Then, the starting lineup was introduced as usual. Compared with the last game, the England team's forward line has not changed. Michael Owen and Crouch's high and fast choices are still the two sharp knives of Madman Lee, and Chelsea deputy Frank Lampard. Germany stood in the midfield position. Now, it seems that the core player of the team is still none other than captain David Beckham, and Liverpool's soul Steven Gerrard finally got the starting position in this game. He appeared on the ball, the right midfielder position of the team. James Milner, who has moved from Newcastle to Aston Villa, unexpectedly squeezed out Middlesbrough winger Downing, who performed well in the last game, and got a starting opportunity. The back line maintained its performance in the first game. The lineup for the Greek game included Manziani, John Terry, Stephen Taylor and Ashley Cole, and the goalkeeper was still the unstoppable lunatic Joe Hart. Sester finished introducing the England team's starting lineup in one breath, and his partner Gary Lineker sitting next to him began to perform his commentary task with a smile. Spain's starting lineup is similar to what the media expected, with goalkeeper Casillas, defenders Ramos, Marquina, Pual and Capdevila, and Yellow Submarine Villarreal captain Senna appearing in the defensive midfielder position. Xavi, Iniesta and David Silva formed a front court attack group, continuously delivering ammunition to the two-faced killers Torres and Villa on the front line. Not far from the British commentary booth, the big-headed brother Duan Zuan was shaking his head and expressing his views on the starting lineup from a professional perspective. Lee Tongfan has always adhered to his own style of creating surprises, although he generally maintained the original formation of 4-1-2-1-2, the two wings Tangning and Ashley Young, who performed well in the last game. Neither of them got a chance to start. In terms of playing style, both Gerrard and Milner are more balanced offensive and defensive players. It seems that facing the Spanish team, which is known as the most offensive team in the top 16 of this European Cup, Lee Tongfan will not be able to do it. Don't give up adventurous tactics and adopt a steady approach to victory. The Spanish commentator Fernando Garcia only said one sentence, "Haha, judging from the starting lineup, Crazy Lee is scared. But I bet that changing the starting lineup will not bring him victory." On The field point. The game was full of excitement from the beginning. The Spanish team adopted a tactical style that was completely consistent with Lee Tongfan's usual approach, using the ball in the opening to launch a resolute offensive point. The erratic and flexible movements of David Silva and Iniesta gave England's defense a big headache, and Xavi's penetrating and lethal ball near the center circle made the Ghosts Fernando Torres, who also wandered to the left wing of the Three Lions, got the chance to get the ball point. The first person to step forward to block the ball was young player Manziani. The perfect performance in the last Greek team game gave the young player Lee Tongfan, who was strongly promoted against all opinions, full of confidence when facing Liverpool's wholly infant. Unfortunately, facts have proven that having only confidence on the court is doomed to become a tragedy, because after a season in the Premier League, Torres, who had played against countless top central defenders and never failed, only used a very simple fake action of pretending to move the ball down the bottom and then suddenly cutting in the middle laterally. Manziani was thrown off his center of gravity and the latter fell to the side. Next, before Terry stepped forward to press, Fernando Torres fired brazenly from the 45th corner of the penalty area and 30 meters away from the goal. An unreasonable heavy sudden attack. Boom. The huge power of the shot made the white ball let out a miserable scream in an instant, and then, amid the cheers of the Spanish fans and the screams of the English fans, it rubbed the hot air and hit the goal like a flying fireball. Goalkeeper Joe Hart struggled to pick it up, but his fingertips that spread out desperately could not touch the football. Ouch. Torres' shot is dangerous. Sesta couldn't help but screamed point on the other side. Spanish commentator Fernando Garcia jumped up from the commentary table desperately. The ball went in. It hit the crossbar of the goal. There is still a chance. Ah. Ouch. What a pity. What a pity. What a pity. This time Villa reacted too late, and the football was pushed to the bottom line by England's number 4 player. Hey, look at this goal. Oh, Villa. Less than a minute into the game, Lee Tongfan, who has always been good at creating power for his opponents, was almost hit in the head by Torres. Brother Duan Zuan's reaction was obviously better than the two. A foreign colleague was a third slower. The Spanish team had the best shooters in La Liga and the Premier League last season. This game is a huge test for the English team's defense. On the field, Manziani, who made a fatal mistake in defense, got up from the turf in embarrassment. The young right back brushed off the grass clippings on his body and clenched his fists, staring hard at Torres' back. He swore secretly through his teeth he must guard against this damn white boy next time. Torres, in the distance, was rubbing his golden hair with his hands in annoyance, and the disappointment on his slightly freckled face was clear. If the Bull just scored, the head coach's tactical arrangement would be better realized. The holy infant did not notice at all that there was a little guy behind him staring at him with gnashing teeth. Because for Torres, he has no idea how many defenders he has broken through in the same way in his career. Torres will never take such a loser to heart. Spain won a corner kick for Torres' shot. Half his corner kick drew a beautiful arc and flew towards the England team's penalty area. All the players were pushing and shoving in the penalty area in an instant. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A sudden crisp and loud whistle ended everything. Referee Senders ran into the penalty area. The end of the broadcast was zoomed in. It turned out that someone in the penalty area fell to the ground. Carlos Marquina, Spain's number 4 main centre back, the 1.83 meter tall Spanish man, was lying in the England team's penalty area, covering his face and rolling in pain. His miserable expression looked like he had been hit by a shot put or discus falling from the sky. Standing next to Marquina's rolling body was England's number 4 Stephen Taylor. The Newcastle centre-back immediately raised his hands with an innocent face to show that he had not committed any foul action, because it was he who was playing the ball just now. Marquina. The referee walked up to Marquina with a dark face and bent down to ask about the situation. Unfortunately, Marquina seemed to have lost the ability to speak in pain. He pointed a finger at Taylor like a sharp knife and could not say a word except screaming and moaning. The Spanish players instantly divided into two groups like well-trained and prepared soldiers. A wave of players, led by Captain Puel, surrounded the referee and put pressure on him. The other wave began to push the culprit Taylor with angry expressions. In the stands, the boos sounded instantly like the angry tide that flows into the Rhine River after the snow melts in the Alps every winter, and spring point fans from both sides had not even warmed up the plastic seats under their buttocks. They immediately combed their white middle fingers and waved their casserole-sized fists with ferocious faces. Under the fanatical atmosphere, even the usually dignified and virtuous beauty turned into a violent female warrior with full anger at this moment. "What's going on?" Taylor fouled. "Got, are Spain going to get a penalty? Penalty kick. Penalty kick. Penalty kick. Oh ha, this is definitely a brutal and shameless foul." Marquinhos' expression is heart-wrenching. He was carried off the field on a stretcher. The referee Sendres walked towards the linesman. It seemed that he didn't know what happened in the penalty area just now. He needed the linesman's help there. Linesman Salinsam, the 27-year-old Israeli, unexpectedly became the person who determined the fate of the England team. Will it be a penalty? Salinsam was whispering to the referee to explain everything that happened just now. 30 seconds later, after finishing the communication with the linesman, the referee Sendres turned back and walked towards the England team's penalty area with an expressionless face. Point at this moment, countless hearts around the world beat violently. It's a tragedy. My girlfriend temporarily changed her class to attend the evening self-study class and couldn't come back to cook. Xiodeo could only make enough food and clothing by himself. So the third update can only be adjusted to 11:30. Dear swordsman, please forgive the hungry Daozi. Finally, I beg for a monthly ticket miserably. Xiodeo hasn't asked for a monthly ticket for a long time, but today there is a barbaric guy on the list who is fiercely rushing towards Xiodeo's pure anus. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.